Chapter 1, Part 4 of Final Report of the Select Committee to Investigate the January 6th Attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6 Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The State Farm Arena Video. President Trump also recklessly promoted allegations that video footage from a ballot counting center in Fulton County, Georgia, was proof of major election fraud. He was repeatedly informed that these allegations were false, but he pressed them anyway. On December 3rd, Rudy Giuliani presented state legislators with selectively edited footage of ballots being counted on election night at Fulton County State Farm Arena. Giuliani misrepresented the video as a smoking gun proving election fraud. The president repeatedly claimed that he would have won Georgia if not for a supposed conspiracy that unfolded on election night. President Trump and some of his supporters alleged that political operatives faked a water main rupture to expel Republican poll watchers. These same operatives then supposedly took illegal ballots from suitcases hidden under tables and added those ballots to the official count multiple times over by scanning them more than once. Not one of these allegations was true. In a speech on December 5th, President Trump made the false claim about the State Farm Arena and claimed that if you just take the crime of what those Democrat workers were doing, that's 10 times more than I need to win this state. During a December 22nd speech, he played the same deceptive footage presented by Giuliani several weeks earlier. President Trump also repeatedly scapegoated one of these Fulton County election workers during his January 2nd phone call with Georgia's Secretary of State, repeatedly referencing her by name and calling her a professional vote scammer and hustler. It was a malicious smear. President Trump was directly notified at least 4 different times that the allegations he was making were false. On December 15th, then Deputy Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen told him, "It wasn't a suitcase, it was a bin. That's what they use when they're counting ballots. It's benign." Rosen's deputy, Richard Donahue, also debunked this claim, including on a phone call on December 27th and in a meeting in the Oval Office on December 31st. "I told the president myself, several times, in several conversations, that these allegations about ballots being smuggled in a suitcase and run through the machine several times, it was not true, that we had looked at it, we looked at the video, we interviewed the witnesses, and it was not true." Likewise, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger told President Trump that his allegations about the video were false. During his January 2nd call with the president, Raffensperger explained that Giuliani's team sliced and diced that video and took it out of context, and that the events that transpired are nowhere near what was projected once one looks at more complete footage. Raffensperger also explained to the president that his team did an audit of that, and we proved conclusively that they were not scanned 3 times. Yet, when Raffensperger said he would send President Trump a link to the television segment, the president refused. "I don't care about the link. I don't need it." The actual evidence contradicted all of President Trump's claims about what the Fulton County video depicted. For example, the chief investigator for Raffensperger's office explained in a December 6 court filing that there were no mystery ballots that were brought in from an unknown location and hidden under tables. As the investigator noted, the security footage showed there was nothing under the table when it was brought into the room. Hours later, with reporters and observers present, the video shows ballots that had already been opened but not counted placed in the boxes, sealed up, and stored under the table. This finding was affirmed by the FBI, DOJ, and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, which interviewed witnesses and reviewed the full video footage and machine data from the site. The ballots in question were not double counted. This was confirmed by a full hand count in November, as well as a subsequent review by investigators. They found that although one of the workers was shown in the video scanning certain batches multiple times, this was for a valid reason. Her scanner kept jamming. The investigators confirmed from scanner logs, as well as the footage, that she only hit the accept button once per batch. Investigators also found that staff likely did not tell the observers to leave, let alone forcefully eject them from the facility. Despite this conclusive evidence and testimony, President Trump continued to point to the Fulton County video as evidence of a grand conspiracy. On January 5th, for instance, President Trump's executive assistant emailed a document from POTUS to Senator Josh Hawley, Republican Missouri, Senator Ted Cruz, Republican Texas, and Representative Jim Jordan, Republican Ohio, that cited Suitcasegate among the worst fraud incidents in Georgia. During his January 6th speech, President Trump told the crowd that in Fulton County, Republican poll watchers were ejected, in some cases, physically from the room under the false pretense of a pipe burst. The president continued, "Then election officials pull boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table. You all saw it on television, totally fraudulent, and illegally scanned them for nearly 2 hours, totally unsupervised, tens of thousands of votes. This act coincided with a mysterious vote dump of up to 100,000 votes for Joe Biden, almost none for Donald Trump." No part of President Trump's story was true. He had already been informed that it was false. In June 2021, when Giuliani's law license was revoked by a New York State appellate court, the court's ruling cited his statements about supposed suitcases of ballots in Georgia as one of its reasons for doing so. If, as respondent claims, he reviewed the entire video, he could not have reasonably reached a conclusion that illegal votes were being counted, the court's ruling reads. President Trump's conspiracy-mongering endangered innocent public servants around the country, including in Fulton County. For example, during a December 10, 2020 appearance in Georgia, Giuliani falsely accused Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, 2 black public servants shown in the Fulton County video, of surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine. In fact, Moss had been given a ginger mint by her mother, Freeman. As described in Chapter 2, baseless accusations like these forever changed the lives of election workers like Freeman and Moss, all in service of President Trump's big lie. The fake ballot myth. The Trump campaign's distortion of the State Farm Arena video is just one example of the fake ballots lie. President Trump frequently claimed that fake ballots for Biden were injected into the vote counting process. To hear the president tell it, there were truckloads of ballots delivered in the middle of the night to vote counting centers, and millions more votes were cast than there were registered voters. Judges, Trump administration officials, state authorities, and independent election experts found each iteration of the fake ballot claim to be just that, fake. The Trump campaign and its surrogates brought 9 cases that raised some version of a fake ballots claim. Every one of those cases was promptly dismissed. For example, in Constantino v. City of Detroit, a Michigan court ruled that the plaintiff's claims regarding forged, backdated, and double-counted votes in Detroit were incorrect and not credible and rife with speculation and guesswork about sinister motives. Many of the fake ballot claims were publicly raised and repeated by President Trump, but never included in any lawsuit. For example, a truck driver for the U.S. Postal Service claimed that he delivered hundreds of thousands of completed ballots from Bethpage, New York to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. President Trump repeated this allegation numerous times. The DOJ and FBI interviewed the relevant witnesses, including the truck driver, and reviewed the loading manifests. They determined that the allegation was not true. Both Attorney General Barr and his successor, Jeffrey Rosen, told President Trump this claim was false, but that did not stop the president from repeating it. Another alleged truckload of ballots was supposedly delivered to the Detroit Counting Center at 4:30 a.m. on election night. This truck allegedly carried 100,000 ballots in garbage cans, waste paper bins, cardboard boxes, and shopping baskets. A widely circulated video purportedly showed an unmarked van dropping off ballots, which were then wheeled into the counting center on a wagon. In fact, the only ballot delivery in Detroit after midnight on election night was an official delivery of 16,000 ballots, stacked in 45 well-organized trays of approximately 350 ballots each. The wagon depicted in the video contained camera equipment being pulled by a reporter. The claim of 100,000 fake ballots being smuggled into the counting center in the middle of the night is even more ridiculous in light of the fact that only 174,384 absent voter ballots were recorded in the city of Detroit in the 2020 election. The addition of 100,000 fake ballots to approximately 74,000 legitimate ballots would certainly have been obvious to election officials. President Trump also repeatedly claimed that more votes were cast than there were registered voters in certain states, cities, or precincts. It was easy to fact-check these allegations and demonstrate they were false. For example, in Pennsylvania, approximately 9 million people were registered to vote and approximately 6.8 million votes were cast in the 2020 presidential election. Nevertheless, President Trump and his allies made numerous more votes than voters claims in Pennsylvania. Citing 2020 mail-in voting data tweeted by Pennsylvania State Senator Doug Mastriano, President Trump claimed that 1.1 million ballots had been created and counted improperly. In fact, there was no discrepancy in the actual numbers. Mastriano erroneously compared the 2.6 million mail-in ballots cast in the November general election to the 1.5 million ballots that were returned in the June primary election. President Trump also promoted a false claim by a different Pennsylvania legislator that Pennsylvania had 205,000 more votes than voters. This claim was based on a flawed comparison by State Representative Frank Ryan of the votes recorded by state election authorities as having been cast and those reflected in a separate state registry. In fact, the discrepancy was a result of some counties not yet uploading their official results to the registry. In late December 2020, Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue told President Trump that this allegation was baseless. President Trump kept repeating it anyway. The president and his surrogates made similar false claims concerning excess votes in Michigan. Many of those claims originated with a grossly inaccurate affidavit submitted by Russell Ramsland, the person behind the very amateurish and false misleading ASOG report regarding Dominion voting machines in Antrim County. Ramsland claimed in a similar affidavit filed in federal court in Georgia that 3,276 precincts in Michigan had turnout of between 84% and 350%, with 19 precincts reporting turnout in excess of 100%. Ramsland's affidavit was widely ridiculed, in part because he relied on data for dozens of precincts that are located in Minnesota, not Michigan. Even after he corrected his affidavit to remove the Minnesota townships, his Michigan data remained wildly off base. The multiple counting of ballots fiction. The president and his surrogates repeatedly claimed that ballots for former Vice President Biden were counted multiple times. These claims originated when some noticed election officials rerunning stacks of ballots through counting machines. But the allegation is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of the vote counting process. It is routine and appropriate for election officials to rescan ballots if they are not properly scanned and tabulated in the initial effort. In Constantino v. City of Detroit, the court rejected the incorrect and not credible affidavit speculating that ballots were run through scanners and counted multiple times in favor of the more accurate and persuasive explanation of activity put forward by the highly respected election official with 40 years of experience. As with other misguided claims of election fraud, the claim that ballots were counted multiple times disregards the safeguards in the voting process. In particular, as noted above, it would certainly have been apparent in the canvassing process if hundreds of ballots were counted multiple times in Detroit, because the total number of ballots would greatly exceed the number of voters who voted. But that was not the case. The imaginary dead and ineligible voters. In addition to their false claims regarding fake ballots, President Trump and his surrogates also relentlessly asserted that tens of thousands of ballots were cast by dead or otherwise ineligible voters. For example, President Trump and Giuliani frequently alleged that more than 66,000 unregistered juveniles voted in Georgia. In fact, no underage people voted in Georgia. Giuliani offered several different made-up figures of the number of non-citizens who supposedly voted in Arizona, but provided no evidence to substantiate his claims. In fact, Arizona requires every new voter to provide proof of citizenship in order to register to vote, or to complete a federal voter registration form that requires the individual to sign an attestation to citizenship status under penalty of perjury, and no person can vote without being registered. By mid-November, Trump campaign staff determined this allegation that thousands of non-citizens voted in Arizona was based on highly unreliable information, and it is one of the false claims that led to Giuliani losing his New York law license. These ineligible voters did not exist, nor were thousands of votes cast in the names of dead Americans. During his January 2nd call with Georgia Secretary of State Raffensperger, the president claimed that close to about 5,000 dead voters cast ballots in the election. Raffensperger quickly informed the president this wasn't true. But the dead voter lie wasn't limited to Georgia. President Trump wanted Americans to believe that dead voters contributed to his defeat in several battleground states. But even the Trump campaign and its lawyers recognized early on that the claims regarding dead voters were grossly exaggerated, to say the least. By early November, Trump lawyers discovered that many people listed by the campaign as having died were actually alive and well. In early December, Eric Hirschman advised Chief of Staff Meadows by text message that the Trump legal team had determined that the claim of more than 10,000 dead people voting in Georgia was not accurate. The ensuing exchange makes clear that both men knew that Giuliani's claims were absurd. Hirschman: just an FYI, Alex Cannon and his team verified that 10K plus supposed dead people voting in Georgia is not accurate. Meadows: I didn't hear that claim. It is not accurate. I think I found 22 if I remember correctly. 2 of them died just days before the general. Hirschman: it was alleged in Rudy's hearing today. Your number is much closer to what we can prove. I think it's 12. Meadows: my son found 12 obituaries and 6 other possibles depending on the voter roll accuracy. Hirschman: that sounds more like it. Maybe he can help Rudy find the other 10K? Meadows: LOL. Shortly thereafter, a Georgia court dismissed the claim that there were tens of thousands of votes cast by ineligible voters, noting the claims rest on speculation rather than duly pled facts. The Trump campaign's own expert on the supposed dead voters admitted that the campaign lacked the necessary data to make any conclusions about whether any, or how many, votes were cast in the name of a deceased person. State officials did have such data, however, and were able to conduct the type of matching analysis required. These state authorities determined that there were only a handful of cases in which people voted on behalf of deceased individuals. Even in those cases where the person who voted actually did die, President Trump's lawyers knew that the vast majority of the voters included on their list of dead voters actually cast their votes before they passed. In early January 2021, just days before January 6th, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham asked several Trump lawyers to provide evidence to support the campaign's claims regarding dead voters. As Giuliani's team investigated, they concluded that they could not find evidence of dead voters anywhere near the number that Giuliani and President Trump were claiming publicly. After noting the shortcomings in their evidence, Catherine Fries, a lawyer working with the Giuliani legal team, warned that Senator Graham would push back on their evidence. As predicted by Fries, Senator Graham was not impressed with the information provided by Giuliani's team. In his speech on the Senate floor on January 6th, Graham explained why he would not object to the certification of electoral votes. Senator Graham referred to the failure of the Trump attorneys to provide the evidence he requested. They said there's 66,000 people in Georgia under 18 voted. How many people believe that? I asked. Give me 10. Hadn't had one. They said 8,000 felons in prison in Arizona voted. Give me 10. Hadn't gotten one. Does that say there's problems in every election? I don't buy this. Enough's enough. We've got to end it. Documents obtained by the Select Committee reveal that President Trump and his lawyers knew that the claims being made in court about dead or ineligible voters in Georgia were inaccurate, and the lawyers were concerned that if President Trump vouched for those claims in another court pleading, he might be criminally prosecuted. On December 31st, as the lawyers rushed to file a federal lawsuit in Georgia, some of the lawyers raised concerns about the president signing a verification under oath that the allegations regarding voter fraud in Georgia, including claims regarding dead people voting, were true. As Dr. Eastman noted in an email to his colleagues on December 31st, although the president signed a verification regarding the Georgia claims back on December 1, he has since been made aware that some of the allegations and evidence proffered by the experts has been inaccurate. For him to sign a new verification with that knowledge would not be accurate, and I have no doubt that an aggressive DA or a U.S. attorney someplace will go after both the president and his lawyers once all the dust settles on this. Despite these concerns, President Trump and his attorneys filed a complaint that incorporated the same inaccurate numbers, and President Trump signed a verification swearing under oath that the inaccurate numbers were true and correct or believed to be true and correct to the best of his knowledge and belief. A federal judge reviewing the relevant emails and pleadings recently concluded, the emails show that President Trump knew that the specific numbers of voter fraud were wrong but continued to tout those numbers, both in court and to the public. The court finds that these emails are sufficiently related to and in furtherance of a conspiracy to defraud the United States. 1.9. President Trump's January 6th speech. At noon on January 6, 2021, President Trump addressed thousands of his supporters at a rally just south of the White House. The election had been decided 2 months earlier. The courts found there was no evidence of significant fraud. The states certified their votes by mid-December. It was over. President Trump lost. But that's not what the president told those in attendance. He delivered an incendiary speech from beginning to end, arguing that nothing less than the fate of America was at stake. Our country has had enough, President Trump said. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. He claimed that his followers had descended on Washington to save our democracy and stop the steal. He refused, once again, to concede. And he proclaimed that, today I will lay out just some of the evidence proving that we won this election and we won it by a landslide. For months, President Trump had relentlessly promoted his big lie. He and his associates manufactured one tale after another to justify it. For more than an hour on January 6th, the president wove these conspiracy theories and lies together. By the Select Committee's assessment, there were more than 100 times during his speech in which President Trump falsely claimed that either the election had been stolen from him or falsely claimed that votes had been compromised by some specific act of fraud or major procedural violations. That day, President Trump repeated many of the same lies he had told for months, even after being informed that many of these claims were false. He lied about Dominion voting machines in Michigan, suitcases of ballots in Georgia, more votes than voters in Pennsylvania, votes cast by non-citizens in Arizona, and dozens of other false claims of election fraud. None of those claims were true. As explained in the chapters that follow, the big lie was central to President Trump's plan to stay in power. He used the big lie to pressure state and local officials to undo the will of the people. His campaign convened fake electors on the baseless pretense that former Vice President Biden won several states due to fraud or other malfeasance. The president tried to subvert the Department of Justice by browbeating its leadership to endorse his election lies. And when the DOJ's senior personnel did not acquiesce, President Trump sought to install a loyalist who would. When all those efforts failed, President Trump betrayed his own vice president. He pressured Vice President Pence to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6th, falsely claiming that he had the power to refuse to count certain electoral votes. President Trump knew this was illegal but attempted to justify it with lies about the election. On December 19, 2020, President Trump summoned a mob to Washington, D.C. on the same day that Congress was set to certify former Vice President Biden's victory by claiming the election was stolen and promising a wild protest. And the bogus stolen election claim was the focus of President Trump's speech on January 6th. The litany of lies he told riled up a mob that would march to the U.S. Capitol to intimidate Vice President Pence and members of Congress. And we fight. We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore, President Trump told the crowd. He incited them with these words just after praising his own election night lie, the big lie. President Trump told his followers to fight to save their country from a bogus specter of supposed election fraud, and many of them did. End of Chapter 1, Part 4.
Chapter 2, Part 1 of Final Report of the Select Committee to Investigate the January 6th Attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I just want to find 11,780 votes. In a now infamous telephone call on January 2nd, 2021, President Trump pressured Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger for more than an hour. The president confronted him with multiple conspiracy theories about the election, none of which were true. Raffensperger and other Georgia officials debunked these allegations, one after another, during their call. Under Raffensperger's leadership, Georgia had, by that time, already conducted a statewide hand recount of all ballots. That recount and other post-election reviews proved that there was no widespread fraud, and that voting machines didn't alter the outcome of the election. This should have put President Trump's allegations to rest. But undeterred by the facts, the president badgered Raffensperger to overturn the Georgia results. President Trump insisted that the ballots are corrupt and someone was shredding them. He issued a thinly veiled threat telling Raffensperger, "It is more illegal for you than it is for them because you know what they did and you're not reporting it." Of course, the Georgia officials weren't doing anything illegal and there was nothing to report. Even so, President Trump suggested that both Raffensperger and his general counsel, Ryan Germany, could face criminal jeopardy. That's a criminal offense, and you can't let that happen, the president said. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. I'm notifying you that you're letting it happen. And then the president made his demand. So look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, President Trump told Raffensperger. It was a stunning moment. The President of the United States was asking a state's chief election officer to find enough votes to declare him the winner of an election he lost. Raffensperger saw the president's warning to him on January 2nd as a threat. I felt then, and I still believe today, that this was a threat, Raffensperger wrote in his book. And this threat was multifaceted. First, the president notifying Raffensperger and his team of criminal activity could be understood as directing the law enforcement power of the federal government against them. While Raffensperger did not know for certain whether President Trump was threatening such an investigation, he knew Trump had positional power as president and appeared to be promising to make my life miserable. But the threat was also of a more insidious kind. As Raffensperger wrote in his book, others obviously thought it was a threat too, because some of Trump's more radical followers have responded as if it was their duty to carry out this threat. Raffensperger's deputy held a press conference and publicly warned all Americans, including President Trump, that President Trump's rhetoric endangered innocent officials and private citizens, and fueled death threats against Georgia election workers, sexualized threats directed towards Raffensperger's wife, and harassment at the homes of Georgia election officials. The January 2nd call promised more of the same. The upshot of President Trump's message to Raffensperger was, "Do what I ask, or you will pay." President Trump's phone call with Secretary Raffensperger received widespread coverage after it was leaked, but Georgia was not the only state targeted by President Trump and his allies. The call was one element of a larger and more comprehensive effort, much of it unseen by and unknown to the general public, to overturn the votes cast by millions of American citizens across several states. As Chapter 1 explained, the root of this effort was the big lie. President Trump and his allies publicly claiming that the election was rife with fraud that could have changed the result, even though the president's own advisors and the Department of Justice told the president time and again that this was not the case. But in parallel with this strategy, President Trump and his allies zeroed in on key battleground states the president had lost, leaning on Republican state officials to overrule voters, disregard valid vote counts, and deliver the state's electoral votes to the losing candidate. Had this scheme worked, President Trump could have, for the first time in American history, subverted the results of a lawful election to stay in power. His was a deeply anti-democratic plan to co-opt state legislatures through appeals to debunk theories of election fraud or pure partisan politics, to replace Biden electors with Trump electors, so President Trump would win the electoral vote count in the joint session of Congress on January 6th. Had enough state officials gone along with President Trump's plot, his attempt to stay in power might have worked. It is fortunate that a critical mass of honorable officials withstood President Trump's pressure to participate in this scheme. They and others who stood up to him closed off avenues for thwarting the election so that, by noon on January 6th, President Trump was left with one desperate, final gambit for holding on to power: sending his armed, angry supporters to the U.S. Capitol. 2.1. The Electoral College and President Trump's attempt to subvert it. When Americans vote for a presidential candidate on Election Day, they are actually casting votes for the candidate's proposed presidential electors to participate in the Electoral College. After a state certifies its election results and announces a winner, it also issues a certificate of ascertainment, which contains the names of the duly chosen Electoral College electors. The electors whose names appear as having received the most votes on the certificate of ascertainment will go on to participate in the Electoral College, while a losing candidate's proposed electors have no role to play and no standing to participate in the Electoral College. This happens after every presidential election in each of the 50 states and the District of Columbia. This process comes from a clause in the U.S. Constitution that gives states the power to choose Electoral College electors according to state law. The clause says that each state shall appoint Electoral College electors in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct. All 50 states have decreed that electors will be selected by popular vote. Tuesday, November 3rd, was the day established by federal law as Election Day in 2020. Each state's rules had been set, and courts had weighed in when certain rules were challenged. Polls opened around the country and votes came in, whether in person or via the mail, according to each state's laws. Over 154 million voters cast according to the rules in place on Election Day. President Trump lost. He and his supporters went to court, filing long-shot legal challenges to the election, but they failed in courts around the country, before judges appointed by executives of both parties, including President Trump himself, and for those judges who were elected, they are members of both parties. Rather than abiding by the rule of law and accepting the court's rulings, President Trump and his advisors tried every which way to reverse the outcome at the state level. They pressured local and state elections officials to stop counting votes once it became clear that former Vice President Joseph Biden would prevail in the final count. They pressured governors, secretaries of state, and local officials not to certify the popular vote in several swing states that former Vice President Biden had won. And when that did not work, they pressured state legislators to disregard the vote counts and instead appoint Trump electors to vote in the Electoral College. This fundamentally anti-democratic effort was premised on the incorrect theory that, because the Constitution assigns to state legislatures the role of directing how Electoral College electors are chosen, which every state legislature had done before the election, giving that power to the people at the ballot boxes, then the state legislatures could simply choose Trump-Pence electors after seeing the election results. In effect, President Trump and his advisors pushed for the rules to be changed after the election, even if it meant disenfranchising millions of Americans. 2.2. The plan emerges. More than a month before the presidential election, the media reported that the Trump campaign was already developing a fallback plan that would focus on overturning certain election results at the state level. An article published on September 23, 2020 in The Atlantic explained, according to sources in the Republican Party at the state and national levels, the Trump campaign is discussing contingency plans to bypass election results and appoint loyal electors in battleground states where Republicans hold the legislative majority. Ominously, the same reporting predicted, almost exactly, what would later come to pass. With a justification based on claims of rampant fraud, Trump would ask state legislators to set aside the popular vote and exercise their power to choose a slate of electors directly. Numerous senior Trump campaign advisors, including campaign manager William Stepien, deputy campaign manager and senior counsel Justin Clark, and President Trump's lead attorney Rudolph Giuliani, all told the Select Committee that there was, indeed, a state-focused strategy or track to challenge the outcome of the election, which included pressing state legislators to challenge results in key states and to appoint new Electoral College electors. You know, in the days after Election Day, later in that first week, bleeding into the second, as our numbers and data looked bleaker, internally we knew that, Stepien told the Select Committee. As the AP, Associated Press, called the race, I think some surrounding the president were looking for different avenues to pursue. That's when Stepien remembered the concept first coming up. Those around President Trump were pushing this idea and pushing it hard. Just 2 days after the election, President Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., forwarded to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows a suggestion that state assemblies can step in and vote to put forward the electoral slate. Republicans control Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, etc. We get Trump electors, and so we either have a vote we control and we win, or it gets kicked to Congress 6 January. Chief of Staff Meadows responded, working on this for Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina already. Within 1 week after the election, Meadows had also sent or received several other similar messages. The state legislature can take over the electoral process, Mark Meadows texted Georgia State Senator Marty Harbin. Agreed, Mark Meadows texted to a different sender who suggested that the Trump administration should get that out there if they were seriously considering the state legislature's strategy. I will tell him, Mark Meadows texted to a sender who suggested President Trump start building momentum for the state legislatures. I love it, Mark Meadows texted to Representative Andy Biggs, who relayed what he acknowledged as a highly controversial idea to have Republican legislatures appoint electors. Why can't the states in Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and other R-controlled state houses declare this BS, where conflicts in election not called that night, and just send their own electors? I wonder if POTUS knows this, former Secretary of Energy Rick Perry to Mark Meadows.
Another White House official exploring such a plan less than a week after the election was Vince Haley, Deputy Assistant to the President for Policy, Strategy, and Speech Writing. He suggested, imagine if every red state legislature slated 0 electors. It would reveal that we are a red country. To do this, we would have to jack this to the nth degree as a battle of tribes. Haley pushed this strategy in several texts and emails, including to Assistant to the President and Director of Presidential Personnel Johnny McEntee, an individual Haley characterized as a very trusted lieutenant for President Trump, a direct conveyor to boss with ideas, and at his side almost all the time. For Haley, however, purported election fraud was a way to justify President Trump-friendly legislatures changing the outcome of the election, but there were other reasons for doing so, too. Election fraud was only one rationale for slating Trump electors, Haley told McEntee, and we should boldly assert that state legislators have the constitutional right to substitute their judgment for a certified majority of their constituents if that prevents socialism. Haley added, independent of the fraud, or really along with that argument, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Madison, Wisconsin, and Lansing, Michigan, do not have to sit idly by and submit themselves to rule by Beijing and Paris, proposing that radio hosts rally the grassroots to apply pressure to the weak-kneed legislators in those states. McEntee replied, yes, and then, let's find the contact info for all these people now. Hours later, Haley sent him names and, in most cases, cell phone numbers for top GOP legislators in 6 states, suggesting for POTUS to invite them down for a White House meeting. The president would later call several named in that message, including Rusty Bowers and Karen Fann in Arizona, Lee Chatfield and Mike Shirkey in Michigan, and Jake Corman in Pennsylvania. Others weighed in with the president about a state-focused plan, too. Some were already looking ahead to January 6th. On November 8th, former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich met with President Trump at the White House. 2 days later, he sent a follow-up note to the president's executive assistant titled, Please give to POTUS, Newt. It suggested that the only way Trump loses is rigged system, and added that President Trump could encourage GOP legislatures elect not to send in electors, forcing a House vote by state delegations on January 6 that Gingrich expected President Trump would win. Meadows replied, Thanks, Speaker. Newsmax CEO Christopher Ruddy had President Trump's ear and reportedly spoke with him by phone at least 4 times before December. He forwarded a memo to other close advisors of the president recommending that the Trump team persuade 1 or more Republican-led chambers in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and even Minnesota to pick a separate competitive state slate of electors, which the memo predicted might turn January 6th into a catfight in Congress wherein VP Pence is presiding. Attorney and conservative activist Cleta Mitchell was recruited by Mark Meadows immediately after the election to assist the Trump campaign's legal work. By November 5th, she emailed Dr. John Eastman of Chapman University, who would later play an outsized role pushing a theory about what Vice President Pence could or couldn't do during the January 6 joint session of Congress that is detailed in Chapter 5 of this report. In her email, Mitchell asked Eastman to write a memo justifying an idea that state legislators reclaim the power to pick electors and asked, rhetorically, am I crazy? Dr. Eastman wrote the memo entitled The Constitutional Authority of State Legislatures to Choose Electors and sent it along for sharing widely. According to the Office of Presidential Scheduling, President Trump was scheduled to meet in the Oval Office on November 10th with Morgan Worsler and John Robison, Texas entrepreneurs close to former Governor Rick Perry. The next day, Worsler tweeted that he was in Oval yesterday, and months later wrote that I told whole Trump team in Oval that state legislatures can choose the electors no matter what current state law or state courts say. After this apparent meeting, John Robison sent the White House an email entitled Urgent Follow-Up to Our Tuesday Meeting with POTUS that he asked be printed out for the president to explain the move forward plan for what was discussed. The email stated, President Trump liked the plan we presented to use a parallel path of state legislators, and the attached memo proposed hundreds of briefings for state lawmakers by President Trump's surrogates and members of the Freedom Caucus. The email envisioned President Trump hosting 4+ monster rally trials with tens of thousands of Trump voters staring up at the GOP state legislators from their districts who alone control which slate of electors their state will submit, a proposal that seemed to foreshadow the state hearings that Rudolph Giuliani and President Trump championed less than a month later. Deputy White House Chief of Staff Dan Scavino called Robison's message batshit crazy, but the president's executive assistant, who was asked to print it for the president, wrote, "Printed," and may have shared it with the president anyway. By then, President Trump was engaged. According to Stepien, his campaign manager, the state-focused strategy came up in a November 11th meeting among close advisors as something to consider. At that point, the election had been called, but the president was very interested in keeping pathways to victory open, so Stepien believed the president found the concept intriguing. Then, the plan just started happening even though it was something Stepien honestly kind of dismissed at hand, characterizing it as one of the crazier ideas that was thrown out in and around that time. But not everyone was convinced. On November 19th, the prior Republican presidential nominee, Senator Mitt Romney, Republican Utah, issued a harsh public condemnation of President Trump's open and notorious efforts to overturn the election. Having failed to make even a plausible case of widespread fraud or conspiracy before a court of law, the president has now resorted to overt pressure on state and local officials to subvert the will of the people and overturn the election. It is difficult to imagine a worse, more undemocratic action by a sitting American president. Senator Romney was right to identify and decry President Trump's actions. And yet, in hindsight, it is clear that the effort to pressure state and local officials by the Trump team was only just getting started. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2, a final report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2.3. Outreach and implementation of the plan. Just one day after the state-focused plan came up in the Oval Office with the president and his top lieutenants, President Trump started taking concrete steps aimed at state legislators. And in the weeks that followed, the president spearheaded outreach aimed at numerous officials in states he lost but that had GOP-led legislatures, including Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona. The Select Committee estimates that in the 2 months between the November election and the January 6th insurrection, President Trump or his inner circle engaged in at least 200 apparent acts of public or private outreach, pressure, or condemnation, targeting either state legislators or state or local election administrators to overturn state election results. This included at least 68 meetings, attempted or connected phone calls or text messages, each aimed at one or more state or local officials, 18 instances of prominent public remarks with language targeting one or more such officials, and 125 social media posts by President Trump or senior aides targeting one or more such officials, either explicitly or implicitly, and mostly from his own account. Furthermore, these efforts by President Trump's team also involved 2 other initiatives that tried to enlist support from large numbers of state legislators all at once. The Trump campaign contacted or attempted to contact nearly 200 state legislators from battleground states between November 30, 2020 and December 3, 2020 to solicit backing for possible state house resolutions to overturn the election. At least some messages said they were on behalf of the president. Nearly 300 state legislators from battleground states reportedly participated in a private briefing with President Trump, Rudolph Giuliani, John Eastman, and others on January 2nd. The president reportedly urged them to exercise what he called the real power to choose electoral votes before January 6th because, as President Trump said on the call, "I don't think the country is going to take it." It may be impossible to document each and every meeting, phone call, text message, or other contact that President Trump and his allies had with state and local officials in various battleground states. What follows is a summary that focuses on 4 states and that demonstrates the lengths to which President Trump would go in order to stay in power based on lies, the big lie, about the election. President Trump's early pressure on public servants. To carry out his plan, President Trump, Rudolph Giuliani, and other surrogates of President Trump publicly and privately sought assistance from state and local officials whom they assumed would help as Republicans on the same team with the same goal. Some helped, others didn't. On November 12th, U.S. Representative Tim Walberg, Republican, Michigan, sent an email to President Trump's executive assistant Molly Michael, describing a request he had received earlier that day. During my conversation with the president this morning, he asked me to check with key leadership in Michigan's legislature as to how supportive they could be in regards to pushing back on election irregularities and potential fraud. He wanted me to gauge their willingness to talk with him about efforts to bring about transparency and integrity in Michigan's election and report back to him. Representative Walberg added that he had already acted on this request. I've had conversations with Michigan Speaker Lee Chatfield, Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirkey, and Senate President Pro Tempore Eric Nesbitt. They all assured me they would look forward to speaking with the president to report on their continuing efforts related to overseeing the election and receiving any suggestions from President Trump. The president would soon host Chatfield, Shirkey, Nesbitt, and 4 other Michigan state lawmakers at the White House. In Arizona, on November 13, 2020, the day after officials finished counting ballots cast in Maricopa County, Chairwoman Kelly Ward of the Arizona Republican Party texted Mark Meadows that she had just talked to POTUS and that he may call the chairman of the Maricopa Board of Supervisors, Clint Hickman. Ward also left a message for Hickman that said, "I just talked to President Trump, and he would like me to talk to you and also see if he needs to give you a call to discuss what's happening on the ground in Maricopa. Give me a call back when you can." According to Hickman, Ward was unusually active after the election, even for a party chair, and was the first person to pressure him. One of her first messages to Hickman before trying to connect him with President Trump was, "We need you to stop the counting." In Georgia, the president initially took a more public approach. After the Associated Press called the race there on November 12th, President Trump tweeted harsh criticisms of Governor Brian Kemp and Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. Often these tweets called for them to take specific actions that would have shifted the election results in his favor, such as rejecting a count settlement, which he referred to as a consent decree, that dictated the procedures for verifying signatures on absentee ballots, and he was relentless. In November alone, President Trump tweeted that Raffensperger was a so-called Republican, Rhino, and asked, "Where is @BrianKempGA?" before suggesting that they knew they were going to cheat. He called to break the unconstitutional consent decree and urged stricter signature matches with a demand to get it done @BrianKempGA. He called Kemp hapless and asked why he wouldn't use emergency powers to overrule Raffensperger on the signature verification procedures, declaring that Georgia Republicans are angry. President Trump also retweeted posts asking, "Who needs Democrats when you have Republicans like Brian Kemp?" and "Why bother voting for Republicans if what you get is Ducey and Kemp?" Pennsylvania was an early, but not unique, example of how President Trump's state pressure campaign affected the lives of the public servants running this country's elections. On November 7th, Rudy Giuliani headlined a Philadelphia press conference in front of a landscaping business called Four Seasons Total Landscaping, near a crematorium and down the street from a sex shop. Standing in front of former New York Police Commissioner and recently pardoned convicted felon Bernard Kerik, Giuliani gave opening remarks and handed the podium over to his first supposed eyewitness to election fraud, who turned out to be a convicted sex offender. Giuliani claimed at least 600,000 ballots are in question in Pennsylvania and falsely suggested that large numbers of ballots in the state had been cast for dead people, including boxer Joe Frazier and actor Will Smith's father. Within days, Republican Philadelphia City Commissioner Al Schmidt and others publicly debunked Giuliani's specific allegations of election fraud, including the claims about dead people voting in Pennsylvania elections. In reaction, President Trump tweeted on the morning of November 11th that a guy named Al Schmidt, a Philadelphia commissioner and so-called Republican, Rhino, is being used big time by the fake news media to explain how honest things were with respect to the election in Philadelphia. He refuses to look at a mountain of corruption and dishonesty. We win. That statement targeting Schmidt led to a deluge of threatening and harassing phone calls and emails by people who heard President Trump and falsely held out hope that Schmidt or someone else could overturn the results of Pennsylvania's election. As a public official, Schmidt was no stranger to threats. But being targeted by the President of the United States was different. In Schmidt's public testimony to the Select Committee, he described why. Prior to that, the threats were pretty general in nature. Corrupt election officials in Philadelphia are going to get what's coming to them, and other similar threats. After the president tweeted at me by name, calling me out the way that he did, Schmidt explained, the threats became much more specific, much more graphic, and included not just me by name, but included members of my family by name, their ages, our address, pictures of our home, just every bit of detail that you could imagine. As the president continued to push the big lie and vilify public officials, such threats multiplied. Efforts to prevent state and local officials from certifying the election. Some of President Trump's early outreach was part of an effort to prevent state and local officials from certifying his loss. One example comes from Michigan and the other from Arizona. Wayne County, Michigan includes Detroit and its surrounding areas. On November 17th, the county's Board of Canvassers met to certify election results, a process the Michigan Supreme Court described over a century ago as ministerial and clerical. The meeting started at 6 o'clock p.m. and lasted over 3 hours. Its two Republican members, Board Chair Monica Palmer and Board Member William Hartman, first voted to block the certification of the election. After a brief break, Palmer and Hartman returned, changed their votes, and certified the election results. Just over 20 minutes later, Palmer and Hartman received a call from President Trump and RNC Chair Ronna McDaniel. Palmer claimed that the call was not pressure. Rather, she said, it was genuine concern for my safety, and there were general comments about different states, but we really didn't discuss the details of the certification. The Select Committee doesn't know exactly what President Trump privately said on that phone call. By the next evening, however, Palmer and Hartman had each issued signed affidavits reassuming their earlier position that Wayne County's results should not be certified. Palmer's affidavit even declared that I rescind my prior vote, though rescinding wasn't possible and her statement had no legal effect. And President Trump apparently knew before it was public that Hartman and Palmer would try to change their votes. Almost 8 hours before either of these affidavits were publicly released, President Trump tweeted that these two harassed patriot canvassers refused to sign the papers. Republicans in Arizona experienced similar treatment. In the most populous and electorally significant county in Arizona, Maricopa County's Board of Supervisors met on November 20th to certify the county's election results. Their board, made up of 4 Republicans and 1 Democrat, carefully reviewed the official canvass, asked questions for approximately 2 hours, then unanimously voted to certify the results. Earlier that day, Kelly Ward contacted 2 of the board's members, Jack Sellers and Bill Gates, and asked them to delay the certification on the basis of supposed improprieties. According to Sellers and Gates, however, Arizona law required certification that day and they had no information, neither then nor ever, to doubt the county's election results. When Arizona certified its 2020 statewide election results on November 30th, it fell to Governor Doug Ducey, a Republican, to sign the certification. While on camera during the signing ceremony, Governor Ducey's phone played a ringtone for the song "Hail to the Chief," which he immediately silenced. The governor later confirmed it had been President Trump calling and that he returned the president's call shortly afterwards, but declined to say what the two discussed, other than saying that President Trump did not ask him to withhold certification. The Select Committee does not know whether that is true, but that evening President Trump blasted Ducey on Twitter, accusing him of rushing to put a Democrat in office and warning that Republicans will long remember. The president also retweeted posts bashing Ducey and his Georgia counterpart Brian Kemp, which asked, "Who needs Democrats when you have Republicans like Brian Kemp and Doug Ducey? Why bother voting for Republicans if what you get is Ducey and Kemp?" And, "Brian Kemp, my state ran the most corrupt election in American history. Doug Ducey, hold my beer." President Trump even commented "true" when retweeting a post that Governor Ducey has betrayed the people of Arizona. Governor Ducey pushed back, writing on Twitter that "I've been pretty outspoken about Arizona's election system and bragged about it quite a bit, including in the Oval Office. In Arizona, we have some of the strongest election laws in the country. The problems that exist in other states simply don't apply here." Governor Ducey explained the law for certifying elections in Arizona and pointed out that the certification now triggered a 5-day window for any elector to bring a credible challenge to the election results in court. "If you want to contest the results, now is the time. Bring your challenges." And Governor Ducey referenced his oath of office. "That's the law. I've sworn an oath to uphold it, and I take my responsibility seriously." President Trump and his allies never brought a credible challenge and, instead, lost every case they brought challenging the results in Arizona. Efforts to replace Electoral College electors and overturn the election. Once counties and states certified the election, or when it was nearly certain that they would, President Trump and his team's focus largely shifted. President Trump and his team encouraged state legislators to meet in special sessions, if necessary, and choose Electoral College electors who would vote for the Trump-Pence ticket. Ultimately, no state legislature took that step, but it was the basis for pressuring state officials from November through January 6, 2021. Meetings with state legislators, the hearings. The concept of state legislators appointing their own electors featured prominently in a series of hastily arranged official and unofficial hearings with state legislators that the Trump team announced on November 24, 2020. On November 25th, President Trump called into an unofficial meeting with legislators in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. The meeting was set up to appear like an official hearing, but it was not. It took place in a hotel ballroom, and those presenting arguments or purported evidence, like Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, and others, were not placed under oath. According to President pro tempore of the Pennsylvania State Senate Jake Corman, he had initially been asked by State Senator Doug Mastriano to hold a hearing about the election. Corman responded that any formal hearing should be official, with sworn testimony, and open to both parties. That was not what Senator Mastriano ultimately convened. President Trump had originally made plans to attend the Pennsylvania gathering in person, but he canceled after several advisors tested positive for COVID-19. When President Trump called in and spoke to those gathered in the hotel ballroom, his false claims were met with cheers, and he made his purpose clear. This election has to be turned around. Why wouldn't they overturn an election? Certainly overturn it in your state. We have to turn the election over. President Trump made the ask, and Giuliani told the legislators how to carry it out. Giuliani told the assembled legislators that it was their power and responsibility to pick Pennsylvania's presidential electors and that they have to convince the rest of their members, Republican and Democrat, they owe that to the people of Pennsylvania. Jenna Ellis told them that although Pennsylvania law dictates that electors are chosen by popular vote, you can take that power back at any time. You don't need a court to tell you that. President Trump invited some of the lawmakers to come meet him at the White House that evening, and according to Giuliani, it was a large group that went. Special Assistant to the President Cassidy Hutchinson's text messages with Carrick included the guest list and descriptions of the vehicles that would need access to the White House grounds. Pennsylvania State Senator Doug Mastriano drove one car, a hired driver drove a van with most of the state legislators, and Carrick drove an SUV with attorney Catherine Fries and election conspiracy proponent Phil Waldron. Hutchinson estimated that at least 29 visitors traveled from Pennsylvania to the White House that day, and she explained that their conversation with the president touched on holding a special session of the state legislature to appoint Trump electors. Just a few days later, on November 30, 2020, President Trump also called into another one of Giuliani and Jenna Ellis's hotel hearings, this time in Arizona. Several Arizona state lawmakers hosted the meeting at a Hyatt Regency in Phoenix after they did not receive permission to organize an official hearing at the state capitol. Before the hearing started, state GOP Representative Mark Fincham promised information to show that the state's 11 electoral votes should not go to Democrat Joe Biden, and argued that the U.S. Constitution empowers lawmakers to decide, on their own, whether the election was valid and, if not, to select the electors of their choice. Giuliani told the assembled legislators that the officials certifying Arizona's election results have made no effort to find out if the results of the election were accurate, which seems to me gives the state legislature a perfect reason to take over the conduct of this election because it's being conducted irresponsibly and unfairly. Likewise, Jenna Ellis said that it was not just the choice, but the actual duty and obligation of the legislature to step in and to make sure that they don't certify false results. During her recess, she also took to Twitter, writing, "The certification of Arizona's false results is unethical and knowingly participating in the corruption that has disenfranchised AZ voters. But this in no way impacts the state legislature's ability to take back the proper selection of delegates." When it was President Trump's turn to address this handful of lawmakers over the phone, he called them legends for taking this on and used the opportunity to criticize Governor Ducey. "You'll have to figure out what's that all about with Ducey. He couldn't certify fast enough, and Arizona will not forget what Ducey just did. We're not going to forget." That night, Giuliani joined President Trump in criticizing Governor Ducey, while at the same time making baseless allegations about voting machines in Arizona and calling for a special legislative session to change the outcome of the election. "Governor Ducey of Arizona refuses to meet with me. He doesn't want to explain that he selected a foreign corrupt voting machine company to count the vote. I understand his reluctance, but just call a special session. Let's find out how crooked your election really was." Michigan was next. Giuliani's team announced that the Michigan legislature would hold a hearing on December 1st, but the relevant committee chair excluded Giuliani because it was only open to witnesses with first-hand knowledge. That chairman, Michigan State Senator Edward McBroom, Republican Vulcan, had already held Senate oversight hearings by then in an actual effort to evaluate claims of fraud in the 2020 election, which ultimately resulted in a comprehensive report that concluded that the Republican-led committee found no evidence of widespread or systematic fraud in Michigan's election. Michigan's House Oversight Committee, however, did allow Giuliani to testify in a hearing on December 2nd. Before the hearing, Giuliani joined the state's GOP chairwoman to give what was billed as a legal briefing. In the online presentation, Giuliani told the audience there's nothing wrong with putting pressure on your state legislators to pick new electors and that you have got to get them to remember that their oath to the Constitution sometimes requires being criticized. Sometimes it even requires being threatened. When Giuliani appeared for the hearing in Michigan, he was not placed under oath, used his time to refer to Michigan's election as a con job, and urged legislators to have the courage to say that certification that was done by your state is a complete phony. The information presented was baseless and sometimes racist conspiracy theories. One witness brought to criticize Michigan's voter verification even said, "I think Chinese all look alike, so how would you tell? If some Chow shows up, you can be anybody and you can vote." And, as he had promised in the legal briefing the day before, Giuliani then called on the legislators to do what the Trump campaign had reportedly been discussing since before Election Day. He said that the state legislature could still single-handedly decide the election result anytime you want to, anytime. You can take it back tonight. You can take it back the day before the electors go down to Washington. Jenna Ellis also participated, insisting no honest person can hear these citizens of your own state today and can let this proceed. What the Constitution obligates you to do is to take back your plenary power. Finally, Georgia. There, Giuliani and others appeared in multiple hearings, the first of which was held on December 3, 2020. In that hearing, Giuliani was direct and called on Georgia legislators to overturn the election results. "You are the final arbiter of who the electors should be," based on the false premise that there is more than ample evidence to conclude that this election was a sham. Then, at a separate hearing on December 10th, he told state legislators that Georgia's governor, lieutenant governor, and secretary of state were engaged in a cover-up of a crime in plain sight, and that it fell to the state legislature to vindicate the honor of the state. And Giuliani used yet another appearance on December 30th to call the 2020 election the most crooked election, the most manipulated election in American history, and implore the Republican legislators to hold a special session to vote on appointing new electors, something he said that they could do right up until the last moment before January 6th. More perniciously, Giuliani also used these hearings to advance conspiracy theories that falsely accused Fulton County election workers of rigging Georgia's election results. His delegation to the December 3rd hearing played clips of election night surveillance footage from the State Farm Arena that showed election workers scanning ballots, sometimes after partisan poll watchers had gone home. Although the poll watchers should have been there the entire time while election workers counted the votes, there was nothing nefarious about the circumstances and no questions about the end result. In fact, the FBI, Department of Justice, and Georgia Bureau of Investigation would determine that these ballots were legitimate ballots, that observers were not illegally ejected, and that the ballots were scanned and counted properly, contrary to claims by President Trump and his attorneys. And yet Giuliani baselessly declared at the December 3rd hearing that, to him, the video was a powerful smoking gun proving that those votes are not legitimate votes. But Giuliani's claims took a more ominous turn during the December 10th hearing. There, he publicly named two of the election workers shown in the video, Ruby Freeman and her daughter, Wandrea Arshay Shea Moss, and accused them of vote tampering and engaging in criminal conduct. He seized on a clip of Freeman passing Moss a ginger mint, claiming that the two women, both black, were smuggling USB drives as if they were vials of heroin or cocaine. He also suggested that Freeman and Moss should be jailed and that they deserved to have their homes searched. Not only were Giuliani's claims about Freeman and Moss reckless, racist, and false, they had real-world consequences that turned both women's lives upside down. And further heightening the personal impact of these baseless attacks, President Trump supported and even repeated them as described later. In the end, the hearings were widely panned. In Michigan alone, current and former Republican lawmakers publicly questioned the hearings and implored President Trump and his team to stop. U.S. Representative Paul Mitchell, Republican Michigan, implored on Twitter, "Please just stop," and wondered why Republican leaders allowed testimony he said was driving the party into this ditch. Similarly, former Michigan lawmaker Martin Hawrylak, Republican Oakland, said that he was embarrassed by the hearing, and former Michigan Senator Ken Sikkema, Republican Grand Rapids, said that the way the committee was run was atrocious. Later, the president promoted a tweet calling a Democratic lawmaker a #POS for speaking out at the Michigan hearing. Months later, Giuliani's license to practice law in New York was suspended for, among other reasons, the false claims he made on various dates, including during the hearings in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Georgia. The Trump campaign's barrage of phone calls to state legislators. Not only was replacing electors a theme during the official and unofficial state hearings, it was also a critical component of President Trump's plan both before and after the hearings took place. In fact, while the hearings were happening, the Trump campaign set up an operation to contact hundreds of state legislators and ask them to support an effort to appoint Electoral College electors for the Trump-Pence ticket in states that President Trump had lost. On the same day as Giuliani's hearing in Michigan, Trump campaign staff contacted dozens of Republicans in Michigan's state legislature. A Trump campaign supervisor sent a text message to his team directing them to reach out to lawmakers to explain the process for legislative redress and tell them how to send representatives to the Electoral College. He added, "We're going to be lobbyists. Woot." According to a campaign staffer's spreadsheet produced to the Select Committee, the Trump campaign apparently tried contacting over 190 Republican state legislators in Arizona, Georgia, and Michigan alone. One voicemail left as part of this initiative was leaked to the press on December 1, 2020. In it, a Trump campaign staffer said, "I did want to personally reach out to you on behalf of the president." Her main point came later in the message. "We want to know when there is a resolution in the House to appoint electors for Trump if the president can count on you to join in support." Another message from this effort that reached reporters made the same ask and claimed that, after a roundtable with the president, he asked us to reach out to you individually to whip support for a joint resolution from the State House and Senate that would allow Michigan to send electors for Donald J. Trump to the Electoral College and save our country. Soon after the voicemail leaked, the campaign staffer who left this voicemail got a text message from one of her supervisors, who wrote, "Honest to God, I'm so proud of this because they unwittingly just got your message out there." He elaborated, "You used the awesome power of the presidency to scare a state rep into getting a statewide newspaper to deliver your talking points." End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 3 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Outreach by President Trump and senior aides. While campaign aides blanketed state officials with these calls, some officials received more personalized outreach directly from President Trump, Giuliani, and their allies throughout the post-election period about this issue. Michigan. As discussed earlier, Rep. Wahlberg reached out to state legislators in Michigan at the president's request in mid-November, including Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirkey and House Speaker Lee Chatfield. By November 18th, President Trump called Chatfield and Shirkey to invite them to what would become a meeting for a group of Michigan lawmakers in the Oval Office. Although President Trump didn't tell Shirkey what the meeting would be about, the president was focused on the election and asked Shirkey what he and others were doing to investigate election fraud. The meeting happened on November 20th. In Shirkey's words, there wasn't a mystery about why the group was at the White House once the meeting started. When the president mentioned several baseless claims of election fraud in Wayne County, Shirkey told the president that he had lost the election and that it had nothing to do with Wayne County, where he had actually performed better than he had in 2016. From the president's body language, Shirkey concluded that wasn't what he wanted to hear. But the meeting continued, and the president dialed in Giuliani, who delivered a long monologue reciting a litany of allegations about supposed fraud that was short on substance. Shirkey challenged Giuliani, asking, "When are you going to file a lawsuit in Michigan?"
which he said Giuliani did not answer. Although Shirky says he did not recall the president making any precise ask, Chatfield recalled President Trump's more generic directive for the group to have some backbone and do the right thing. Chatfield understood that to mean they should investigate claims of fraud and overturn the election by naming electors for President Trump. Shirky told the president he was not going to do anything that would violate Michigan law. After the meeting ended, Shirky and Chatfield issued a joint statement. We have not yet been made aware of any information that would change the outcome of the election in Michigan, and as legislative leaders, we will follow the law and follow the normal process regarding Michigan electors, just as we have said throughout this election. That was not the end, however. Chatfield and Shirky received numerous calls from the president in the weeks following the election. Chatfield told the Select Committee that he received approximately 5 to 10 phone calls from President Trump after the election, during which the president would usually ask him about various allegations of voter fraud. Chatfield said that he repeatedly looked into the president's claims, but never found anything persuasive that could have changed the outcome of the election. President Trump's calls were not enough, so he turned to the public. On January 3, 2021, the Trump campaign posted a tweet that urged supporters to contact Speaker Lee Chatfield and Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirky to demand vote on decertification. Why President Trump thought the Michigan legislature would convene to decertify the election in a matter of hours when it had refused to do so since early November is not clear. But that didn't stop the president from making things personal. The president's January 3rd tweet included Shirky's personal cell phone number as well as a number for Chatfield that turned out to be wrong. As a result, Shirky said he received nearly 4,000 text messages, and another private citizen reported being inundated with calls and texts intended for Chatfield. Pennsylvania. On November 21st, Mark Meadows texted a number apparently belonging to Representative Scott Perry, Republican, Pennsylvania, and asked, "Can you send me the number for the Speaker and the leader of the Pennsylvania legislature? POTUS wants to chat with them." Hours later, Meadows received a response of, "Yes, sir." At the time, the leader of the Pennsylvania Senate was Jake Corman, and the Speaker of the Pennsylvania House was Brian Cutler. Corman told the Select Committee that he received a call on Thanksgiving Day 2020 from Giuliani, urging him to call the legislature into a special session to replace Biden electors with Trump electors. This idea wasn't new to Corman. President Trump and his allies had gone public about their intentions before then, including during the Pennsylvania hotel hearing, but Corman had braced himself for this even before the election. Before Election Day in 2020, a reporter from The Atlantic interviewed Corman and other prominent Republicans in Pennsylvania about the possibility that President Trump would try to circumvent the popular vote in swing states by asking the legislatures to appoint Trump-Pence electors. After the article, Corman drafted an op-ed making it clear that the Pennsylvania legislature did not have the legal authority to appoint Trump-Pence electors in contravention of the popular vote, a position that he would generally maintain through the 2020 presidential election cycle. During the call, Giuliani first tried pumping Corman up as a patriot before asking the senator to call the Pennsylvania legislature into a special session. Corman told Giuliani that he did not have the authority to do that, a position with which his own lawyers agreed. Giuliani's reply was that Corman must have bad lawyers. Corman said he offered to connect Giuliani with his legal team. His legal team spoke with Giuliani and a lawyer working with him, Jenna Ellis, the following day, reiterating their view that such a move by the legislature would be illegal. That same day, or possibly the next, Giuliani and Ellis called him back to renew their request for a special legislative session and to demean Corman's attorneys, calling them terrible, bad, and wrong. Corman, however, held his ground and ended the call. While packing to return to Pennsylvania from his Thanksgiving visit to Florida, Corman says he received a call from an unknown number with a Washington, D.C. area code, which he let go to voicemail. It turned out to be a White House operator calling on behalf of President Trump. Corman called back and spoke to President Trump, who insisted that he had won the election in Pennsylvania and said something to the effect of, "Jake, this is a big issue. We need your help." Corman told the president that he couldn't do what the Trump team was asking. President Trump replied, "I'm not sure your attorneys are very good." Corman wanted to end the call and offered to have his lawyers speak again with President Trump's, but they never had another call with the president's lawyers. Pennsylvania House Speaker Brian Cutler was another main target for the president's team. He received voicemails in late November for 4 days in a row from Giuliani and/or Jenna Ellis, which he provided to the Select Committee. Cutler explained that he did not feel comfortable talking with the president's team in case he ended up having to preside over a legislative session about the election, and he had his attorneys relay that to the president's team. Giuliani received the message but continued to call Speaker Cutler nonetheless. In the first of these voicemails, on November 26th, Giuliani asked to get together quietly to discuss the amount of fraud that went on in your state, and said that Giuliani and Ellis had also just spoken to Pennsylvania House Majority Leader Carrie Benninghoff. On November 27th, Ellis called and said in a second voicemail that they had just talked to Pennsylvania House member Russ Diamond and were very grateful to the state legislature for doing your Article 2 duty. On November 28th, Giuliani left a third voicemail and claimed to have something important that really changes things, and said that the president wanted me to make sure I got it to you. And then on November 29th, Giuliani left a fourth message and said, "I understand that you don't want to talk to me now, but still sought the courtesy of being able to talk to you as the president's lawyer and a fellow Republican because you are certifying what is a blatantly false statement. I can't imagine how that's in your interests or in the interests of our party." Giuliani and Ellis didn't get through, but the president did. "If we wanted to do something, what were the options?" the president asked Cutler. Cutler explained to President Trump that he could file a legal challenge contesting the election and asked the president why his team had never requested a statewide recount. Cutler was also clear about the constitutional peculiarities of Pennsylvania, where the state constitution specifically prohibits retroactive changes to how electors are chosen. Practically, President Trump's call achieved nothing. The president wasn't getting what he wanted in his calls to leaders in Pennsylvania, a special session of the legislature to appoint Trump-Pence electors. Seemingly undeterred, President Trump invited several leaders of the Pennsylvania legislature to the White House for Christmas gatherings. Senator Corman decided not to go, although Speaker Cutler did. President Trump spoke with Cutler on December 3rd, while Cutler, his chief of staff, and their wives were at the White House Christmas tour. The issue of overturning the results of Pennsylvania's election came up again, as did the possibility of a special session of the state legislature to appoint Trump electors. Cutler told the president that the state legislature could not reconvene without an order from the governor and a petition from a supermajority of legislators, neither of which was likely to happen. Cutler also told the president that they could not appoint new electors without a court order. In Cutler's opinion, President Trump seemed to understand, and that was clear. The president's apparent understanding, however, did not result in any meaningful changes to his public rhetoric. On December 3rd, the same day that Cutler met with President Trump, Cutler, Corman, House Majority Leader Benninghoff, and Senate Majority Leader Kim Ward issued a 3-page single-spaced joint statement asserting, in no uncertain terms, that the Pennsylvania's General Assembly lacks the authority to overturn the popular vote and appoint our own slate of electors, since doing so would violate our election code and constitution, particularly a provision that prohibits us from changing the rules for election contests of the president after the election. In response, President Trump retweeted a December 4th post by Bernard Carrick, which tagged all 4 of these state legislators with the hashtag traitors, and declared that these are the 4 cowardice Pennsylvania legislators that intend to allow the Democrat machine to hashtag steal vote, hashtag cowards, hashtag liars,
#traitors. But 5 days later, President Trump publicly thanked Cutler for signing on to a December 4th letter that encouraged members of Congress from Pennsylvania to object to their state's electoral votes on January 6th. The president tweeted, "Thank you to Speaker Cutler and all others in Pennsylvania and elsewhere who fully understand what went on in the 2020 election. It's called total corruption." When the Select Committee asked Cutler about this apparent change in his position, he said that he signed on to this letter not because of concerns that fraud or corruption meant the results of the Pennsylvania election were wrong, but rather because of concerns about programmatic changes or areas for improvement related to the election. In fact, Cutler reiterated to the committee that he was not personally aware of any widespread election fraud that would have changed the result of the election. The pressure facing state legislators during this period was significant. On December 9th, the New York Times quoted Pennsylvania Senate Majority Leader Kim Ward, revealing that she too had received a call from President Trump in which he pushed his election fraud narrative. Ward told the Times that she hadn't been given enough time to sign the same December 4th letter that Cutler did, but commented that if she had taken a stand against it, "I'd get my house bombed tonight." Arizona. In late November, Arizona House Speaker Russell "Rusty" Bowers, a longtime Republican who served 17 years in the state legislature, received a call from President Trump and Giuliani. Giuliani alleged that Arizona's election results were skewed by illicit ballots cast by non-citizens or on behalf of dead people. Bowers demanded proof for these audacious claims on the call, and President Trump told Giuliani to comply, but the evidence never came. The point of the call, however, was different. Like in Michigan and Pennsylvania, President Trump and his allies were working the phones to get something. They wanted Bowers to hold a public hearing with the ultimate aim of replacing presidential electors for former Vice President Joe Biden with electors for President Trump. Bowers had never heard of anything like that before, and Giuliani acknowledged that it had never been done. Where President Trump and Giuliani saw a potential opportunity, however, Bowers saw a fundamental problem. As Bowers explained it, what they wanted me to do was counter to my oath when I swore to the Constitution to uphold it. And he said that to the President and Giuliani. "You are asking me to do something against my oath, and I will not break my oath." Giuliani replied, "Aren't we all Republicans here? I mean, I would think that you would listen a little more open to my suggestions, that we are all Republicans." The pressure didn't stop with that call. On December 1st, Giuliani and Ellis got an audience with some of the most powerful Republican lawmakers in Arizona, including Bowers, Senate President Karen Fann, Senate President pro tempore Vince Leach, House Majority Leader and Senator-elect Warren Peterson, Senate Majority Whip Sonny Borelli, Senator Michelle Ugenti-Rita, and others. The Select Committee was unable to get Giuliani and Ellis's perspective on this outreach because Giuliani claimed that his communications with Bowers, who was not his client nor part of his legal team, were privileged, while Ellis invoked her Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination. Bowers, on the other hand, told the Select Committee that Giuliani and Ellis asked the lawmakers to deliver Arizona's electors for President Trump, despite the certified popular vote count. To bolster their request, Giuliani and Ellis raised numerous allegations of election fraud at the meeting, though they never produced evidence in support of their claims. In live testimony before the committee, Bowers recalled Giuliani saying in this meeting that, "We've got lots of theories, we just don't have the evidence." At the time, Bowers didn't know whether it was a gaffe or an example of Giuliani not thinking through what he had just said. In any event, Bowers said he and the others in his group made particular note of that comment. And it was borne out. Bowers testified that no one provided me ever such evidence. In late December, in another phone call with President Trump, Bowers reiterated that he would not do anything illegal for him. Afterward, John Eastman joined the chorus of Trump allies attempting to change his mind. In a call on January 4th that included the Speaker's chief counsel as well as Arizona House Majority Leader-elect Ben Toma, Eastman urged Bowers to hold a vote to decertify Arizona's presidential electors. When Bowers told Eastman he couldn't unilaterally reconvene the legislature, Eastman urged him to just do it and let the court sort it out. Bowers refused, and the Arizona legislature took no such action. Many of President Trump's efforts in Arizona focused on state officials, but his team also continued to reach out to the Board of Supervisors for Maricopa County even after it certified the election. One focus was voting machines. According to the Arizona Republic, Giuliani left a voicemail in mid to late December for board member Steve Chukri that, "I see we're going to get a chance to take a good look at those machines. Give me a call as soon as you get a chance. The president also wanted me to pass on a few things to you, too." On December 4th, Giuliani also left a message for the board's chairman, Clint Hickman. "I was very happy to see that there's going to be a forensic audit of the machines, and I really wanted to talk to you about it a bit. The president wanted me to give you a call. All right? Thank you. Give me a call back." Hickman chose not to call back. Then, on Christmas Eve, Giuliani left voicemails for board members Bill Gates and Jack Sellers, asking them to call him back. In his message for Gates, Giuliani said, "It's Giuliani, President Trump's lawyer. If you get a chance, would you please give me a call? I have a few things I'd like to talk over with you. Maybe we can get this thing fixed up. You know, I really think it's a shame that Republicans sort of are both in this kind of situation, and I think there may be a nice way to resolve this for everybody." In his message for Sellers, Giuliani said, "I'd like to see if there is a way that we can resolve this so that it comes out well for everyone. We're all Republicans. I think we all have the same goal. Let's see if we can get this done outside of the court." Like Hickman, neither Gates nor Sellers returned Giuliani's calls. So President Trump made the call himself. On December 31st, Board Chair Clint Hickman received a voicemail from the White House switchboard, asking him to call back for President Trump. Hickman said that he did not return the call, in part because the county was still facing litigation over the election. Another call from the White House came through on January 3rd with a request that Hickman call back for the president. But by then, the president's call with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, described below, had leaked, and Hickman didn't want to walk into that space. Georgia. On December 5th, President Trump traveled to Georgia to headline a rally and mobilize voters in advance of a January Senate runoff. But the president's day started with a morning call to Governor Brian Kemp, during which they discussed reconvening the legislature in a special session. After the call, Kemp took to Twitter. He acknowledged that he had spoken to the president and that he told the president that he supported the idea of, and had already called for, a signature audit in Georgia. President Trump responded later that night by complaining that Georgia had not yet done a signature verification audit and instead insisted that the governor should at least immediately ask for a special session of the legislature. The following day, Governor Kemp and Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan issued a definitive statement rejecting President Trump and his allies' calls to overturn the results in Georgia. While we understand 4 members of the Georgia Senate are requesting the convening of a special session of the General Assembly, doing this in order to select a separate slate of presidential electors is not an option that is allowed under state or federal law. State law is clear. The legislature could only direct an alternative method for choosing presidential electors if the election was not able to be held on the date set by federal law. In the 1960s, the General Assembly decided that Georgia's presidential electors will be determined by the winner of the state's popular vote. Any attempt by the legislature to retroactively change that process for the November 3rd election would be unconstitutional and immediately enjoined by the courts, resulting in a long legal dispute and no short-term resolution. President Trump responded by directing his ire at Georgia officials and, throughout the month of December, President Trump grew even more relentless in his social media attacks against Kemp than he had been the previous month. He retweeted attorney Lynn Wood, calling on Georgians to call and urge the FBI to focus more on election fraud and tell them to investigate at Brian Kemp GA, at Jeff Duncan GA, and at GA Sec of State. And he retweeted another post by Lynn Wood that depicted Governor Kemp and Secretary Raffensperger wearing masks digitally altered to show the Chinese flag and warned that they will soon be going to jail. Even without his many retweets, President Trump posted on average about one tweet per day in December 2020, either criticizing Governor Kemp or pressuring him explicitly or implicitly to take actions to help overturn the election. President Trump seemed consumed with his plan to overturn the election, and, based on documents obtained by the Select Committee, it appears that the president received input from many outside donors or advisors who had access to his staff's email address. On December 7th, a Trump donor named Bill White emailed senior Trump advisors, including Dan Scavino and Rudolph Giuliani, to say that he just spoke to Georgia State Senator William Burton Jones, who asked if POTUS can retweet this now, please, along with a tweet by Senator Jones that read, "Georgia Patriot Call to Action. Call your state Senate and House reps and ask them to sign the petition for a special session." President Trump and Giuliani each retweeted Senator Jones's tweet an hour later. Bill White also emailed Molly Michael, Dan Scavino, and Giuliani on December 8th with information that he said POTUS asked me last night to send right away. He recommended a presidential tweet criticizing Georgia's Lieutenant Governor Duncan, as well as tweets to put pressure on Senate Majority Leader Mike Duggan and Senate President pro tempore Butch Miller. He wrote that President Trump would be calling Duggan and Miller to ask them to call special session and strategize with them why they are keeping this from happening. Duggan later confirmed that he had received a call from President Trump's office, but that the two of them were not able to connect. And the following day, Steve Bannon revealed on his podcast that President Trump spoke to Georgia House Speaker Ralston and Speaker pro tempore Jan Jones. Speaker Ralston confirmed that he spoke to President Trump on December 7th about the election, during which he told the president that Georgia law made a special legislative session very much an uphill battle. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 2, Part 4 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2.4 An Outright Request for Victory. Beyond asking state officials to not certify, to decertify, or to appoint Trump electors for consideration during the joint session, President Trump and some of his closest advisors inserted themselves directly into the counting of ballots and asked, outright, for enough votes to win. White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows did this. Not only did he place calls on behalf of the president to election officials in Georgia, Meadows traveled there to personally visit election officials and volunteers, coordinated with members of Congress, and even suggested that the president send election workers Trump memorabilia like presidential challenge coins and autographed MAGA hats, a suggestion that his assistant Cassidy Hutchinson thought could be problematic and ultimately did not act on. When Meadows made a visit on short notice to examine the audit of absentee ballots in Cobb County, Georgia, he spoke to Deputy Secretary of State Jordan Fuchs and Francis Watson, the Secretary of State's chief investigator. Ultimately, Meadows connected Watson with the president, who claimed that he had won the election and pressed her to say that he had won. The Select Committee obtained a copy of their recorded call, which is detailed below. The president told Watson that he had won Georgia by a lot, told her, "You have the most important job in the country right now," and suggested, "When the right answer comes out, you'll be praised." 4 days later, Meadows texted Deputy Secretary of State Fuchs, in which he asked, Is there a way to speed up Fulton County's signature verification in order to have results before January 6 if the Trump campaign assists financially? Fuchs wrote in response that she will answer ASAP. Meadows also played a central role in the lead-up to the president's January 2, 2021 call with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. In fact, it was Meadows who originally sent text messages to Raffensperger and requested to speak. On November 19th, he texted, "Mr. Secretary, Mark Meadows here. If you could give me a brief call at your convenience, thank you." And on December 5th, Meadows texted, "Mr. Secretary, can you call the White House switchboard at phone number? For a call, your voicemail is full." Then, on December 11th, Meadows texted, "Thanks so much," to a number that apparently belongs to United States Representative Jody Hice, Republican Georgia, after Rep. Hice told him that he had just made a statement regarding a recall on Raffensperger, if this is something POTUS wants to know and help push. All of that led to the remarkable January 2nd call between President Trump and his advisors on one side and Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and his advisors on the other. By January 2nd, the president had tried to speak by phone to Raffensperger at least 18 times. Raffensperger, for his part, had avoided talking to the president because of ongoing litigation with the president's campaign. Despite Raffensperger's reluctance, the two spoke, with their respective lawyers on the line. During the call, President Trump went through his litany of false election fraud claims and then asked Raffensperger to deliver him a second term by finding just enough votes to ensure victory. The president said, "I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have because we won the state." He reiterated it several different ways. "Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break. You know, we have that in spades already. Or we can keep going, but that's not fair to the voters of Georgia because they're going to see what happened." When it was clear that Raffensperger and his advisors would not agree to the president's request, the president ramped up the pressure by accusing them of committing crimes. "The ballots are corrupt, and you're going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It is more illegal for you than it is for them because, you know, what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal offense, and you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. I'm notifying you that you're letting it happen." The president would stop at nothing to win Georgia. Separate from asking Raffensperger to alter, without justification, the election results in Georgia, he also attacked election workers. In that call, President Trump mentioned Ruby Freeman's name 18 times, referred to her daughter, Shaye Moss, several of those times, and accused them of crimes. Raffensperger and his aides rebutted President Trump's false claims of fraud on the call and explained why they were wrong, but they did not deliver the one thing President Trump wanted most, the 11,780 votes he asked for. The next day, President Trump tweeted about his phone call with Raffensperger, falsely claiming that Secretary Raffensperger was unwilling or unable to answer questions such as the ballots under table scam. He has no clue. He added that Raffensperger, Governor Kemp, and Lieutenant Governor Duncan are a disgrace and have done less than nothing about rampant political corruption. Even though Raffensperger and his team repeatedly told the president why his specific allegations of election fraud in Georgia were wrong, President Trump met the next day with the top leadership of the Justice Department in an effort to convince them to send a letter falsely claiming that the department had identified significant concerns affecting the election results in Georgia and calling on Governor Kemp, Speaker Ralston, and Senate President pro tempore Miller to convene a special session. It was only after a showdown in the Oval Office, described in Chapter 4, during which the White House counsel and others threatened to resign, that President Trump decided against replacing Department of Justice leadership and issuing that letter. 2.5. Some officials eagerly assisted President Trump with his plans. While many state officials resisted President Trump's demands, some eagerly joined the president's efforts. President Trump routinely coordinated with Pennsylvania State Senator Doug Mastriano, whose request led to the November 25, 2020 hotel hearing in Gettysburg, and who traveled to Washington to meet with the president afterwards. Senator Mastriano, who would later charter and pay for buses to Washington for the president's Stop the Steal rally on January 6th and was near the Capitol during the attack, quickly rose to favor with the president. On November 30th, President Trump called Mastriano, interrupting him during a radio interview and telling listeners that Doug is the absolute hero and people are really angry in Pennsylvania. On December 5th, Senator Mastriano sent an email to President Trump's executive assistant, Molly Michael, with a Supreme Court amicus brief for the president that the pair discussed yesterday, related to a case brought by Representative Mike Kelly, Republican Pennsylvania, against his own state, which the Supreme Court rejected just a few days later. On December 14th, President Trump's executive assistant sent Mastriano an email from POTUS with talking points promoting a conspiracy theory about election machines. And on December 21st, Mastriano sent another email for President Trump, in which he wrote, "Dear Mr. President, attached, please find the killer letter on the Pennsylvania election that we discussed last night that I only just completed." This letter recapped the Gettysburg Hotel hearing on November 25th and claimed that there is rampant election fraud in Pennsylvania that must be investigated, remedied, and rectified. President Trump sent that letter to John Eastman, Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue, Rush Limbaugh, former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi, Lou Dobbs, and others. As January 6th approached, Senator Mastriano's involvement in attempts to overturn the election only grew. On December 23rd, he led a second group of Pennsylvania state senators for a meeting with President Trump in the Oval Office, which Giuliani claimed swayed about 20 of them. Neither Speaker Cutler nor Senate President Corman participated. Mastriano also sent emails indicating that he spoke with President Trump on December 27th, 28th, and 30th, along with files that President Trump had requested or that he had promised to him. One of these was a pair of letters from state senators asking U.S. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy to reject Pennsylvania's electoral votes on January 6th. President Trump's executive assistant notified the White House's Director of Legislative Affairs that the president would like the below-attached letters to be sent to Mitch and Kevin and all GOP House and Senate members, but was told in reply, "Given the political nature of the letters, would you mind sending them?" On January 5th, President Trump spoke again with Mastriano and then notified the White House operator that Mastriano will be calling in for the vice president soon. That evening, Senator Mastriano sent 2 more emails for the president. One was a letter addressed to Vice President Pence on behalf of nearly 100 legislators from various states. The other was a letter directed to McConnell and McCarthy from Pennsylvania lawmakers, this time asking Congress to postpone acting on the 6th. President Trump tweeted the letter that night, captioning it, "Big news in Pennsylvania," and after midnight, he retweeted that Pennsylvania is going to Trump. The legislators have spoken. As described elsewhere in this report, that letter and letters like it were used in the effort to convince Vice President Pence that he could and should affect the outcome of the joint session of Congress on January 6th. The Select Committee subpoenaed Senator Mastriano to testify about these interactions with President Trump and his advisors, among other matters. Unlike numerous other witnesses who complied with subpoenas and provided deposition testimony to the Select Committee, Mastriano did not. He logged into a virtual deposition at the appointed time but logged out before answering any substantive questions or even taking the oath to tell the truth. The president apparently got what he wanted in state officials like Senator Mastriano, but not those who dared question or outright reject his anti-democratic efforts to overturn the election. In some cases, those who questioned him made the president and his advisors dig in and push harder. On January 1st, campaign senior advisor Jason Miller asked for a blast text and Twitter blast-out that would urge President Trump's supporters to contact House Speaker Brian Cutler and Senate President Pro Tem Jake Corman to demand a vote on certification. Senior campaign attorneys, however, replied that this might violate Pennsylvania's very stringent lobbying laws and get them prosecuted or fined. Instead, they agreed on a similar call to action aimed at Arizona Governor Doug Ducey and Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers rather than Speaker Cutler and President Pro Tempore Corman in Pennsylvania. 2.6. The final outreach to state legislators. The efforts to overturn the election through state legislatures continued throughout the final 2 weeks before the joint session of Congress on January 6th. Based on actual events and documents obtained by the Select Committee, President Trump's campaign team, outside advisors, and motivated volunteers generally acted in accord with what was written down in a strategic communications plan when engaging with and sometimes demonizing state officials. Activities that occurred thereafter were in accord with the plan. The plan was explained in a document that was presented to the White House. The plan contemplated pressuring Republican legislators both in Congress and in 6 key swing states. The document itself purports to be the product of the Giuliani Presidential Legal Defense Team and declared that we have 10 days to execute this plan and certify President Trump. Carrick told the Select Committee that pieces of the plan had been in place for some period of time before the document was actually created, and that he thought that the catalyst for actually memorializing the plan was the approaching deadline of January 6th. In fact, the 10-day plan to help certify President Trump had been the subject of continual discussions for 6 weeks and was being discussed every day at some point prior to the 10 days that we're talking about. So it was a continuous thing that went on. Ultimately, the Giuliani team shared the strategic communications plan and urged its implementation. Carrick sent the plan to Mark Meadows via email on December 28th with this note, in part, "There is only one thing that's going to move the needle and force the legislators to do what they're constitutionally obligated to do, and that is apply pressure. We can do all the investigations we want later, but if the president plans on winning, it's the legislators that have to be moved, and this will do just that. We're just running out of time." Neither Giuliani nor Carrick told the Select Committee that they recalled officially implementing the plan, and Giuliani said that he thought Meadows even rejected it, but there is no doubt that President Trump's team took certain actions consistent with it. The document described its goal as a nationwide communications outreach campaign to educate the public on the fraud numbers and inspire citizens to call upon legislators and members of Congress to disregard the fraudulent vote count and certify the duly elected President Trump. The focus of campaign was swing state Republican senators in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, Republican members of the House, and Republican members of the Senate. Among the steps that it recommended were rallies and protests in 6 key swing states, including protests at governors' mansions, lieutenant governors' homes, Secretary of State's homes, and weak members' homes. Although the plan did not mention specific individuals by name, an apparently related document produced to the Select Committee by Giuliani did, naming state legislative leaders as targets under a header of key target state points, including Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers, Arizona Senate President Karen Fann, incorrectly described as the state Senate Majority Leader, Georgia House Speaker David Ralston, Georgia Senate Majority Leader Mike Duggan, Georgia Senate President Pro Tempore Butch Miller as a possible backup, Michigan House Speaker Lee Chatfield, Michigan Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirkey, Pennsylvania House Speaker Brian Cutler, Pennsylvania House Majority Leader Kerry Benninghoff, Pennsylvania Senate President pro tempore Jake Corman, Pennsylvania Senate Majority Leader Kim Ward, Wisconsin State Assembly Speaker Robin Vos, and Wisconsin Senate Majority Leader Scott Fitzgerald. Consistent with these proposals, Giuliani appeared as a guest on Steve Bannon's podcast on New Year's Eve and told him that we have a weak element to our party, a cowardly element, and now I think every Republican knows, maybe this is worse, this election was stolen. Now the question is, can they live up to their oath of office? We got to start working on the leadership. Giuliani also described President Trump's objective in this effort. For the president, the way forward is really it's in the hands of the leaders of those legislatures and the members of Congress. And what our people can do is let them know what they think and that they're not going to get away with pushing this aside. That the consequences of turning your back on a massive voter fraud are going to be dire for them. And historically, these people are going to become enemies of the country. A key component of this plan was to call out Republican officials who rejected President Trump and his team's efforts or claims of fraud. Carrick and numerous other members of the campaign's legal team did just that. On December 27th, Carrick suggested that Senator Pat Toomey, Republican Pennsylvania, was corrupt and said that for any Pennsylvania official to certify their vote, it's malfeasance and criminal. That was entirely consistent with Carrick's past tweets about the election, one of which apparently called public officials who betrayed President Trump spineless, disloyal maggots. It wasn't just rhetoric, however, because, as described below, people showed up outside certain officials' home, sometimes menacingly, and, of course, showed up at the Capitol on January 6th. The pressure in those final days did not stop with the types of activities outlined in the Strategic Communications Plan. January 2, 2021 was a busy day for a Saturday at the Trump White House. That was the day President Trump called on Georgia Secretary of State Raffensperger to find enough votes for victory in Georgia and participated in a call with Lindsey Graham and members of the Freedom Caucus to plan for the joint session on January 6th. It was also the day the president joined in a virtual briefing for nearly 300 Republican legislators from swing states. The event was hosted by a short-lived organization called Got Freedom that listed Jenna Ellis among its leadership team and included Giuliani, John Eastman, and Peter Navarro as the program's featured speakers. A press release by Got Freedom said that the meeting was hosted by Philip Klein, a former Attorney General of Kansas, who was disbarred in 2013. It indicated that purported proof of voter fraud should serve as an important resource for state legislators as they make calls for state legislatures to meet to investigate the election and consider decertifying their state election results. According to the Washington Examiner, when President Trump joined the call, he told the participants, "You know that we won the election, and you were also given false numbers to certify." It quoted him saying, "You are the real power because you're more important than the courts. You are more important than anything because the courts keep referring to you, and you're the ones that are going to make the decision." When asked about that quote specifically, Giuliani, who was on the call, said he didn't recall the exact words that the president used but told the select committee that would be the sum or substance of what he had been saying and what he believed. During the call, the president reportedly referenced the planned protests in Washington just days later on January 6th and told the group, "I don't think the country is going to take it." When reporting on the call, the Washington Examiner also provided details about what Giuliani told the assembled state legislators. Consistent with his team's strategic communications plan, Giuliani said, "We need you to put excessive pressure on your leadership where the real weakness and cowardice is mostly located." And the report quoted Navarro telling them that, "Your job, I believe, is to take action, action, action." That evening, Navarro stated on Fox News that these legislators, they are hot, They're angry, they want action, and we explained exactly how the Democrat Party, as a matter of strategy, stole this election from Donald J. Trump. Organizers from Got Freedom sent a follow-up email that evening to participants on behalf of Philip Klein, in which they described the event as an important briefing for legislators who hold the power to decertify the results of their state elections. It emphasized the following. As elected officials in the House and Senate of your respective states, Professor Eastman laid out the constitutional imperatives for you. Assert your plenary power. Demand that your laws be followed as written. Decertify tainted results unless and until your laws are followed. Insist on enough time to properly meet, investigate, and properly certify results to ensure that all lawful votes, but only lawful votes, are counted. The email also recommended that they sign on to a joint letter from state legislators to Vice President Mike Pence to demand that he call for a 12-day delay on ratifying the election on January 6th. The letter ultimately garnered more than 100 signatures by state legislators from Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Doug Mastriano forwarded a copy of the letter via email to President Trump's executive assistant, and the National Archives produced to the Select Committee a printed version with a stamp at the top indicating, "The President has seen." But this plan would fail to sway its intended audience. As discussed in Chapter 5, the Vice President rejected this and numerous other attempts to convince him to act unlawfully on January 6th. The election had been decided and certified by the states. It was the Vice President and Congress's job to open and count the legitimate Electoral College votes. And in the early morning hours of January 7th, after a day unlike any seen in American history, when a mob of angry insurrectionists attempted to violently upend a presidential election, the Vice President and members of Congress, shaken but steady, delayed but resolute, regrouped and reconvened and did their constitutional duty to certify Joseph R. Biden as the next President of the United States. President Trump's plot to pressure state legislators to overturn the vote of the Electoral College failed, but only barely. Even so, the consequences of President Trump's effort to overturn state election results were significant. End of Chapter 2, Part 4. Chapter 2, Part 5 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6 Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2.7 The Harm Caused by Demonizing Public Servants. Many of the people who refuse to be pushed into manipulating election results, governors, secretaries of state, state legislators, state and local election officials, and frontline election workers just doing their jobs, found themselves subjected to public demonization and subsequent spamming, doxing, harassment, intimidation, and violent threats. Some of the threats were sexualized or racist in nature and targeted family members. President Trump never discouraged or condemned these tactics, and in fact he was an active participant in directing his supporters, through tweets and speeches, to apply pressure to public servants who would not comply. President Trump and his team were not above using incendiary rhetoric or threats to achieve their goal of overturning the election. Giuliani said so before the purported hearing in Michigan in December. Recall that he told an online audience, "There's nothing wrong with putting pressure on your state legislators, and you have got to get them to remember that their oath to the Constitution sometimes requires being criticized. Some of it even requires being threatened." That pressure came privately and publicly in the post-election period. Privately, for example, President Trump called Michigan Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirkey 3 times after their White House meeting, November 21st, November 25th, and December 14th. Shirkey did not recall many specifics of those calls and claimed he did not remember the president applying any specific pressure. The day after one of those calls, however, Shirky tweeted that our election process must be free of intimidation and threats, and it's inappropriate for anyone to exert pressure on them. From this and other public statements, it is clear that Shirky was sensitive to outside forces pressuring people with roles in the election. In fact, the same day that the Electoral College met and voted for former Vice President Joe Biden as the winner of the 2020 presidential election, Shirky received another call from President Trump and issued another public statement. Shirky's statement that day, December 14, 2020, read, "Michigan's Democratic slate of electors should be able to proceed with their duty, free from threats of violence and intimidation, and it's our responsibility as leaders to follow the law." Publicly, President Trump used both Twitter posts and paid social media and cable television ads to advance his pressure campaign. In Arizona, for example, President Trump used social media to both praise and criticize legislators. When Speaker Bowers and Senate President Karen Fann requested an audit of Maricopa County's election software and equipment, President Trump publicly commended them, retweeting a press release about their announcement and commenting, "Thank you to Senate President Karen Fann and House Speaker Russell Bowers, and all for what you are doing in Arizona. A fast check of signatures will easily give us the state." But just days later, President Trump assailed Bowers for opposing a special selection to appoint new electors. He retweeted a post by campaign lawyer Christina Bobb that accused Bowers of intentionally misleading the people of Arizona and that included a demand by Stop the Steal organizer Ali Alexander for 50,000 phone calls to Rusty Bowers right the heck now to threaten him with a primary challenge. And as his efforts to change the outcome of the election continued to meet resistance, President Trump personally approved a series of advertisements that the campaign ran on cable television and social media in several important states. One advertisement in Arizona called for pressure on Governor Ducey in particular, alleging, "The evidence is overwhelming. Call Governor Ducey and your legislators. Demand they inspect the machines and hear the evidence." And another claimed that illegal aliens voted, and here in Arizona, Trump votes were discarded. It's an outrage. Call Governor Ducey and your legislators at 602-542-4331. Demand they inspect the machines and hear the evidence. Call Governor Ducey at 602-542-4331. Stand up for President Trump. Call today. Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President, Inc. Several days earlier, Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller had explained the intention for this round of advertisements in an email. He wrote that the president and Mayor Giuliani want to get back up on TV ASAP, and Jared Kushner has approved in budgetary concept, so here's the game plan in order to motivate GOP base to put pressure on the Republican governors of Georgia and Arizona and the Republican-controlled state legislatures in Wisconsin and Michigan to hear evidence of voter fraud before January 6th. Miller anticipated a budget of $5 million and asked for the messaging to follow an earlier round of advertisements, but the endings need to be changed to include phone numbers and directions to call the local governor or state legislature. On December 22nd, Jason Miller texted Jared Kushner that POTUS has approved the buy. References to anger and fighting were featured in some of the president's remarks during that period. After the Georgia Secretary of State's chief operating officer, Gabriel Sterling, made an impassioned public plea and accurately warned that someone would die as a result of the threatening election-related rhetoric that President Trump failed to condemn, President Trump dismissively tweeted in response, "Rigged election, show signatures and envelopes, expose the massive voter fraud in Georgia. What is Secretary of State and @BrianKempGA afraid of? They know what we'll find." The president also tweeted that between Governor Ducey in Arizona and Governor Kemp in Georgia, The Democrat Party could not be happier because these Republicans fight harder against us than they do the radical left and were single-handedly responsible for losing him both states, something that Republicans will never forget. Regarding Kemp, he asked, "What's wrong with this guy? What is he hiding?" And he alleged that rhinos Governor Kemp, Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, and Secretary Raffensperger will be solely responsible for Senators Loeffler and Perdue losing their Senate runoff because they won't call a special session or check for signature verification. People are angry. President Trump's spoken remarks were not much different. After the president wrapped up a November 26th public phone call to wish U.S. service members a happy Thanksgiving, he answered a reporter's question about election integrity in Georgia by lashing out at Secretary Raffensperger in particular. President Trump made several baseless claims of election fraud in Georgia, declared that Raffensperger himself appeared to be complicit, and labeled the Georgia Secretary of State an enemy of the people. President Trump and his team's practice of naming and viciously criticizing people had real consequences. Philadelphia City Commissioner Al Schmidt's story, recounted earlier, is just one of many examples. And the consequences weren't just limited to high-profile public figures. Schmidt's deputy, for example, Seth Bluestein, faced threats after being demonized by a surrogate for President Trump, and many of the threats he received were anti-Semitic in nature. He received a Facebook message telling him that everyone with a gun is going to be at your house. Americans look at the name, another Jew caught up in the United States voter fraud. Bluestein got a security detail at his home, and the experience gave his 3-year-old daughter nightmares. Similarly, after President Trump promoted online accusations that Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers had been intentionally misleading the people of Arizona, Bowers' personal cell phone and home address were published, leading demonstrators to congregate at his home, honk horns, and shout insults until police arrived. Bowers told the Select Committee this was the first of at least 9 protests at his home, sometimes with protesters shouting into bullhorns and calling him a pedophile. One protester who showed up at his home was armed and believed to be a member of an extremist militia. Sadly, those were not isolated incidents. Stories similar to Schmidt's and Bowers proliferated after President Trump's loss in the election. Examples from each of the states discussed in this chapter are documented below, but this list is by no means exhaustive. Arizona. After Secretary of State Katie Hobbs's home address and son's phone number were publicly released, demonstrators congregated outside her home chanting, "We are watching you." A social media user at the time recommended, "Let's burn her house down and kill her family and teach these fraudsters a lesson." Secretary Hobbs has continued to receive threats since then, reporting over 100 threats to the FBI in mid-2022, including a September 2021 voicemail message that you should be hunted and will never be safe in Arizona again. Arizona. Maricopa County Recorder Adrian Fonts testified before Congress that his family had go bags packed in case they needed to evacuate and that, because of the threats, he had moved his children out of the family home at least once for 3 days in the wake of serious threats to his family's safety. Arizona. Paul Boyer, a Republican state senator, had to evacuate his family, get police protection, and change his phone number after he voted against jailing Maricopa County supervisors over election disputes. Arizona. On January 5, 2021, a comment on a blog suggested some members of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors have earned a good old-fashioned necktie party as punishment for treason. According to board member Clint Hickman, the threats never abated. And on January 6th, police convinced Hickman and his family to leave their home. Michigan. Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson and her family were driven out of their home for several days after dozens of protesters with bullhorns and firearms congregated outside shouting obscenities and graphic threats into bullhorns while she spent time with her son and got him ready for bed. Secretary Benson said that she only feels safe sometimes as a result of continuing threats. Michigan. Several members of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers received threats, as did Aaron Van Langveld, a Republican member of the State Board of Canvassers. Van Langveld was bombarded with communications, and people began showing up at his family's home, forcing police to ensure his and his family's safety and escort him across the state after he voted to certify Michigan's election. Michigan. Detroit City Clerk Janice Winfrey, a Democrat, and Rochester Hills City Clerk Tina Barton, a Republican, were both targeted. Barton had never before received a death threat in over a decade of work as an election official, but, as a result of the 2020 presidential election, was subject to a torrent of threats and harassment, such as an anonymous caller who repeatedly threatened to kill her and her family. Winfrey was confronted outside her home by a man who indicated he had been surveilling her and that "you're going to pay dearly for your actions in this election." She started carrying a firearm because death threats against her continued. Michigan. Michigan House Speaker Lee Chatfield confirmed that "I and my family have received numerous threats, along with members on both sides of the aisle." This included the top Democrat on Michigan's House Oversight Committee, Rep. Cynthia Johnson, who was threatened with lynching after she challenged the witnesses that Giuliani offered to her committee. One caller who allegedly threatened to kill Rep. Johnson and wipe out her family in December 2020 called the Capitol again on the morning of January 7, 2021, and said that everyone better get out of the building because it'll fucking explode. Pennsylvania. Secretary of the Commonwealth Kathy Boockvar said she received so many threats I didn't feel comfortable walking the dog on the street. This included a message in November 2020 threatening to murder her in her home at night, forcing her and her husband to flee for a week. Another voicemail she received after certifying Pennsylvania's election results threatened, "You crooked effing bitch, you're done." Pennsylvania. House Speaker Brian Cutler told the Select Committee there were at least 3 protests outside either his district office or his home, and that his then 15-year-old son was home by himself for the first one. Senate Jake Corman's spokesperson revealed on December 2020 that he, too, was being subjected to violent threats, something Senate Majority Leader Kim Ward also received. Pennsylvania. Philadelphia City Commissioner Omar Sabir spent several nights evacuated from his home and continued to receive death threats a year after the 2020 election, reflecting that, "I feel anxiety every time I walk outside of the house." Commissioner Lisa Deely, another City Commission colleague, also received death threats and said she suffers occasional anxiety attacks as a result. Georgia. After Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's email and phone number were published, he said that he and his wife received frequent hostile messages, some of which typically came in sexualized attacks. As a result, the Secretary's wife canceled visits from their grandchildren out of fear for the kids' safety. That was not an overreaction, as that came after police found self-identified members of the Oath Keepers outside their home and after someone broke into their daughter-in-law's house. Georgia. On January 5, 2021, Governor Kemp and Secretary Raffensperger were reportedly named in a Craigslist post encouraging people to put an end to the lives of these traitors. Georgia. Fulton County Elections Director Richard Barron was named and depicted on screen in the video President Trump played at his December 5th rally. He said that this incident led to a spike in death threats targeted at election workers, including himself. His team's registration chief, Ralph Jones, received death threats following the election, including one calling him an N who should be shot, and another threatening to kill him by dragging his body around with a truck. Georgia. Election offices in 10 Georgia counties received email threats of bombings that would make the Boston bombings look like child's play, and that the death and destruction would continue until Trump is guaranteed to be POTUS. One of the most striking examples of the terror that President Trump and his allies caused came in Georgia, where election workers Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, mother and daughter, were besieged by incessant, terrifying harassment and threats that often evoked racial violence and lynching, instigated and incited by the President of the United States. As described earlier, in a state legislative hearing in Georgia, Giuliani publicly and baselessly accused Freeman and Moss of engaging in criminal conduct. He showed a video of Freeman passing Moss a ginger mint before claiming that the two women, both black, were smuggling USB drives as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine. President Trump seemed fixated on Freeman and Moss, too. He played surveillance videos showing them inside the State Farm Arena at a December 5th rally in Georgia, and mentioned Freeman by name 18 times during the January 2nd call to Secretary of State Raffensperger, in which he asked the Secretary to simply find enough votes to ensure victory. Freeman's and Moss's lives were forever changed. After their contact information was published, they were besieged by the president's supporters. In early December 2020, Freeman told police she had received hundreds of threats at her home. Moss's son also started receiving threatening phone calls, including one stating he should hang alongside his "and mama." In the wake of President Trump's December 5, 2020 rally, Freeman called 911 because strangers had come to her home trying to lure her out, sending threatening emails and text messages. She pleaded with the 911 dispatcher for help after hearing loud banging on her door just before 10 p.m. "Lord Jesus, where's the police?" she asked the dispatcher. "I don't know who keeps coming to my door. Please help me." Ultimately, Freeman fled from her own home based on advice from the FBI. She would not move back for months. In her testimony to the Select Committee, Freeman recounted how she had received hundreds of racist, threatening, horrible calls and messages, and that now there is nowhere I feel safe, nowhere. But it's not just a sense of security that the president and his followers took from Freeman. She told the Select Committee that she also lost her name and reputation. "My name is Ruby Freeman. I've always believed it when God says that He'll make your name great, but this is not the way it was supposed to be. I could have never imagined the events that followed the presidential election in 2020. For my entire professional life, I was Lady Ruby. My community in Georgia where I was born and lived my whole life knew me as Lady Ruby. Now I won't even introduce myself by my name anymore. I get nervous when I bump into someone I know in the grocery store who says my name. I'm worried about who's listening. I get nervous when I have to give my name for food orders. I'm always concerned of who's around me. I've lost my name, and I've lost my reputation. I've lost my sense of security, all because a group of people, starting with number 45 and his ally Rudy Giuliani, decided to scapegoat me and my daughter Shay to push their own lies about how the presidential election was stolen. Freeman's sense of dread is well-founded. According to federal prosecutors, a member of the Oath Keepers militia convicted of multiple offenses for his role in the January 6th insurrection had a document in his residence with the words "death list" written across the top. His death list contained just two names, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss. End of Chapter 2, Part 5. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fake Electors and the President of the Senate Strategy. On the morning of January 6th, in his speech at the Ellipse, President Trump exhorted his thousands of assembled supporters to march to the U.S. Capitol, explaining that we have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. This was no off-the-cuff remark. It was the culmination of a carefully planned scheme many weeks in the making. This plea by the president turned the truth on its head. There was only one legitimate slate of electors from the battleground states of Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and Trump wanted them rejected. The scheme involved lawyers such as Kenneth Chesebro and Rudy Giuliani, as well as Mark Meadows. It also was aided at key points by chairwoman of the Republican National Committee, Ronna McDaniel, members of Congress, and Republican leaders across 7 states, some of whom did not know exactly what they were being asked to do. President Trump oversaw it himself. President Trump and his allies prepared their own fake slates of Electoral College electors in 7 states that President Trump lost: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And on December 14, 2020, the date when true certified electors were meeting to cast their electoral votes for the candidate who had won the popular vote in each of those states, these fake electors also met, ostensibly casting electoral votes for President Trump, the candidate who had lost. There was no legitimate reason for Trump electors to meet, vote, and produce fake slates on December 14th in states that former Vice President Biden won. Instead, this effort was aimed directly at the President of the Senate, which, under the Constitution, is the Vice President, in his role at the joint session of Congress on January 6th. President Trump and his advisors wanted Vice President Pence to disregard real Electoral College votes for former Vice President Biden in favor of these fake competing electoral slates. But there never were real competing slates of electors. By the time the fake Trump electors met on December 14th, appropriate government officials in each of the 7 states had already certified their state's official election results for former Vice President Biden. No court had issued an order reversing or calling into question those results, and most election-related litigation was over. And as detailed in Chapter 2, despite the illicit efforts of President Trump and his allies, no state legislature had agreed to the president's request to reverse the results of the election by appointing a different slate of electors. Given all of this, these groups of Trump backers who called themselves presidential electors were never actually electors, and the votes they purported to cast on December 14th were not valid. They were fake. They had no legal standing, and their fake votes could not have been used by Vice President Pence to disregard the real votes of electors chosen by the voters. By January 6th, President Trump had been discouraged by his top lawyers from following through on this plan. The Trump campaign's senior staff attorneys had concerns, and several days before the joint session, the acting attorney general and the deputy attorney general blocked the sending of a letter indicating that there were competing slates of electors, including in Georgia and several other states. But this reasoning did nothing to change President Trump's rhetoric or plan. He continued to assert that there were competing or dual slates of electors to create an opportunity to stay in office on January 6th. These lawyers were right. President Trump's plan was illegal. In his June 7, 2022 opinion, Federal District Judge David Carter wrote that this initiative to certify alternate slates of electors for President Trump constituted a critical objective of the January 6 plan. This followed Judge Carter's earlier determination in March that the illegality of the plan was obvious, and every American, and certainly the President of the United States, knows that in a democracy, leaders are elected, not installed. With a plan this bold, President Trump knowingly tried to subvert this fundamental principle. Based on the evidence, the court finds it more likely than not that President Trump corruptly attempted to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. The fake elector effort was an unlawful, unprecedented, and destructive break from the Electoral College process that our country has used to select its president for generations. It led directly to the violence that occurred on January 6th. To address the damage that it caused, it is important to understand how it transpired. 3.1. Laying the groundwork for the fake elector plan, the Chesebro memos. The fake elector plan emerged from a series of legal memoranda written by an outside legal advisor to the Trump campaign, Kenneth Chesebro. Although John Eastman would have a more prominent role in advising President Trump in the days immediately before January 6th, Chesebro, an attorney based in Boston and New York recruited to assist the Trump campaign as a volunteer legal advisor, was central to the creation of the plan. Memos by Chesebro on November 18th, December 9th, and December 13th, as discussed below, laid the plan's foundation. Chesebro's first memo on November 18th suggested that the Trump campaign could gain a few extra weeks for litigation to challenge Wisconsin's election results, so long as a Wisconsin slate of Republican nominees to the Electoral College met on December 14th to cast placeholder Electoral College votes on a contingent basis. This memo acknowledged that it may seem odd that the electors pledged to Trump and Pence might meet and cast their votes on December 14th, even if, at that juncture, the Trump-Pence ticket is behind in the vote count, and no certificate of election has been issued in favor of Trump and Pence. However, Chesebro argued that if such a slate of alternate electors gathered to cast electoral votes on a contingent basis, this would preserve the Trump campaign's options, so a court decision, or perhaps a state legislative determination, rendered after December 14 in favor of the Trump-Pence slate of electors should be timely. On December 9th, Chesebro penned a second memo, which suggested another purpose for fake Electoral College votes on January 6th. It stated that unauthorized Trump electors in these states could be retroactively recognized by a court, the state legislature, or Congress. Under this theory, there would be no need for a court to decide that the election had been decided in error. Instead, Congress itself could choose among dueling slates of purported electoral votes, and thereby decide the presidential election, even though Article 2 of the Constitution grants that power to the Electoral College via the states. Chesebro's contemporaneous communications make clear that the goal was having Congress act on the fake electoral votes. He emailed an organizer of the fake electors in Nevada that the purpose of having the electoral votes sent into Congress is to provide the opportunity to debate the election irregularities in Congress, and to keep alive the possibility that the votes could be flipped to Trump. And a legal advisor to the Arizona GOP reportedly described being told by Chesebro around this time that their supposed electors would just be sending in fake electoral votes to Pence so that someone in Congress can make an objection when they start counting votes, and start arguing that the fake votes should be counted. Many of the states contested by the Trump team had laws that specified requirements for electors to validly cast and transmit their votes, and the December 9, 2020 memo recognized that some of these criteria would be difficult, if not impossible, for the fake electors to fulfill. As described later, most were not fulfilled. For example, Nevada state law required that the Secretary of State preside when presidential electors meet, and Nevada Secretary of State Barbara Sagofsky, a Republican, had already signed a certificate ascertaining the Biden-Harris electors as the authorized winning slate. Several states also had rules requiring electors to cast their votes in the state capitol building, or rules governing the process for approving substitutes if any original proposed electors from the November ballot were unavailable. As a result, Chesebro's December 9, 2020 memo advised the Trump campaign to abide by such rules when possible, but also recognized that these slates could be slightly problematic in Michigan, somewhat dicey in Georgia and Pennsylvania, and very problematic in Nevada. On December 13th, the fake elector scheme became even clearer in an email sent by Chesebro to Giuliani. His message was entitled, "Brief Notes on President of the Senate Strategy." It addressed how the fake electors meeting the next day, December 14th, could be exploited during the joint session of Congress on January 6th by the President of the Senate, a role that the Constitution grants to the Vice President of the United States. Chesebro argued that, on January 6th, the President of the Senate could firmly take the position that he, and he alone, is charged with the constitutional responsibility not just to open the votes, but to count them, including making judgments about what to do if there are conflicting votes. Chesebro's email suggested that the President of the Senate which under the Constitution is the Vice President, could toss out former Vice President Biden's actual electoral votes for any state where the Trump campaign organized fake electors simply because there are two slates of votes. Of course, there were never two slates of electoral votes, so this premise itself was fundamentally wrong. But he was arguing that even if votes by fake electors were never retroactively ratified under state law, their mere submission to Congress would be enough to allow the presiding officer to disregard valid votes for former Vice President Biden. Chesebro stated this might result in a second term for President Trump, or, at minimum, it would force a debate about purported election fraud, neither of which was a lawful, legitimate reason to organize and convene fake electors. As discussed below and in Chapter 5, John Eastman worked with Chesebro as January 6th approached and wrote 2 additional memos that built upon and extended the plan to use the fake electoral votes during the joint session. 3.2. President Trump and the campaign adopt the fake elector scheme. In early December, the highest levels of the Trump campaign took note of Chesebro's fake elector plan and began to operationalize it. On December 6th, White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows forwarded a copy of Chesebro's November 18, 2020 memo to Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller, writing, "Let's have a discussion about this tomorrow." Miller replied that he just engaged with reporters on the subject, to which Meadows wrote, "If you are on it, then never mind the meeting. We just need to have someone coordinate the electors for states." Miller clarified that he had only been working the PR angle and they should still meet, to which Meadows answered, "Got it." Later that week, Miller sent Meadows a spreadsheet that the Trump campaign had compiled. It listed contact information for nearly all of the 79 GOP nominees to the Electoral College on the November ballot for Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And on December 8th, Meadows received a text message from a former state legislator in Louisiana recommending that the proposed Trump electors from Arizona, Michigan, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada all meet next Monday at their state capitals, call themselves to order, elect officers, and cast their votes for the president. Then they certify their votes and transmit that certificate to Washington. Meadows replied, "We are." Cassidy Hutchinson, a special assistant to the president and an assistant to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, confirmed Meadows' significant involvement in the plan. Hutchinson told the Select Committee that Meadows followed the progress of the fake elector effort closely and that she remembered him frequently having calls, meetings, and outreach with individuals, and this just being a prominent topic of discussion in our office. When asked how many of his calls or meetings it came up in, she estimated dozens. The evidence indicates that by December 7th or 8th, President Trump had decided to pursue the fake elector plan and was driving it. Trump Campaign Associate General Counsel Joshua Finley was tasked by the campaign's general counsel, Matthew Morgan, around December 7th or 8th with exploring the feasibility of assembling unrecognized slates of Trump electors in a handful of the states that President Trump had lost. Finley told the Select Committee, "It was my understanding that the president made this decision." As recounted by Finley, Morgan conveyed that the client, President Trump, directed the campaign lawyers to look into electors in these potential litigation states. President Trump personally called RNC chairwoman Rona Romney McDaniel days before December 14th to enlist the RNC's assistance in the scheme. President Trump opened the call by introducing McDaniel to John Eastman, who described the importance of the RNC helping the campaign to gather these contingent electors in case any of the legal challenges that were ongoing changed the results in any of the states. According to McDaniel, she called President Trump back soon after the call ended, letting him know that she agreed to his request and that some RNC staffers were already assisting. On December 13th and 14th, President Trump worked with Rudolph Giuliani on the plan's implementation. On the 13th, Miller texted some of his colleagues to check in about the fake elector meeting scheduled for the following day. He let them know that Giuliani had told him POTUS was aware that they would be filing litigation in 4 states just to keep the effort going, which the Select Committee believes was to create a pretext to claim that it was still possible for the fake electors to be authorized retroactively. In subsequent litigation, a federal district court found that President Trump filed certain lawsuits not to obtain legal relief, but to disrupt or delay the January 6 congressional proceedings through the courts. The next day, Miller sent an email asking whether they were going to issue a press release about electors, and he was told the mayor is going to discuss with POTUS. 3.3. The campaign legal team bows out, and Giuliani steps in. Not everyone on the campaign was eager to pursue the fake elector plan. On December 11th, the U.S. Supreme Court rejected a high-profile lawsuit filed by the state of Texas challenging the election results in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin. After that decision, the Trump campaign's senior legal staffers said that they reduced their involvement in the fake elector effort, apparently because there was no longer a feasible scenario in which a court would determine that President Trump actually won any of the states he contested. Justin Clark, who oversaw the Trump campaign's general counsel's office, said that he basically conveyed, "I'm out," and encouraged his colleagues on the legal team to do the same. Findlay told the Select Committee that we backed out of this thing, and Morgan, his boss, said he had Findlay pass off responsibility for the electors as my way of taking that responsibility to zero. Clark told the Select Committee that it never sat right with me that there was no contingency whereby these votes would count. I had real problems with the process, Clark said, because it morphed into something I didn't agree with. In his view, the fake electors were not necessarily duly nominated electors, despite being presented as such. He said he believed he warned his colleagues that, unless we have litigation pending like in these states, like I don't think this is appropriate, or, this isn't the right thing to do. Morgan told the Select Committee that he saw no value in pushing slates of purported electors if they were not authorized by a state government's certificate of ascertainment. As he put it, my view was, as long as you don't have a certificate of ascertainment, then the electors were, for lack of a better way of saying it, no good or not valid. Findlay confirmed that Morgan told him after the Supreme Court ruling on December 11th that there's not really anything left for us to do on this project, and that it doesn't seem like a good idea for us to be involved in it. Campaign lawyers were not the only ones who doubted the legality of the fake elector plan. The Office of White House Counsel appears to have expressed concerns about it as well. In his testimony to the Select Committee, White House counsel Pat Cipollone acknowledged his view that by mid-December, the electoral process was done. Cipollone told the Select Committee that the White House counsel's office probably had discussions about the electors plan and that his deputy, Pat Philbin, would have been involved in evaluating the electors issue. In an informal committee interview, Philbin described the fake elector scheme as one of the bad theories that were like whack-a-mole in the White House during this period. Mr. Cipollone agreed with this characterization. In her testimony, Cassidy Hutchinson testified that she heard at least one member of the White House counsel's office say that the plan was not legal. Committee staff: to be clear, did you hear the White House counsel's office say that this plan to have alternate electors meet and cast votes for Donald Trump in states that he had lost was not legally sound? Hutchinson: yes, sir. She also recalled a meeting that took place in or before mid-December during which this view was relayed to Giuliani and members of his team by lawyers in the White House counsel's office. By December 11th, Findlay emailed his main points of contact in 6 battleground states to say, "Thank you for your work on the presidential elector project," and, in order to pass off his responsibilities, let them know that Rudy's team has designated Kenneth Chesborough as the point person for the legal documents going forward. While the campaign's core legal team stepped back from the fake elector effort on December 11th, it nonetheless went forward because Rudy was in charge of it, and this is what he wanted to do, according to Finlay. When Finlay was asked if this decision to let the effort proceed under Giuliani's direction was coming from your client, the president, Finlay responded, "Yes, I believe so. I mean, he had made it clear that Rudy was in charge of this and that Rudy was executing what he wanted." Finlay also recalled being told that Chesebro's elector memos had become the justification for why Rudy and Ken were going to keep going forward with this stuff. He explained that Giuliani really bought into Ken's theory on this and that the two of them were kind of the main ones driving this from that point forward. Clark told the Select Committee that my understanding of who was driving the process was Mayor Giuliani and his team. On December 10th, when Kenneth Chesebro emailed one of the state party officials involved in organizing the fake elector effort in Nevada, he reported that I spoke this evening with Mayor Giuliani, who is focused on doing everything possible to ensure that all the Trump-Pence electors vote on December 14. In the days that followed this handoff, Chesebro would draft and distribute documents intended for use in the Trump team's fake elector ceremonies that were then shared with key contacts in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. He also gave some of the groups step-by-step logistical guidance, such as when and where they should convene, how many copies each person would need to sign, and to send their fake votes to Congress via registered mail. Pretty simple, he commented in some of these emails. A campaign operative named Michael Roman was also tapped for a major operational role in the fake elector effort. When Finlay sent his email handing off certain responsibilities for the initiative, he also wrote that Giuliani's team had designated Roman as the lead for executing the voting on Monday, December 14th. Roman was the Trump campaign's Director of Election Day Operations, EDO, with team members who specialized in political outreach and mobilization in battleground states where the Trump team now urgently needed the fake electors to meet on December 14th. With help from his EDO staff, as well as Giuliani's team and RNC staffers working alongside the campaign as part of the Trump Victory Committee, Roman ran an improvised electors whip operation. For example, Roman sent an email on December 12th directing an aide to create a tracker for the electors with tabs for Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, listing contact information, whether they had been contacted, whether they agreed to attend on December 14th, and names of substitute electors to replace any reticent or unavailable participants as needed. Roman referred to others on this email as the whip team and directed them to fill out the spreadsheet, to update him on what you have and what you need, and to plan on a call that evening. In the days that followed, this group focused on tracking which Republicans previously named as President Trump's nominees to their Electoral College would be willing to show up for fake elector ceremonies, finding adequate substitutes for those who refused to attend, and actually coordinating the unrecognized elector signing ceremonies in 7 states on December 14th. In all 7 states, these efforts to mobilize fake electors benefited from support from the RNC, as well as the state Republican parties. However, it was the Trump team who drove the process from start to finish, as one of the fake electors and later co-chair of the Michigan Republican Party, Mashawn Maddock, told an audience in January 2022, "We fought to seat the electors. The Trump campaign asked us to do that." End of Chapter 3, Part 1.
Chapter 3, Part 2 of Final Report of the Select Committee to Investigate the January 6th Attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6 Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3.4. Some of the proposed fake electors express concerns about the plan. The Trump team's fake elector plan raised concerns not just for several senior officials, but also for some of the Republican activists being recruited to be the fake electors. Finlay told the Select Committee that there were definitely electors in probably most of the states that had concerns about this process.
After being tasked with reaching out to the potential fake electors, Finlay notified his colleagues on December 10th that a lot of questions are arising from them. He also noted that an RNC staffer seconded to the Trump Victory Committee requested a call with the Pennsylvania electors and/or leadership to address concerns which may be necessary to get people to appear. The Republican Party of Pennsylvania's General Counsel relayed several specific concerns to the Trump campaign via email on December 13th. Warning that we're all getting call from concerned electors, he elaborated as follows. I'm told that on the call with the electors, they were told that the ballot form would be conditioned upon ultimate certification by the governor, indemnification by the campaign if someone gets sued or worse, charged with something by the AG or someone else, and the receipt by the electors of a legal opinion by a national firm and certified to be accurate by a Pennsylvania lawyer. What was sent was a memo by Chesbrough not addressed to the electors, and no certification by a Pennsylvania lawyer. To make it worse, Chesbrough describes the Pennsylvania plan as dicey, and there's no indication by anyone with authority that there's any indemnification authorized by the campaign. Pennsylvania GOP Chairman Lawrence Tabas informed the Select Committee that his state's fake electors never were indemnified by the Trump campaign. When Wisconsin Republican Party Chairman Andrew Hitt was notified in late November that the campaign wants to list of electors, he texted his executive director that I am deaf concerned about their inquiry and that I hope they are not planning on asking us to do anything like try and say we are only the proper electors. On December 12th, after Hitt received a message about a phone call with Giuliani to discuss the fake elector issue, he texted a colleague, "These guys are up to no good and it's going to fail miserably." Despite such concerns, Hitt and many other fake electors participated anyway. Even so, 14 of the original Republicans who had been listed as Electoral College nominees on the November ballot bowed out when the fake Trump electors gathered in December. Former Michigan Secretary of State Terry Lynn Land declined to attend, which the state's GOP chair, Laura Cox, told the Select Committee was because I think she just said she was uncomfortable with the whole thing and that she has her own beliefs. A senior advisor for the Pennsylvania GOP said that Chairman Tabas did not serve as an elector because Joe Biden won the election and it was Biden's electors that were certified. Former U.S. Representative Tom Marino, Republican Pennsylvania, said he backed out because I'm a constitutionalist and as a former prosecutor, when the Attorney General says that he's not finding anything there, that's good enough for me. The other 11 dropouts included a Georgia state lawmaker, a former state party chair from New Mexico, 2 former state party chairs from Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania's RNC National Committee woman. Other participants asserted that they would have had much greater concerns if the Trump team had been more forthcoming about how the fake electoral votes would be used. The Trump campaign's director of Election Day operations in Georgia told the Select Committee that I absolutely would not have wanted to participate in organizing the Trump team's fake electors in Georgia had I known that the 3 main lawyers for the campaign that I'd spoken to in the past and were leading up were not on board. He said he felt angry because no one really cared if people were potentially putting themselves in jeopardy by doing this, and we were just useful idiots or rubes at that point. 3.5. On December 14th, the fake electors meet and vote. On December 14th, using instructions provided by Chesbrough, the fake Trump electors gathered and participated in signing ceremonies in all 7 states. In 5 of these states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, and Wisconsin, the certificates they signed used the language that falsely declared themselves to be the duly elected and qualified electors from their state. This declaration was false because none of the signatories had been granted that official status by their state government in the form of a certificate of ascertainment. The paperwork signed by the fake Trump electors in 2 other states contained partial caveats. In New Mexico, the document they signed made clear that they were participating on the understanding that it might later be determined that we are the duly elected and qualified electors. In Pennsylvania, The document they signed indicated that they were participating on the understanding that if, as a result of a final non-appealable court order or other proceeding prescribed by law, we are ultimately recognized as being the duly elected and qualified electors. All 7 of these invalid sets of electoral votes were then transmitted to Washington, D.C. Roman's team member in Georgia, for example, sent him an email on the afternoon of December 14th that affirmed the following: "All votes cast, paperwork complete, being mailed now," ran pretty smoothly. Likewise, Finlay updated campaign manager Bill Stepien and his bosses on the legal team that the Trump team slate in Georgia was not able to satisfy all provisions of the state law but still voted as legally as possible under the circumstances before transmitting their fake votes to Washington, D.C. by mail. On the evening of December 14th, RNC Chairwoman McDaniel provided an update for President Trump on the status of the fake elector effort. She forwarded President Trump's executive assistant an elector recap email, which conveyed that President Trump electors voted not just in the states that he won, but also in 6 contested states, specifically Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Minutes later, President Trump's executive assistant replied, "It's in front of him." The Trump team and the fake electors also engaged in acts of subterfuge to carry out their plans on December 14th. For instance, a campaign staffer notified the Georgia participants via email that he must ask for your complete discretion. He explained that their efforts required complete secrecy and told them to arrive at the state capitol building and please state to the guards that you are attending a meeting with either Senator Brandon Beach or Senator Burt Jones. Indeed, Greg Bluestein of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution reported that he tried to enter this group's meeting room, but a guy at the door called it an education meeting and scrambled when I tried to walk in. Former Michigan GOP Chair Laura Cox told the Select Committee that an attorney who said he was working with the president's campaign informed her that the Michigan slate for President Trump was planning to meet in the Capitol and hide overnight so they could fulfill the role of casting their vote per law, in the Michigan chambers. She said that she told him in no uncertain terms that that was insane and inappropriate, and that she warned Michigan Senate Majority Leader as a precaution. Instead, the group of fake electors in Michigan signed their paperwork in the state GOP headquarters, where staff told them not to bring phones inside. 3.6. The fallout from the fake elector plan. In spite of the Trump campaign's efforts to give the fake electors' votes the sheen of authenticity, they failed. The U.S. Senate parliamentarian noted in correspondence by January 3rd that materials from the Trump team's supposed electors in Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, New Mexico, and Pennsylvania had no seal of the state, and no evidence votes were delivered by the executive of the state for signature by electors. And, as a result, these materials failed to meet requirements of federal law. Similarly, the Senate parliamentarian noted that the Trump team slates from Georgia, New Mexico, and Pennsylvania appeared to violate another statute which requires the approval of the governor for the substitution of electors. Meanwhile, the documents from Michigan and Wisconsin did not even arrive to Congress on time, so they also had missed that required statutory deadline. Several of the Trump team's fake electoral slates also failed to follow state rules specifying where they were required to meet. In Georgia and Wisconsin, state lawmakers or their staff appear to have helped participants gather inside their state capitals. But in Michigan, the fake Trump electors were blocked from entering the state capitol building. Despite this, they still signed documents attesting that they convened and organized in the state capitol in the city of Lansing, Michigan, and at 2:00 p.m. performed the duties enjoined upon us. That document had been signed earlier in the day off-site, and one of the signatories even told the committee she didn't join their march to the state capitol building because she didn't see a need to go. If the entire premise of the fake votes was not enough, these infirmities also meant that they had no legal relevance. In no way could they ever have been used by the vice president to disregard the real votes of electors chosen by the voters. In the weeks between December 14th and January 6th, President Trump's team continued to embrace the idea that the fake electoral votes had a purpose. Although Giuliani and White House speechwriter Stephen Miller made public comments on December 14th suggesting that the uncertified Trump votes were merely contingent, that pretense was dropped in short order. For example, on December 17th, White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany said on Fox News that in numerous states there had been an alternate slate of electors voted upon that Congress will decide in January. On December 21st, President Trump and Vice President Pence each joined parts of a White House meeting in which members of Congress from the Freedom Caucus encouraged the Vice President to reject Biden electors from one or more of the 7 states contested. And days later, Eastman cited the existence of the fake votes in an email to Boris Epshteyn, a member of the Giuliani legal team, writing, "The fact that we have multiple slates of electors demonstrates the uncertainty of either. That should be enough." As discussed further in Chapter 5, that email contained Eastman's 2-page memo proposing a strategy for January 6th based on the incorrect legal theory that Vice President Pence could assert some authority as President of the Senate to prevent or delay the election of former Vice President Biden during the joint session. Eastman's memo relied on the fake votes, which the memo featured in the very first line. 7 states have transmitted dual slates of electors. When Eastman submitted his memo to Epshteyn, he also copied Chesbrough, who had edited the memo and called it really awesome. By that point, Chesbrough and Eastman were coordinating their arguments about the fake elector votes and how they should be used. On January 1st, 2021, Chesbrough sent an email to Eastman and Epshteyn that recommended that Vice President Pence derail the joint session of Congress. In it, he raised the idea of Vice President Pence declaring that there are 2 competing slates of electoral votes in several states, and taking the position that only he, or possibly Congress, could resolve any disputes concerning them. 2 days later, Eastman completed his second major memo advising President Trump and his team on strategies for January 6th, again arguing that there were dual slates of electors from 7 states, and calling for Vice President Pence to assert power to act as the ultimate arbiter to take steps that could overturn the election, either by sending the election back to state legislatures to reassess or by rejecting Biden's certified electoral votes from states in which there were also fake Trump electors. By early January, most of the fake elector votes had arrived in Washington, except those from Michigan and Wisconsin. Undeterred, the Trump team arranged to fly them to Washington and hand-deliver them to Congress for the Vice President himself. Freaking Trump idiots want someone to fly original elector papers to the Senate President. Wisconsin Republican Party official Mark Jefferson wrote to Party Chairman Hitt on January 4th. Hitt responded, "Okay, I see I have a missed call from Mike Roman and a text from someone else. Did you talk to them already? This is just nuts." The next day, Trump campaign deputy director for Election Day operations, G. Michael Brown, sent a text message to other campaign staff suggesting that he was the person who delivered the fake votes to Congress. After sending the group a photo of his face with the Capitol in the background, Brown said, "This has got to be the cover of a book I write one day, and I should probably buy Mike Roman a tie or something for sending me on this one. Hasn't been done since 1876, and it was only 3 states that did it." The reference to 1876 alludes to a controversy during that election about certain states' electoral college votes. President Trump and his campaign apparently had assistance from allies on Capitol Hill for this effort, including Senator Ron Johnson, his chief of staff, and the chief of staff to Representative Mike Kelly, although Senator Johnson has said that his involvement in that attempt to deliver fake elector paperwork spanned the course of a couple seconds. On the morning of January 6th, Representative Kelly's then chief of staff texted an aide to the vice president, Chris Hodgson, about hand-delivering the fake elector votes to the vice president's team before the joint session, a message that Hodgson ignored. Just following up on any chance you or someone from your team can meet to take the Michigan and Wisconsin packets. According to the office of Senator Ron Johnson, Representative Kelly's chief of staff then had a phone call with Senator Johnson's chief of staff at 11:58 a.m. about how Kelly's office could get us the electors because they had it. Shortly after 11:30 a.m., the Trump campaign's lead attorney in Wisconsin had texted Senator Johnson expressing a need to get a document on Wisconsin electors to you for the VP immediately. Is there a staff person I can talk to immediately? Senator Johnson then put his chief of staff in touch with the campaign to handle the issue. Shortly afterwards, Senator Johnson's chief of staff texted Hodgson, "Senator Johnson needs to hand something to V. POTUS, please advise." When Hodgson asked what it was, the response he got was, "Alternate slate of electors for Michigan and Wisconsin because archivists didn't receive them." Hodgson did not mince words. "Do not give that to him," the vice president. "He's about to walk over to preside over the joint session. Those were supposed to come in through the mail." Those fake electoral votes, which the Trump team tried for weeks to manufacture and deliver, never made it to the vice president. But they would have been invalid even if they did arrive on time. The Trump team's activities were based on the false pretense that these fake electoral votes had a decisive role to play at the joint session of Congress. And yet any such role that they could have played would have helped unlawfully obstruct an official proceeding that determines how our nation carries out the peaceful transfer of power between presidents. Indeed, as the joint session approached, Senator Mike Lee had expressed grave concerns about the fake elector effort in a series of text messages to one of the Trump team's senior legal advisors. Although Senator Lee had spent a month encouraging the idea of having state legislatures endorse competing electors for Trump, he grew alarmed as it became clear that the Trump team wanted the fake electors' votes to be considered on January 6th, even without authorization from any state government body. On December 30th, Senator Lee texted Trump advisor Cleta Mitchell that January 6th was a dangerous idea, including for the Republic itself. He explained that, "I don't think we have any valid basis for objecting to the electors because it cannot be true that we can object to any state's presidential electors simply because we don't think they handled their elections well or suspect illegal activity." Senator Lee even questioned her about the plan's dangerous long-term consequences. "Will you please explain to me how this doesn't create a slippery slope problem for all future presidential elections?" End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Final Report of the Select Committee to Investigate the January 6th Attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Just call it corrupt and leave the rest to me. 4.1. The DOJ found no significant evidence of fraud. U.S. Attorney General William Barr knew there would be trouble before all the votes had been counted. So, right out of the box on election night, the president claimed that there was major fraud underway, Barr explained. "I mean, this happened, as far as I could tell, before there was actually any potential of looking at evidence." President Trump was quick to claim there was major fraud based solely on the phenomenon known as the red mirage. As explained elsewhere in this report, Democrats were more inclined to vote via mail-in ballot during the 2020 presidential election than Republicans, who were more likely to vote in person on Election Day. This was widely known and partly a result of President Trump's own public statements criticizing mail-in balloting. It also created a gap in the timing of how votes were tallied. The early vote tally favored Republicans on election night because the mail-in ballots, which skewed towards Democrats, were not yet fully counted. This occurred not just in 2020, but also in previous elections. The president knew of this phenomenon but exploited it on election night, nonetheless, as he and his allies had planned to do. President Trump exploited this timing gap and used it as the basis for this broad claim that there was major fraud, Barr said. But the Attorney General didn't think much of that. People had been talking for weeks, and everyone understood for weeks that that was going to be what happened on election night, Barr explained. Cities with Democratic majorities in the battleground states wouldn't have their votes fully counted until the end of the cycle, with a lot of Democratic votes coming in at the end. This was not some well-guarded secret, as everyone understood that the dynamic of election night in many states would be whether or not the Democratic votes at the end of the day would overcome the election day votes. Within days of the election, the president made an avalanche of fraud allegations. It was like playing whack-a-mole, Barr explained, because something would come out one day and the next day it would be another issue. Barr told his staff very soon after the election that he didn't think the president would ever admit that he lost the election, and he would blame it on fraud, and then he would blame the actions and evidence on the Department of Justice. Barr soon took steps to investigate claims of fraud in the 2020 presidential election, even in the absence of evidence. The Department of Justice's, DOJ, long-standing policy had been to avoid any substantive investigations until after the election's results were certified. As the country's premier federal law enforcement agency, DOJ is justifiably concerned that its substantial power can influence the outcome of an election, and it has enacted policies to mitigate this possibility. On November 7, 2020, the media declared former Vice President Biden the winner of the presidential election. 2 days later, on November 9th, Attorney General Barr authorized wider investigations into claims of election fraud. Barr instructed DOJ and FBI personnel to pursue substantial allegations of voting and vote tabulation irregularities prior to the certification of elections in your jurisdictions in certain cases. Barr noted that nothing in his memo should be taken as any indication that the department has concluded that voting irregularities have impacted the outcome of any election. 4.2. November 23, 2020. Barr challenges President Trump's election lies. As Barr predicted, the president did call on him for information about alleged election fraud. Trump challenged him with a blizzard of conspiracy theories in 3 face-to-face meetings after the election. The first such meeting occurred on November 23, 2020. On November 23rd, the Attorney General spoke with White House counsel Pat Cipollone, who said that it was important for him to come to the White House and speak to President Trump. Barr had not seen the president since before the election in late October, and the White House counsel believed that it was important that the Attorney General explain what the Department of Justice was doing related to claims of election fraud. The president said there had been major fraud and that, as soon as the facts were out, the results of the election would be reversed, Barr recalled. Trump continued for quite a while, and Barr was expecting what came next. President Trump alleged that the Department of Justice doesn't think it has a role looking into these fraud claims. Barr anticipated this line of attack because the president's counsel, Rudolph Giuliani, was making all sorts of wild, unsubstantiated claims. And Giuliani wanted to blame DOJ for the fact that no one had come up with any real evidence of fraud. Of course, by the time of this meeting, U.S. attorneys' offices had been explicitly authorized to investigate substantial claims for 2 weeks and had yet to find any evidence of significant voter fraud. Barr explained to the president why he was wrong. DOJ was willing to investigate any specific and credible allegations of fraud. The fact of the matter was that the claims being made were just not meritorious and were not panning out. Barr emphasized to the president that DOJ doesn't take sides in elections and is not an extension of your legal team. During the November 23rd meeting, Barr also challenged one of President Trump's central lies. He specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be one of the most disturbing allegations. Disturbing, Barr explained, because there was absolutely zero basis for the allegations, which were being made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public. Americans were being deceived into thinking that there was this systematic corruption in the system and their votes didn't count, and that these machines, controlled by somebody else, were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. Barr stressed to the president that this was crazy stuff, arguing that not only was the conspiracy theory a waste of time, but it was also doing a great disservice to the country. As Attorney General Barr left the meeting, he talked with Mark Meadows, the White House Chief of Staff, and Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law. I think he's become more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this, Meadows said, according to Barr. Kushner reassured Barr, "We're working on this. We're working on it." Barr was hopeful that the president was beginning to accept reality. The opposite happened. "I felt that things continued to deteriorate between the 23rd and the weekend of the 29th, Barr recalled. Barr was concerned because President Trump began meeting with delegations of state legislators, and it appeared to him that there was maneuvering going on. Barr had no problem with challenging an election through the appropriate process, but worried that he didn't have any visibility into what was going on and that the president was digging in. 4.3. December 1, 2020. President Trump is irate after Barr says there is no significant fraud. Attorney General Barr had been clear that DOJ was investigating claims of fraud. The department simply was not turning up any real evidence of malfeasance, and certainly nothing that would overturn the election. Just as Barr feared, the president turned on DOJ anyway. On November 29, 2020, Fox News' Maria Bartiromo interviewed President Trump. It was his first TV interview since he lost his bid for re-election. The president claimed the election was rigged and rife with fraud. President Trump repeated various conspiracy theories, leading with the claim that Dominion's voting machines had glitches which moved thousands of votes from my account to Biden's account. President Trump pointed to dumps of votes, a reference to the batches of mail-in ballots that had been tabulated later in the counting process. He rambled off various other spurious allegations, including that dead people voted in significant numbers. "This is total fraud," the president said. "And how the FBI and Department of Justice, I don't know, maybe they're involved, but how people are getting away with this stuff, it's unbelievable. This election was rigged. This election was a total fraud." "Where is the DOJ and the FBI in all of this, Mr. President?" Bartiromo asked. "You have laid out some serious charges here. Shouldn't this be something that the FBI is investigating? Are they? Is the DOJ investigating?" Bartiromo asked incredulously. "Missing in action," the president replied. "Can't tell you where they are." He conceded that when he asked if DOJ and FBI were investigating, everyone says yes, they're looking at it. But he didn't leave it there. "You would think if you're in the FBI or Department of Justice, this is the biggest thing you could be looking at," President Trump said. "Where are they? I've not seen anything. I mean, just keep moving along. They go on to the next president." He claimed the FBI was not even investigating Dominion, adding that votes processed in its machines are counted in foreign countries. None of this was true. Just 6 days earlier, Attorney General Barr had explained to President Trump how DOJ and FBI were investigating fraud claims. Barr also made it a point to emphasize that the Dominion claims were nonsense. The president simply lied. The crazy stuff, as Barr put it, was all Trump could cite. Attorney General Barr then decided to speak out. He invited Michael Balsamo, an Associated Press, AP, reporter, to lunch on December 1st. Barr told the journalist that, to date, we have not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election. That made the president irate. Later that evening, Attorney General Barr met with President Trump at the White House. It was their second face-to-face meeting after the November election. At first, President Trump didn't even look at Attorney General Barr. "The president was as mad as I've ever seen him, and he was trying to control himself," Barr said. The president finally shoved a newspaper with the AP quote in Barr's face. "Well, this is, killing me. You didn't have to say this. You must have said this because you hate Trump. You hate Trump," Barr remembered him saying. "No, I don't hate you, Mr. President," Barr replied. You know, I came in at a low time in your administration. I've tried to help your administration. I certainly don't hate you." President Trump peppered him with unsupported conspiracy theories. Because he had authorized DOJ and FBI to investigate fraud claims, Attorney General Barr was familiar with the conspiracy theories raised by the president. The big ones he investigated included claims such as Dominion voting machines switched votes, votes had been dumped at the end of the night in Milwaukee and Detroit, non-residents voted in Nevada, the number of ballots counted in Pennsylvania exceeded the number of votes cast, as well as a story about a truck driver supposedly driving thousands of pre-filled ballots from New York to Pennsylvania, among others. Under Attorney General Barr, DOJ would also investigate a false claim that a video feed in Fulton County captured multiple runs of ballots for former Vice President Biden. As explained in detail in Chapter 1 of this report, there was no truth to any of these allegations, but that didn't stop President Trump from repeatedly citing these fictional accounts. And I told him that the stuff that his people were shoveling out to the public was bullshit. I mean, that the claims of fraud were bullshit, Barr recalled about the December 1st meeting. And, you know, he was indignant about that. And I reiterated that they wasted a whole month of these claims on the Dominion voting machines and they were idiotic claims. President Trump repeated that there had been a big vote dump in Detroit, but Attorney General Barr quickly parried this claim. There was nothing suspicious in how the votes flowed into a central location, Barr explained, because that is how the votes are always counted in Wayne County. Moreover, Barr pointed out that the president performed better in Detroit in 2020 than he did in 2016. I mean, there's no indication of fraud in Detroit, Barr said. Barr explained that the thing about the truck driver is complete, nonsense. DOJ and FBI had investigated the matter, including by interviewing the relevant witnesses. There was no truck filled with ballots. Nothing that Attorney General Barr said during that meeting could satisfy President Trump. So, the president shifted the focus to Barr. He complained that the Attorney General hadn't indicted former FBI Director James Comey and that U.S. Attorney John Durham's investigation into the origins of the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation hadn't made more progress. "Look, I know that you're dissatisfied with me," Barr said, "and I'm glad to offer my resignation." President Trump pounded the table in front of him with his fist and said, "Accepted." White House lawyers Pat Cipollone and Eric Hirschman tracked Barr down in the parking lot after he left. They convinced Barr to stay in the administration. But his days as Attorney General were numbered. President Trump was not going to stop spreading conspiracy theories. Nor would the president cease in his effort to co-opt DOJ for his own corrupt political purposes. President Trump released a video on Facebook the very next day. He repeated many of the same lies, including the conspiracy theory about Dominion voting machines switching votes. The president also offered charts falsely claiming that fraudulent vote dumps had swung the election against him. Among the examples he cited was the supposed vote dump in Detroit, Michigan. In fact, Barr had already debunked this and other claims. On December 3, 2020, Rudolph Giuliani appeared before the Georgia Senate Government Oversight Committee to allege that massive cheating had occurred during the election. Giuliani offered a video recorded on election night at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, as a key piece of evidence. Giuliani alleged that the video showed a secret suitcase of ballots being double and triple counted after Republican poll watchers had been inappropriately dismissed. The video was selectively edited and showed nothing of the sort. The Georgia Secretary of State's office investigated and immediately debunked the claim, finding that the secret suitcase was just a secure box and nothing nefarious had occurred. President Trump, Giuliani, and others continued to push the lie anyway. On December 4th, Attorney General Barr asked Byung-Jae (BJ) Pak, who was then the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia, to independently investigate the State Farm claim. Barr told Pak that this was a priority because he was going to go to the White House for a meeting and the issue might come up. Barr asked PAC to try to substantiate the allegation made by Mr. Giuliani. PAC watched the video from State Farm Arena and asked the FBI to investigate the matter further. PAC told the Select Committee that FBI agents interviewed the individuals shown in the video who were supposedly triple counting the ballots and determined that nothing irregular happened in the counting and the allegations made by Mr. Giuliani were false. And, as noted above, the supposed suitcase was a secure storage container used to store ballots. With this evidence in hand, PAC told Attorney General Barr that there was no substance to the allegations. 4.4. December 14, 2020. Barr submits his resignation. Finally, Attorney General Barr had had enough. He submitted his resignation on December 14, 2020. During an interview with the Select Committee, former Attorney General Barr reflected on his face-to-face encounters with President Trump in November and December 2020. And in that context, I made clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff which I told the president was bullshit. And, I didn't want to be part of it. And that's one of the reasons that went into my deciding to leave when I did. I observed, I think it was on December 1st, that, I believe you can't live in a world where the incumbent administration stays in power based on its view, unsupported by specific evidence, that there was fraud in the election. Around midday on December 14th, Attorney General Barr met with President Trump and Meadows in the Oval Office to discuss his resignation. When he arrived, and even before Barr could mention his resignation, President Trump began speaking at length about the recently released Allied Security Operations Group, ASOG, report on Dominion voting machines in Antrim County, Michigan. While the Attorney General had been briefed on the allegations in Antrim County and did not find them credible, he promised the President that he would have DOJ investigate them. The Attorney General then told President Trump that he had come for a separate reason and wished to speak to the President privately, so Meadows left. Barr told President Trump that it was clear the President was dissatisfied with him as Attorney General and that he had decided to resign. President Trump accepted his resignation and asked Barr who would replace him. Attorney General Barr recommended Jeffrey A. Rosen as acting Attorney General and Richard Donahue as his deputy. Although President Trump called Donahue to discuss the possibility of appointing him acting Attorney General, Donahue advised that normal procedures be followed and Rosen be named acting Attorney General. President Trump followed this advice, and upon Barr's departure, Rosen became acting Attorney General while Donahue would function as his deputy. 4.5. Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen and Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue hold the line. Barr felt that he was leaving the department in the hands of two trusted lieutenants. But President Trump immediately began to pressure Rosen and Donahue, just as he had Barr. On December 14, 2020, the day Barr resigned, Molly Michael, Special Assistant to the President and Oval Office Coordinator, sent an email to Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen. The email had two documents attached, both of which were labeled "From POTUS." The first was a set of talking points focused on false allegations of voter fraud in Antrim County, Michigan. The second document was the same ASOG report the President had given Barr. The next day, President Trump held a meeting in the White House with Acting Attorney General Rosen, Acting Deputy Attorney Donahue, Cipollone, Meadows, Acting Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security Ken Cuccinelli, and Acting General Counsel of the Department of Homeland Security Chad Mizell. Barr did not attend, even though he was not scheduled to leave DOJ until the following week. The timing of the meeting was notable, as the previous day the Electoral College had met and cast their votes in favor of former Vice President Biden. During testimony before the Select Committee, Donahue explained that the December 15th meeting was largely focused on the ASOG report. According to Donahue, the President was adamant that the report must be accurate, that it proved that the election was defective, that he in fact won the election, and the department should be using that report to basically tell the American people that the results were not trustworthy. President Trump discussed other theories as well, including erroneous allegations of voter fraud in Georgia and Pennsylvania, but the bulk of that conversation on December 15th focused on Antrim County, Michigan. President Trump asked why DOJ wasn't doing more to look at this and whether the department was going to do its job. The Department of Justice was doing its job. In fact, Attorney General Barr had ordered unprecedented investigations into the many spacious claims of voter fraud. The president simply didn't want to hear the truth, that DOJ found that not one of the bogus claims was true. As explained in Chapter 1, the original vote totals in Antrim County were the result of a human error that had since been corrected, not the result of any problem with Dominion machines or software. There was no evidence of fraud. 4.6. President Trump is introduced to Jeffrey Clark. On December 21, 2020, 11 House Republicans met with President Trump at the White House to discuss their plans for objecting to the certification of the Electoral College vote on January 6th. After the meeting, Mark Meadows tweeted, "Several members of Congress just finished a meeting in the Oval Office with @RealDonaldTrump preparing to fight back against mounting evidence of voter fraud. Stay tuned." Among those in attendance was Congressman Scott Perry, a Republican from Pennsylvania. By the next day, Representative Perry had introduced a little-known DOJ official named Jeffrey Clark to the president. At the time, Clark was the acting head of the Civil Division and head of the Environmental and Natural Resources Division at the Department of Justice. Clark had no experience in, or responsibilities related to, investigating allegations of election fraud. President Trump called Acting Attorney General Rosen virtually every day between December 23rd and January 3rd. The president usually discussed his dissatisfaction with DOJ, claiming the department was not doing enough to investigate election fraud. On Christmas Eve, Trump brought up Jeffrey Clark's name. Rosen found it peculiar, telling the Select Committee, "I was quizzical as to how does the president even know Mr. Clark." Rosen then spoke directly with Clark on December 26th. Clark revealed that he had met with the president in the Oval Office several days prior. Clark had told the president that if he were to change the leadership at the Department of Justice, then the department might be able to do more to support the president's claims that the election had been stolen from him. In his discussion with Acting Attorney General Rosen, Clark was defensive and apologetic, claiming that the meeting with President Trump was inadvertent and it would not happen again, and that if anyone asked him to go to such a meeting, he would notify Rich Donahue and me, Rosen. Of course, Clark had good reason to be defensive. His meeting with President Trump and Representative Perry on December 22nd was a clear violation of department policy, which limits interactions between the White House and the department's staff. As Steve Engel, former Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel, explained to the Select Committee, "It's critical that the Department of Justice conducts its criminal investigations free from either the reality or any appearance of political interference. For that reason, the department has long-standing policies in place across administrations to keep these communications as infrequent and at the highest level as possible, just to make sure that people who are less careful about it, who don't really understand these implications, such as Mr. Clark, don't run afoul of those contact policies." Rosen added that only the Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General can have conversations about criminal matters with the White House, or they can authorize someone within the DOJ to do so. Clark had no such authorization. Representative Perry continued to advocate on Clark's behalf. The congressman texted Meadows on December 26th, writing, "Mark, just checking in as time continues to count down. 11 days to 1/6 and 25 days to inauguration. We gotta get going." Representative Perry followed up, "Mark, you should call Jeff. I just got off the phone with him and he explained to me why the principal deputy position won't work, especially with the FBI. They will view it as not having the authority to enforce what needs to be done." Meadows responded, "I got it. I think I understand. Let me work on the deputy position." Representative Perry then sent additional texts. Roger, just sent you something on Signal. Just sent you an updated file. And did you call Jeff Clark? End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6 Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4.7 December 27th Phone Call. On December 27, 2020, President Trump called Acting Attorney General Rosen once again. At some point during the lengthy call, Rosen asked that Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue be conferenced in. According to Donahue's contemporaneous notes, Trump referenced 3 Republican politicians, all of whom had supported the president's election lies and the Stop the Steal campaign. One was Representative Scott Perry. Another was Doug Mastriano, a state senator from Pennsylvania who would later be on the grounds of the U.S. Capitol during the January 6th attack. President Trump also referenced Representative Jim Jordan from Ohio, praising him as a fighter. Representatives Perry and Jordan had often teamed up to spread lies about the election. The two spoke at a Stop the Steal rally in front of the Pennsylvania State Capitol in Harrisburg, just days after the November election. The pair also pressed their conspiratorial case during interviews with friendly media outlets. President Trump made a stream of allegations during the December 27th call. As reflected in his notes, Donahue considered the call to be an escalation of the earlier conversations, with the president becoming more adamant that we weren't doing our job. President Trump trafficked in conspiracy theories he had heard from others, and Donahue sought to make it clear to the president these allegations were simply not true. Donahue sought to correct President Trump in a serial fashion as he moved from one theory to another. The president returned to the discredited ASOG report, which former Attorney General Barr had already dismissed as complete nonsense. ASOG had claimed, based on no evidence, that the Dominion voting machines in Antrim County, Michigan had suffered from a 68% error rate. As noted above and in Chapter 1, that was not close to being true. Bipartisan election officials in Antrim County completed a hand recount of all machine-processed ballots on December 17, 2020, which should have ended the lies about Dominion's voting machines. The net difference between the machine count and the hand recount was only 12 out of 15,718 total votes. The machines counted just one more vote for former Vice President Biden than was tallied during the hand recount. Donahue informed the president that he cannot and should not be relying on ASOG's claim because it was simply not true. This did not stop the president from later repeating the debunked allegation multiple times, including during his January 6 speech at the Ellipse. Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue debunked a series of other conspiracy theories offered by President Trump during the December 27th call as well. One story involved a truck driver who claimed to have moved an entire tractor-trailer of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania. There was no truth to the story. The FBI interviewed witnesses at the front end and back end of the truck's transit route, looked at loading manifests, questioned the truck driver, and concluded that there were no ballots in the truck. President Trump then returned to the conspiracy theory about voting in Detroit. Former Attorney General Barr had already debunked the claim that a massive number of illegal votes had been dumped during the middle of the night, but the president would not let it go. President Trump alleged that someone threw the poll watchers out, and you don't even need to look at the illegal aliens voting. Don't need to. It's so obvious. The president complained that the FBI will always say there's nothing there, because while the special agents, the line guys, supported him, the Bureau's leadership supposedly did not. This was inconsistent with Donahue's view. But President Trump complained that he had made some bad decisions on leadership at the FBI. President Trump also wanted to talk a great deal about Georgia and the State Farm Arena video, claiming it was fraud staring you right in the face. President Trump smeared Ruby Freeman, a Georgia election worker who was merely doing her job, as a huckster and an election scammer. President Trump said the networks, meaning the television networks, had magnified the tape and saw them running them, ballots, through repeatedly. The president repeated the lie that Democrats had closed the facility and then came back with hidden ballots under the table. He suggested that both Rosen and Donahue go to Fulton County and do a signature verification. They would see how illegal it is and find tens of thousands of illegal ballots. President Trump kept fixating on the supposed suitcase in the video. But Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue debunked the president's obsession. There is no suitcase, Donahue made clear. Donahue explained that the DOJ had looked at the video and interviewed multiple witnesses. The suitcase was an official lockbox filled with genuine votes. And election workers simply did not scan ballots for former Vice President Biden multiple times. All of this was recorded by security cameras. In response to what President Trump was saying during the conversation, Rosen and Donahue tried to make clear that the claims the president made weren't supported by the evidence. "You guys must not be following the internet the way I do," the president remarked. But President Trump was not finished peddling wild conspiracy theories. The president pushed the claim that Pennsylvania had reported 205,000 more votes than there were voters in the state. "We'll look at whether we have more ballots in Pennsylvania than registered voters," Acting Attorney General Rosen replied, according to Donahue. "They should be able to check that out quickly." But Rosen wanted President Trump to understand that the DOJ can't and won't snap its fingers and change the outcome of the election. It doesn't work that way. "I don't expect you to do that," President Trump responded. "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." Donahue explained this is an exact quote from the president. "We have an obligation to tell the people that this was an illegal, corrupt election," President Trump told the DOJ team at another point in the call. President Trump insisted this was DOJ's obligation, even though Rosen and Donahue kept telling him there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to overturn the outcome of the election. "We are doing our job," Donahue informed the president. "Much of the info you're getting is false." The call on December 27th was contentious for additional reasons. President Trump did not want to accept that the Department of Justice was not an arm of his election campaign. He wanted to know why the department did not assist in his campaign's civil suits against states. There was a simple answer. There was no evidence to support the campaign's claims of fraud. Donahue and Rosen also tried to explain to the president on this occasion and on several other occasions that the Justice Department has a very important, very specific, but very limited role in these elections. The states run their elections, and DOJ is not quality control for the states. DOJ has a mission that relates to criminal conduct in relation to federal elections and also has related civil rights responsibilities. But DOJ cannot simply intervene to alter the outcome of an election or support a civil suit. When President Trump made these demands on December 27th, it was already crystal clear that the Department of Justice had found no evidence of systemic fraud. The department simply had no reason to assert that the 2020 presidential contest was an illegal, corrupt election. "People tell me Jeff Clark is great and that I should put him in," President Trump said on the call. "People want me to replace the DOJ leadership." Donahue responded, "Sir, that's fine. You should have the leadership you want. But understand, changing the leadership in the department won't change anything." The president did not really care what facts had been uncovered by the Department of Justice. President Trump just wanted the department to say the election was corrupt so he and the Republican congressman could exploit the statement in the days to come, including on January 6th. And when Rosen and Donahue resisted the president's entreaties, he openly mused about replacing Rosen with someone who would do the president's bidding. 4.8. Congressman Scott Perry calls Donahue. Toward the end of the December 27th call, President Trump asked Donahue for his cell number. Later that day, Representative Perry called Donahue to press the president's case. Representative Perry was one of President Trump's key congressional allies in the effort to overturn the election's results. Representative Perry was an early supporter of the Stop the Steal campaign and, as noted above, addressed the crowd at one such event outside the Pennsylvania state capitol in Harrisburg on November 5, 2020. In December 2020, Representative Perry was also one of 27 Republican congressmen who signed a letter requesting that President Trump direct Attorney General Barr to appoint a special counsel to investigate irregularities in the 2020 election. December 9, 2020, more than 1 week after Barr told the press there was no evidence of significant fraud. There was no reason to think that a special counsel was warranted. Representative Perry and other congressmen advocated for one to be appointed anyway. Representative Perry attended the December 21st Oval Office meeting along with at least 10 other congressional Republicans to discuss the strategy for objecting to the Electoral College votes on January 6th. Along with 125 other Republican members of Congress, Representative Perry also supported Texas's lawsuit against Pennsylvania and 3 other states. That is, Representative Perry supported Texas's effort to nullify the certified Electoral College vote from 4 states, including his own home state. Donahue took notes during his conversation with Representative Perry and provided those notes to the Select Committee. The notes reflect that when Representative Perry called Donahue on December 27th, Representative Perry explained that President Trump asked him to call and that he, Representative Perry, did not think DOJ had been doing its job on the election. Representative Perry brought up other, unrelated matters and argued that the FBI doesn't always do the right thing in all instances. Representative Perry also brought up Jeff Clark. He said he liked him and thought that Clark would do something about this, meaning the election fraud allegations. On the evening of December 27th, Representative Perry emailed Donahue a set of documents alleging significant voting fraud had occurred in Pennsylvania. One document asserted that election authorities had counted 205,000 more votes than had been cast. Representative Perry also shared this same claim on Twitter the following day. President Trump kept raising the same claim. Sometimes there was an alleged discrepancy of 205,000 votes. Other times it was supposedly 250,000 votes. Either way, it was not true. Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue forwarded Representative Perry's email to Scott Brady, who was the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Pennsylvania at the time. As Brady soon discovered, there was no discrepancy. President Trump's supporters came up with the claim by comparing the Pennsylvania Secretary of State's website, which reported the total number of votes as 5.25 million, to a separate state election registry, which showed only 5 million votes cast. The problem was simple. Pennsylvania's election site had not been updated. The totals for 4 counties had not yet been reported on the election site. Once those votes were counted on the site, the totals matched. This was simply not an example of fraud, as President Trump, Representative Perry, and others would have it. 4.9. December 28, 2020. The Clark Letter. On December 28, 2020, Clark sent a 5-page draft letter to Donahue and Rosen. The letter was addressed to 3 Georgia state officials, Governor Brian Kemp, Speaker of the House David Ralston, and President pro tempore of the Senate, Butch Miller. It contained places for Rosen and Donahue to affix their signatures, which they steadfastly refused to do. The letter, if signed and sent, may very well have provoked a constitutional crisis. The letter was attached to an email from Clark, in which he requested authorization to attend a classified briefing by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, ODNI, led by DNI Radcliffe on foreign election interference issues. ODNI did not find any foreign interference in the voting process or counting, but Clark apparently believed some of the conspiracy theories that had been floated. Specifically, Clark claimed that hackers have evidence in the public domain that a Dominion machine accessed the internet through a smart thermostat with a net connection trail leading back to China. Clark added, ODNI may have additional classified evidence. This crackpot claim had been shared by other Trump officials and associates as well. Ultimately, after Clark received the ODNI briefing, he acknowledged to Donahue that there was nothing in that briefing that would have supported his earlier suspicion about foreign involvement. Clark intended to send the letter to officials in Georgia and several other contested states that President Trump needed to flip if he was going to overturn the election results. The Department of Justice is investigating various irregularities in the 2020 election for President of the United States, Clark wrote. Clark continued, the department will update you as we are able on the investigatory process, but at this time we have identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia. Clark continued by arguing that Georgia's state legislature should call a special session. In light of these developments, the department recommends that the Georgia General Assembly should convene in special session so that its legislators are in a special position to take additional testimony, receive new evidence, and deliberate on the matter consistent with its duties under the U.S. Constitution, Clark wrote. Clark referenced the fake electors that the president and his campaign organized and argued that there were two competing slates of electors, both of which were legitimate. The department believes that in Georgia and several other states, both a slate of electors supporting Joseph R. Biden Jr. and a separate slate of electors supporting Donald J. Trump gathered on December 14, 2020, at the proper location to cast their ballots, and that both sets of those ballots have been transmitted to Washington, D.C. to be opened by Vice President Pence, Clark wrote. The letter was a lie. Senior DOJ officials, Barr, Rosen, and Donahue, had repeatedly stated the opposite. They found no evidence of fraud that would have impacted the election's results. None. But since mid-November, the Trump campaign's legal team under Giuliani attempted to execute its dual-track strategy of both filing lawsuits and convincing state legislatures in contested states to appoint separate slates of presidential electors for President Trump. By late December, however, the dual-track approach had largely failed, and no legislatures had sent a second lawful slate of electors for Trump to Congress. Clearly, President Trump and his campaign team could not get the job done. So, the president and those around him sought to use the hefty imprimatur of the U.S. Department of Justice to achieve the same thing. No doubt, a letter coming from the Department of Justice is different from a meandering call from Giuliani or one of his associates. And, because it was December 28th and there was little more than a week until the January 6th joint session of Congress, President Trump needed more, and soon. Clark's letter, which laid out a plan that was almost identical to what President Trump and his team had pressured state officials to carry out virtually since Election Day, could have been just what President Trump needed. Several examples demonstrate the parallels between President Trump's and Rudolph Giuliani's approach to overturning the election in November and December, and what Clark proposed in this letter. First, the letter sought to have the Georgia State Legislature convene a special session to focus on allegations of fraud in the election. Giuliani and his team had been making calls to state legislatures and telling them in both official and unofficial state legislature committee hearings that state legislatures should convene in special sessions. They also argued that state legislatures had the authority to convene a special session themselves, despite limitations in state law requiring such a session be convened by the governor. Clark included the same argument in his draft letter. Additionally, the draft letter recommended that the Georgia legislature consider choosing the alternate, fake, slate of electoral college electors that sent fake electoral college votes to Congress and Vice President Pence. Having state legislatures choose Trump electors in states where President Trump lost was one of the Trump team's early goals immediately after the election, but it didn't work. When no state legislature appointed its own set of electors before December 14th, the Trump campaign arranged for electors to meet in contested states anyway and cast fake electoral college votes. This letter, with the Department of Justice seal at the top, was just one more way that President Trump and those close to him could pressure state officials to send competing electoral college votes to Congress for consideration during the joint session, despite former Vice President Biden's certified victory in each of the contested states. Despite the similarities between the requests in Clark's proposed letter and the requests that President Trump and his team made to state officials for nearly 2 months, the extent to which Clark directly coordinated his actions with the Trump campaign and its outside advisors is unclear. Clark asserted his Fifth Amendment rights and various other privileges to avoid answering the Select Committee's questions about these and other topics. When Giuliani was asked during his Select Committee deposition whether he remembered discussing DOJ issuing a letter like Clark's, Giuliani refused to answer because it implicated attorney-client privilege with President Trump. But when asked if he recalled ever recommending that Clark be given election-related responsibilities at DOJ, Giuliani said, "I do recall saying to people that somebody should be put in charge of the Justice Department who isn't frightened of what's going to be done to their reputation, because the Justice Department was filled with people like that." And the investigation has also revealed that Clark and John Eastman were in communication throughout this period. One person who had worked with Eastman and others in his circle was a lawyer installed to work with Clark at the Department of Justice in mid-December, the final weeks of the Trump administration, named Ken Klukowski. Klukowski was a Trump administration political appointee serving as a senior counsel under Clark in DOJ's Civil Division. After serving as a lawyer in the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, for more than a year and volunteering as a lawyer for the Trump campaign after Election Day, Klukowski only joined the department when the administration's personnel staff expedited his appointment because the White House's Presidential Personnel Office wanted him in soon. On the morning of December 28th, Clark asked Klukowski to draft the Georgia letter for him. Clark dictated the substantive key points of the letter to Klukowski and told him exactly what to include. After several meetings with Clark throughout the day to update him on progress, Klukowski turned in his assignment and gave the letter to Clark, which Clark sent along to Acting Attorney General Rosen and Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue, as described above. Donahue quickly responded to Clark's email, stating, "There is no chance that I would sign this letter or anything remotely like this." The plan set forth by Clark was not even within the realm of possibility. Donahue warned that if they sent Clark's letter, it would be a grave step for the department to take and it could have tremendous constitutional, political, and social ramifications for the country. Contrary to President Trump's and Clark's wild claims about the election, Donahue stressed that DOJ's ongoing investigations related to matters of such a small scale that they simply would not impact the outcome of the presidential election. Clark's assertion to the contrary was baseless. Donahue and Rosen reaffirmed their strong opposition to the draft letter in a contentious meeting with Clark on December 28th. "What you are doing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election," Donahue admonished Clark, to which Clark indignantly responded, "I think a lot of people have meddled in this election." Under questioning by Rosen and Donahue, Clark eventually also revealed that he had been in a meeting in the Oval Office with President Trump. Donahue demanded to know, "Why the hell are we hearing your name from the President of the United States and a congressman?" When Clark was reminded that meeting the president without authorization or informing his superiors was a clear violation of the White House contacts policy, he retorted, "It's a policy. There's a lot more at stake here than a policy." In fact, the contacts policy was designed for situations just like this where political figures might try to influence criminal investigations or legal actions taken by the Department of Justice, as President Trump was attempting to do. In the days that followed, Clark called witnesses, got a briefing from ODNI, and pursued his own investigations. Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue was shocked to learn that Clark did not cease his efforts even after learning there was no foreign interference. Instead of adhering to the facts, Clark doubled down. During a follow-up meeting on January 2nd, Clark acknowledged he had received the ODNI briefing, and he acknowledged that there was nothing in the briefing that would have supported his earlier suspicion about foreign involvement, but he nevertheless spewed out some of these theories, some of which we'd heard from the president, but others which were floating around the internet and media, and just kept insisting that the department needed to act and needed to send those letters. End of Chapter 4, Part 2.
Chapter 4, Part 3 of Final Report of the Select Committee to Investigate the January 6th Attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4.10 December 29th Meeting. The next day, Rosen, Donahue, and Engel had a meeting with Mark Meadows, Pat Cipollone, and Cipollone's deputy, Pat Philbin, in the White House Chief of Staff's office. While the meeting dealt primarily with the presidential transition, the group discussed a draft complaint modeled after Texas v. Pennsylvania that the president wanted the Department of Justice to file challenging the results of the presidential election, tentatively called United States v. Pennsylvania. The DOJ officials said that they had not had time to thoroughly review the proposed suit, but initially indicated that it appeared to be flawed and did not seem viable for DOJ to file. Meadows suggested that the DOJ leadership meet with William Olson and Kurt Olson, the two attorneys affiliated with the Trump campaign that had been working on the proposed suit, and added that Eastman and a retired judge from North Carolina named Mark Martin both had views about the lawsuit. In this meeting, Meadows also raised a new and outrageous allegation of election fraud, that an Italian company had been involved in changing votes in the presidential election. According to Meadows, there was a man, whom Donahue later learned was in an Italian prison, who claimed to have information supporting the allegation and that CIA officers stationed in Rome were either aware of the plot to interfere in the election or had participated in it. Donahue described how it was apparent that Meadows was not clear on the specifics of the allegation, but passed them along to DOJ to investigate, nonetheless. Following the meeting, Donahue provided the information to the FBI, which quickly determined that the allegations were not credible. Meadows and other senior officials in the Trump administration, however, pressed DOJ to investigate every allegation of fraud regardless of how absurd or specious. In the days after the December 29th meeting with Meadows, the senior DOJ officials more closely examined the proposed United States v. Pennsylvania lawsuit and determined that DOJ could not file it. Engel was principally tasked with examining the veracity of the suit and summarized his analysis in a series of talking points that he provided to Donahue on December 31st. Engel concluded that for multiple reasons, the proposed lawsuit lacked merit. First, the U.S. government did not have standing to challenge how a state administered its election. Such a challenge could only be brought by President Trump as a candidate and as a campaign, or, possibly, an aggrieved electoral college elector. Second, there was no identified precedent in the history of the Supreme Court establishing that such a lawsuit could be filed by the U.S. government. Third, by late December, states had already certified the results of their elections and the Electoral College had met, so suing states by this point would not impact the results of the election. Finally, unlike Texas v. Pennsylvania, which was one state suing another state, this lawsuit would not automatically be heard by the Supreme Court, so it should have been filed in a federal district court months prior, if at all, to have any possibility of impacting the outcome of the election. When asked about it during his interview with the Select Committee, Engel described United States v. Pennsylvania as a meritless lawsuit and said there was never a question about whether the department was going to file it. As senior DOJ officials had already explained to President Trump multiple times in November and December 2020, the Department of Justice was strictly limited in what election-related actions it could take. It could not oversee states' actions in administering their elections, and it could not support litigation filed by President Trump's campaign. Nonetheless,
President Trump continued to push DOJ to file this lawsuit over the following days and essentially act as an arm of his political campaign. 4.11 Rosen's December 30th call with President Trump. Even after the December 29th meeting, President Trump and those working on his behalf still wanted DOJ leadership to file United States v. Pennsylvania. On December 30th, Acting Attorney General Rosen had a phone call with President Trump that included a discussion about the lawsuit. During the call, Rosen clearly explained to the president that DOJ could not file the lawsuit. Rosen said, "This doesn't work, there's multiple problems with it, and the Department of Justice is not going to be able to do it." According to Rosen, President Trump accepted what he said without argument. Yet President Trump and his allies continued pressuring the department to file the lawsuit. 4.12 December 31st meeting. On December 31st, 2020, President Trump suddenly returned to Washington, D.C. from Florida, where he had been celebrating Christmas. Shortly after Air Force One landed, Rosen and Donahue were summoned to the Oval Office once again. They met with the president that afternoon. President Trump was a little more agitated than he had been in the meeting on the 15th, according to Donahue. The president remained adamant that the election had been stolen, that he won, that the American people were being harmed by fraud, and that he believed the Justice Department should be doing something about it. The president once again raised the prospect of naming Clark the acting attorney general. Donahue and Rosen repeated what they had told the president previously, that he should have the leaders that he wanted, but it's really not going to change anything. President Trump again asked why DOJ would not file a complaint with the Supreme Court, alleging that the election was fraudulent. Rosen and Donahue explained, once more, that the DOJ did not have standing. DOJ represents the federal government, not the American people. President Trump was incredulous and became very animated. The president kept repeating the same questions. How is that possible? How can that possibly be? President Trump also floated the prospect of naming a special counsel, suggesting Ken Cuccinelli from the Department of Homeland Security as a possible candidate. This sounds like the kind of thing that would warrant appointment of a special counsel, Donahue recalled the president saying. The president did not order the DOJ to name a special counsel, but he was clearly still thinking about it. Donahue and Rosen didn't say a lot in response, but simply pointed out that there was no evidence to support the many individual allegations that had been made, so there was no evidence that would warrant appointing a special counsel. President Trump again raised the Antrim County, Michigan allegations. As mentioned above, bipartisan election officials in Antrim County completed a hand recount of all ballots on December 17th. This should have resolved the matter once and for all. There was simply no evidence that Dominion's machines had manipulated the result. But President Trump would not accept this reality. During the December 31st meeting, the president also raised the prospect of seizing the voting machines. "Why don't you guys seize machines?" he asked. "You guys should seize machines because there will be evidence," Donahue recalled President Trump saying. Rosen pushed back, saying the DOJ had no basis to seize voting machines from the states. They needed a search warrant, but there was no evidence to justify one. Rosen explained to President Trump again that the DOJ had no responsibility for oversight, as the states conduct the elections. Rosen added that to the extent that any federal agency is involved, it is the Department of Homeland Security, which ensures software selection and quality control. At that point, the president called Ken Cuccinelli. Donahue recalled the president saying something along the lines of, "Ken, the acting attorney general is telling me it's your job to seize machines." Rosen had said nothing of the sort, but Cuccinelli quickly shot down the president's line of inquiry, making it clear that the Department of Homeland Security had no such authority. White House counsel Pat Cipollone was also in attendance and supported the DOJ leadership throughout the meeting. When Rosen spoke to Clark by phone on December 31st or January 1st, Clark revealed that he had spoken to the president again, despite previously promising Rosen and Donahue that he would inform them of any other contact that he received from the White House. Clark told Rosen that President Trump had offered Clark the position of acting Attorney General and asked him to respond by Monday, January 4th. Clark, however, said that he needed to do some due diligence related to claims of election fraud before deciding whether he would accept the president's offer. 4.13, January 2nd, 2021. Rosen and Donahue confront Clark again. On Saturday, January 2nd, Rosen and Donahue attempted, once again, to persuade Clark to stand down. The two reiterated that Clark should stop meeting with the president. Donahue reprimanded Clark, emphasizing that he was the boss and that Clark's ongoing contacts with the president were in violation of DOJ's White House contact policy. Clark acknowledged that he had been briefed by the ODNI, as he had requested, and that there was nothing in that briefing that would have supported his earlier suspicion about foreign involvement. Nevertheless, Clark still wanted to send his letter to Georgia and other contested states alleging voter fraud. During the conversation, Clark confirmed President Trump had offered him the position of acting Attorney General. Clark told Rosen that he would decline the offer if Rosen and Donahue signed his dishonest letter to officials in Georgia. The two refused once again, making it clear that there was no way we were going to sign that letter. Rosen reiterated his decision in an email on the night of January 2nd, writing, "I confirmed again today that I am not prepared to sign such a letter." That same day, President Trump attempted to coerce Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger into manufacturing enough votes to steal the election in that state. That call is discussed in Chapter 2 of this report, but one part of it deserves mention here. During that same call, President Trump brought up B.J. Pack, whom President Trump had appointed as the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. President Trump referred to Pack as your never-Trumper U.S. Attorney there. The implication was that Pack was not doing enough to validate President Trump's fictitious claims of voter fraud. President Trump's mention of Pack proved to be ominous. 4.14, January 3, 2021. Clark informs DOJ leadership that he will accept President Trump's offer. On January 3rd, Clark informed Rosen that he had decided to accept the president's offer to serve as the acting Attorney General. Clark offered Rosen the position of his deputy. Rosen thought that Clark's offer was preposterous and nonsensical. Rosen told the Select Committee that there was no universe where I was going to do that to stay on and support someone else doing things that were not consistent with what I thought should be done. Donahue believed it was a done deal, and Clark would become the head of DOJ. But Pat Cipollone told Rosen that it was not a done deal and that we should fight this out at the White House. White House call logs from January 3rd show that President Trump and Clark spoke 4 times that day starting at 6:59 a.m. The first 3 calls of the day, 2 in the morning and 1 in the early afternoon, show that the president spoke with Mr. Jeffrey Clark. The final call between the two of them, from 4:19 to 4:22 p.m., however, shows that President Trump spoke to Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Clark, suggesting that Clark had, in fact, accepted the president's offer. Acting Attorney General Rosen told the Select Committee that he would have felt comfortable being replaced by either Donahue or Engel, but he did not want for the Department of Justice to be put in a posture where it would be doing things that were not consistent with the truth, were not consistent with its own appropriate role, or were not consistent with the Constitution. As a result, Rosen took 4 immediate steps to try and prevent Clark's ascension to Attorney General. First, he called Meadows and asked him to set up a meeting for that evening with President Trump. Second, he spoke to Cipollone, who told Rosen that Clark's appointment was not inevitable and that he would also be at the meeting that evening to support Rosen and Donahue. Third, Rosen called Engel and asked him to come to DOJ headquarters so he could attend the White House meeting. Finally, Rosen asked Donahue and another senior department attorney named Patrick Hovakimian to convene a meeting of the rest of the department's leadership to describe the situation to them and hear how they would react to Clark's appointment. Hovakimian set up a conference call. Although some of the assistant attorneys general were not able to participate in the call, all of those who did agreed that they would resign if Rosen were removed from office. Pat Hovakimian drafted a resignation letter that read, "This evening, after Acting Attorney General Jeff Rosen over the course of the last week repeatedly refused the President's direct instructions to utilize the Department of Justice's law enforcement powers for improper ends, the President removed Jeff from the department. PADAG Rich Donahue and I resign from the department effective immediately." Hovakimian never sent the letter because the threat of mass resignations dissuaded President Trump from replacing Rosen. Regardless, the letter stated in plain truth, President Trump was trying to use DOJ for his own improper ends. The January 3, 2021 Oval Office meeting. At Rosen's request, White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows arranged a meeting with the President at 6:15 p.m. that evening. We should pause to reflect on the timing and purpose of the meeting. Congress was set to meet in a joint session in less than 72 hours. The states had already certified their elections. Former Vice President Biden was going to be certified as the winner of the 2020 presidential election. There was no material dispute over Biden's victory. Trump and his lawyers had not produced any evidence of significant fraud. Instead, they presented one nonsensical conspiracy theory after another. The DOJ and FBI were forced to debunk these claims, and they did. None of this stopped President Trump's efforts to subvert DOJ. Quite the opposite. The president pushed forward with a plan to install Jeff Clark as the acting attorney general, apparently to attempt to interfere with the certification of the Electoral College vote on January 6th. It is for this reason Rosen requested an emergency meeting on January 3rd. Before heading into the Oval Office, Rosen and Donahue discussed the possible leadership change with Cipollone and Pat Philbin. They were completely opposed to it, Donahue explained. In fact, no one who attended the Oval Office meeting supported the leadership change, other than Jeff Clark. Donahue didn't initially join the meeting, but the president soon called him in. During the meeting, Clark attempted to defend the last-minute move to make him acting attorney general. Clark said he would conduct real investigations that would, in his view, uncover widespread fraud. Clark declared that this was the last opportunity to sort of set things straight with this defective election, and he had the intelligence, the will, and desire to pursue these matters in the way that the president thought most appropriate. Everyone else quickly disagreed. President Trump asked Donahue and Engel what they would do, and both confirmed they would resign. Donahue added that theirs would not be the only resignations. "You should understand that your entire department leadership will resign," Donahue recalled saying. This included every assistant attorney general. "Mr. President, these aren't bureaucratic leftovers left from another administration," Donahue continued. "You picked them. This is your leadership team. You sent every one of them to the Senate. You got them confirmed." Donahue argued that the president would look bad in the wake of the mass resignations. "What is that going to say about you when we all walk out at the same time?" Donahue recalled asking the president, "And what happens if, within 48 hours, we have hundreds of resignations from your Justice Department because of your actions? What does that say about your leadership?" Steve Engel reinforced Donahue's point, saying that Clark would be left leading a graveyard. White House counsel Pat Cipollone threatened to resign as well, describing Clark's letter as a murder-suicide pact. Cipollone warned that the letter would damage everyone who touches it and no one should have anything to do with it. Some of the participants in the meeting argued that Clark was the wrong person for the job of Attorney General. Clark attempted to defend his credentials, arguing that he had been involved in complicated civil and environmental litigation. "That's right, you're an environmental lawyer," Donahue fired back. "How about you go back to your office, and we'll call you when there's an oil spill." The meeting lasted approximately 3 hours. Only toward the end of the contentious affair did President Trump decide to reverse his earlier decision to make Clark the acting Assistant Attorney General. Donahue recalled President Trump addressing Clark along the following lines: "I appreciate your willingness to do it. I appreciate you being willing to suffer the abuse. But the reality is, you're not going to get anything done. These guys are going to quit. Everyone else is going to resign. It's going to be a disaster. The bureaucracy will eat you alive. And no matter how you want to get things done in the next few weeks, you won't be able to get it done, and it's not going to be worth the breakage." Clark tried to change President Trump's mind, saying, "History is calling, this is our opportunity, and we can get this done." But the president was clearly rattled by the threat of mass defections and reiterated that the change would not happen. President Trump then wondered what would happen to Clark and if Donahue was going to fire him. Donahue explained that only the president had that authority. That was the end of the matter. "And we all got up and walked out of the Oval Office," Donahue recalled. But for one DOJ employee, the matter was not entirely settled. During the January 3rd meeting in the Oval Office, President Trump complained bitterly about B.J. Pack, the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. Barr had tasked Pack with investigating the State Farm Arena video in early December 2020. Like the FBI and Georgia state officials, Pack concluded that nothing nefarious had occurred. President Trump was dissatisfied. "No wonder nothing's been found in Atlanta, because the U.S. Attorney there is a never-Trumper," Donahue recalled the president saying. Donahue objected, saying Pack had been doing his job. But the president insisted, pointing out that Pack criticized him years earlier. "This guy is a never-Trumper," the president reiterated. "He should never have been in my administration to begin with. How did this guy end up in my administration?" The president threatened to fire Pack. When Donahue pointed out that Pack was already planning to resign the next day, a Monday, President Trump insisted that it be Pack's last day on the job. Pack later confirmed to Donahue that he would be leaving the next day. President Trump asked if those in attendance at the Oval Office meeting knew Bobby Christine, who was the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Georgia. Even though Pack had a first assistant, who was next in line for Pack's job upon his resignation, President Trump wanted Christine to take the role. Christine did take over for Pack, but he did not find any evidence of fraud either. It was Donahue's impression that Christine concluded that the election matters were handled appropriately. Later in the evening of January 3rd, President Trump called Donahue to pass along yet another conspiracy theory. The president had heard that an ICE agent outside of Atlanta was in custody of a truck filled with shredded ballots. Donahue explained that ICE agents are part of the Department of Homeland Security, so the matter would be under that department's purview. President Trump asked Donahue to inform Ken Cuccinelli. That story, like all the others, turned out to be fiction when DOJ investigators evaluated the claim. The truck was carrying shredded ballots, but they were from a previous election. The old ballots had been shredded to make room for storing ballots from the 2020 election. 4.15. President Trump's unprecedented attempt to subvert the DOJ. The most senior DOJ officials at the end of President Trump's term stopped him from co-opting America's leading law enforcement agency for his own corrupt purposes. Recall that Attorney General Barr commented, "You can't live in a world where the incumbent administration stays in power based on its view, unsupported by specific evidence, that there was fraud in the election." Richard Donahue concluded that Jeffrey Clark's letter may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis. Jeffrey Rosen summed up his short time as the acting Attorney General like this: During my tenure, we appointed no special prosecutors. We sent no letters to state or state legislators disputing the election outcome. We made no public statements saying the election was corrupt and should be overturned. We initiated no Supreme Court actions, nor filed or joined any other lawsuits calling into question the legitimacy of our election and institutions. President Trump attempted to get DOJ to do each of those things. End of Chapter 4, Part 3. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Final Report of the Select Committee to Investigate the January 6th Attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A coup in search of a legal theory. On the morning of January 6, 2021, Vice President Michael R. Pence gathered his staff to pray. Vice President Pence and his closest advisors knew the day ahead would be a challenging one. They asked God for guidance and wisdom in the hours to come. No Republican had been more loyal to President Donald J. Trump throughout his turbulent presidency than Vice President Pence. The Vice President rarely, if ever, criticized his boss. But as January 6th approached, President Trump turned on his own Vice President. President Trump was desperate. As described in the previous chapters, the president was searching for a way to stay in power. He had lost the election to former Vice President Biden. He had run out of legal options to overturn the election weeks earlier, when his lawyers lost nearly every court challenge they filed. The president pursued other means as well. President Trump and his lawyers tried to convince state and local officials to overturn the election, but they met resistance. Those same officials would not break the law or violate their oath to the Constitution. President Trump and his associates tried to convince state legislatures to replace the legitimate electors won by former Vice President Biden with Trump electors. The Trump campaign even convened their own fake electors who submitted false electoral votes to Washington. But those efforts failed too. President Trump also attempted to use the Department of Justice, DOJ, for his own corrupt political purposes. President Trump offered the job of acting attorney general to a loyalist. He wanted this same DOJ official, Jeffrey Clark, to send a letter to several states suggesting that they should certify the fake electors convened by the Trump campaign. President Trump's effort to subvert the DOJ came to a head on January 3rd, when the department's senior personnel and lawyers in the White House counsel's office threatened mass resignations if Clark was installed. At that point, theories about a role the vice president could play at the joint session had been circulating in certain corners of the internet and among Trump-supporting attorneys. President Trump focused his attention on the man who had loyally served by his side for 4 years. On January 4, 2021, President Trump summoned Vice President Pence to a meeting in the Oval Office with John Eastman, a law professor representing President Trump in litigation challenging the election results. Eastman argued, on President Trump's behalf, that the vice president could take matters into his own hands during the joint session on January 6th. Eastman offered Vice President Pence 2 options. First, the vice president could unilaterally reject the certified electors from several states won by former Vice President Biden, thereby handing the presidency to President Trump. Or, according to Eastman, Vice President Pence could delay the joint session to give state legislatures the opportunity to certify new electors loyal to the president. Eastman admitted, in front of the president, that both options violated the Electoral Count Act of 1887, the statute that sets forth the process for counting and disputing electoral votes during the joint session. Eastman admitted as much in a subsequent conversation with the vice president's staff as well. Therefore, President Trump knew, or should have known, that this scheme was illegal. In fact, it violated the Electoral Count Act and the U.S. Constitution. President Trump repeatedly demanded that Vice President Pence go through with it anyway. Vice President Pence rejected President Trump's demands many times on January 4th and in the days that followed. Vice President Pence correctly pointed out that he had no power to take any action other than counting the certified electoral votes. America's founders could not possibly have contemplated a scenario in which the Vice President could unilaterally reject electoral votes and decide the outcome of a presidential election. However, instead of backing down, President Trump ratcheted up the pressure even further, relentlessly harassing Vice President Pence both in public and in private. President Trump used his bully pulpit, at rallies and on Twitter, to lie to his supporters. President Trump told them that Vice President Pence had the power to deliver another 4 years in the White House. It was not true. President Trump's campaign of coercion became so intense that Mark Short, Vice President Pence's chief of staff, alerted the head of the Vice President's Secret Service detail to the impending danger. On January 5th, Short warned that as the disagreements between President Trump and Vice President Pence became more public, that the president would lash out in some way. Indeed, President Trump did. And those around him recognized that his lashing out at the vice president could have disastrous consequences. On the morning of January 6th, an agent in the Secret Service's Intelligence Division was alerted to online chatter regarding the VP being a dead man walking if he doesn't do the right thing. A few minutes later, another agent made a comment that turned out to be an ominous prediction. I saw several other alerts saying they will storm the Capitol if the vice president doesn't do the right thing, etc. During his speech at the Ellipse on January 6th, President Trump repeatedly pointed his finger at Vice President Pence. President Trump insisted that if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. President Trump added, and Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us, and if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country because you're sworn to uphold our Constitution. President Trump's scheme required Vice President Pence to break his oath to the Constitution, not uphold it. By the time President Trump spoke at the Ellipse, he also knew that Vice President Pence had no intention of overturning the election. President Trump then sent a mob to the U.S. Capitol. He did so even after being informed by the Secret Service that people in the crowd possess weapons. He wanted his supporters to intimidate Vice President Pence and any other Republican who refused his demands. The president told the crowd assembled before him to march down Pennsylvania Avenue, to our Republicans, the weak ones at the U.S. Capitol, to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. The mob overran the U.S. Capitol in short order. At 2:24 p.m., while the attack was well underway, President Trump tweeted, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth." Again, the opposite was true. Vice President Pence showed courage on January 6th. The Vice President refused to be intimidated by President Trump's mob, even as chants of "Hang Mike Pence" echoed throughout the halls of the U.S. Capitol and a makeshift gallows was constructed on the Capitol grounds. It is no mystery why the mob turned on Vice President Pence. President Trump told his supporters that the election was stolen and that Vice President Pence had the power, but lacked the courage, to fix it. None of this was true. President Trump and Vice President Pence have both reflected on the events of January 6th and the months since then. Vice President Pence has described President Trump's demands as un-American. President Trump has since insisted that Vice President Pence could have overturned the election. Asked about the calls to hang the Vice President, President Trump said it was common sense. In early 2022, U.S. District Judge David Carter evaluated the Trump-Eastman scheme to pressure the Vice President. Judge Carter described it as a campaign to overturn a democratic election, an action unprecedented in American history. It was a coup in search of a legal theory, Judge Carter found, that likely violated at least 2 federal laws. The Trump-Eastman scheme was not a feature of the U.S. Constitution, as President Trump told his supporters. Instead, it would have permanently ended the peaceful transition of power, undermining American democracy and the Constitution. And it all began because President Trump refused to accept the result of the election, expressed through the votes of 81 million Americans. 5.1. President Trump and his allies embark on a desperate gambit to block certification of the 2020 presidential election. The intellectual framework for the theory that the vice president could change the outcome of the election at the joint session emerged from discussions among the lawyers working with the Trump campaign after the 2020 election. When the Electoral College met to cast votes for the certified winner in each state on December 14, 2020, any possibility of President Trump reversing his defeat came to an end. The contest was decided well before then, but December 14th marked what should have been the formal end of the Trump campaign. Former Vice President Biden had won the election, and his victory was cemented by the state's electoral votes. Instead of bowing to this reality, some pro-Trump lawyers had already begun scheming ways to deny the inevitable. Over the course of the post-election period, as their other plans each failed, the importance of January 6th and the need to pressure Vice President Pence increased. These same lawyers concluded that the Vice President could help President Trump subvert the election on January 6th, but they would need Vice President Pence to set aside history and the law to do so. They needed him to violate the Electoral Count Act of 1887, the ECA. The ECA had governed the joint session for 130 years, but it was an inconvenient barrier for President Trump's plan to stay in office. Kenneth Chesebro articulated a President of the Senate strategy in early December when the Trump campaign was convening alternate electors in key states President Trump lost. On December 13, 2020, Kenneth Chesebro, a pro-Trump lawyer, sent a memo to Rudolph Giuliani, the president's lead outside counsel, upon request from Trump campaign official Boris Epshteyn. Chesebro laid out a President of the Senate strategy, arguing that the President of the Senate, he and he alone, is charged with making judgments about what to do if there are conflicting votes. Chesebro argued that when the joint session met on January 6th, the President of the Senate should not count Arizona's Electoral College votes for former Vice President Biden, because there are 2 slates of votes. Of course, there were not 2 legitimate slates of votes from Arizona. There were the official electors, certified by the state, and a group of fake electors convened by the Trump campaign. Chesebro's memo set President Trump's pressure campaign on a course to target the vice president on January 6. Judge Carter found that the draft memo pushed a strategy that knowingly violated the Electoral Count Act and is both intimately related to and clearly advanced the plan to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. That plan was also advanced by John Eastman. On December 23rd, John Eastman drafted the first of his 2 January 6 scenario memos, articulating the argument that under the Constitution, the Vice President is the ultimate arbiter. On December 23, 2020, Eastman wrote a 2-page memo summarizing ways to ensure that President Trump is reelected. Eastman suggested that Vice President Pence could refuse to count the Electoral College votes from 7 states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. According to Eastman, Vice President Pence could simply reject the state's Electoral College votes. At that point, President Trump would have 232 Electoral College votes compared to former Vice President Biden's 222. This was sufficient, in Eastman's view, to guarantee President Trump's victory, because he would have a majority of the Electoral College votes. Pence then gavels President Trump as re-elected, Eastman wrote. Eastman considered the possibility that Democrats in Congress would object, stating the plain truth that 270 Electoral College votes are necessary to win. In that event, according to Eastman, the election could be sent to the House of Representatives. The Republican majority of delegations in the House would then re-elect Trump as president. Eastman concluded, the main thing here is that Pence should do this without asking for permission, either from a vote of the joint session or from the court. The fact is that the Constitution assigns this power to the Vice President as the ultimate arbiter. We should take all of our actions with that in mind. From the start, President Trump was looped in on Eastman's proposal. The same day Eastman started preparing the memo, he sent an email to President Trump's assistant Molly Michael at 1:32 p.m. Is the President available for a very quick call today at some point? Just want to update him on our overall strategic thinking. Only 5 minutes later, Eastman received a call from the White House switchboard. According to his phone records, the conversation lasted almost 23 minutes. Eastman changed his evaluation of the 12th Amendment and the role of the Vice President after President Trump lost the election. In Eastman's theory, which was the foundation of President Trump's January 6th plot, the Vice President of the United States is the ultimate arbiter and could unilaterally decide the victor of the 2020 presidential election. However, just before the 2020 presidential election, Eastman had acknowledged in writing that the Vice President had no such expansive power. In the course of a lengthy exchange of ideas and emails throughout the pre- and post-election period with an individual named Bruce Colbert, Eastman provided comments on a letter Colbert was drafting to President Trump. The draft letter purported to provide recommendations of crucial legal actions for the Trump campaign to take to help secure your election victory as President of the United States. One of the draft letter's recommendations was that the President of the Senate decides authoritatively what certificates from the states to open. In response, Eastman wrote on October 17, 2020, I don't agree with this, and continued, the 12th Amendment only says that the President of the Senate opens the ballots in the joint session and then, in the passive voice, that the votes shall then be counted. 3 U.S.C. subsection 12 says merely that he is the presiding officer, and then it spells out specific procedures, presumptions, and default rules for which slates will be counted. Nowhere does it suggest that the President of the Senate gets to make the determination on his own. Subsection 15 doesn't either. By the first week of December, Eastman's correspondence with this same individual illustrates that he was open to advocating for the very point he had rejected before the election. That is, that the 12th Amendment confers dispositive authority on the President of the Senate to decide which slate to count. And on December 5, 2020, Eastman wrote to Colbert, I have spoken directly with folks at the top of the chain of command on this. They are now aware of the issues. The emails also signaled another idea that Eastman would continue to repeat in the coming weeks, that the Vice President could act without getting permission from a court. Specifically, he argued they could take the position that the Vice President's authority was a non-justiciable political question. In other words, that Vice President Pence could just act, and no court would have jurisdiction to rule on the issue. As Eastman's emails later in the month make clear, he thought there was an important reason to keep this issue out of the courts. They would rule that the theory was unlawful. Eastman's January 6 scenario clearly required the Vice President to violate the Electoral Count Act, the federal law governing the certification of presidential elections. There are other parts of Eastman's two-page December 23rd memo worthy of attention. Eastman wrote that Vice President Pence could recuse himself from presiding over the joint session of Congress on January 6th. In that event, the session would be overseen by the Senate President pro tempore, Senator Charles Grassley. Eastman was clearly arguing that Vice President Pence, or Senator Grassley, should violate the Electoral Count Act. When he gets to Arizona, he announces that he has multiple slates of electors, and so is going to defer decision on that until finishing the other states, Eastman wrote. This would be the first break with the procedure set out in the act. This break with procedure that Eastman's memo was openly advocating for was, in other words, the vice president breaking the law. When Chesbrough read Eastman's memo, he commented favorably, declaring it really awesome. At this point, Eastman continued, Congress would likely follow the process set forth in the Electoral Count Act, and the two houses would break into their separate chambers for debate. But Eastman advised we should not allow the Electoral Count Act constraint on debate to control, and the Trump team should demand normal rules, which includes the filibuster. Eastman thought this would create a stalemate, giving the state legislatures more time to weigh in to formally support the alternate slate of electors, if they had not already done so. As discussed previously in this report, at the time he drafted this memo, and throughout the post-election period, Eastman, Giuliani, President Trump, and others were simultaneously working to replace certified electors from former Vice President Biden in certain states. Eastman, Giuliani, and President Trump all pressured state legislators to name their own separate electors or to certify the campaign's fake electors. Eastman's theory was, in the words of President Trump's senior White House and campaign officials, insane, crazy, nutty, and it would never practically work. Eric Hirschman, an attorney working for President Trump in the White House, met with Eastman to discuss his memo. Hirschman thought Eastman's plan was crazy. Hirschman summarized the conversation to the Select Committee. And I said to him, hold on a second. I want to understand what you're saying. You're saying you believe the Vice President, acting as the President of the Senate, can be the sole decision maker as to, under your theory, who becomes the next President of the United States? And he said, yes. And I said, you are out of your effing mind, right? And that was pretty blunt. I said, you are completely crazy. You're going to turn around and tell 78+ million people in this country that your theory is, this is how you're going to invalidate their votes because you think the election was stolen? I said, they're not going to tolerate that. I said, you're going to cause riots in the streets. And he said words to the effect of, there's been violence in this history of our country to protect the democracy or to protect the republic. As recounted by Hirschman, Eastman was shockingly unconcerned with the prospect of violence should Vice President Pence follow his and President Trump's recommended course. Hirschman asked a straightforward question. If the states wanted to recertify their electors, then why weren't they doing it themselves? Why aren't they already coming into session and saying, we want to change the states, and why do you need the VP to go down this path? Eastman had no response. In addition to being crazy, Hirschman didn't think there was any chance in the world that Eastman's plan could work. Hirschman pressed Eastman further, asking if he had any precedent at all for the VP or anyone acting in the capacity as the President of the Senate declaring some statute invalid. Eastman replied no, but argued that these are unprecedented times. Hirschman was unimpressed, calling this a ridiculous answer. White House counsel Pasquale Anthony, Pat Cipollone, thought the Eastman plan was nutty. Trump campaign official Jason Miller testified that the campaign's general counsel, Matt Morgan, and deputy campaign manager, Justin Clark, thought Eastman was crazy, understood that there was no validity to his theory in any way, shape, or form, and shared their views with anyone who would listen. The vice president's conclusion that he did not have the ability to affect the outcome of the election. Vice President Pence's counsel, Greg Jacob, was simultaneously researching the role of the vice president during the joint session. The Office of the Vice President produced a preliminary staff memo on the subject on October 26, 2020. Jacob then discussed the matter with Mark Short on Election Day or the day before. This wasn't the first time Jacob would be required to write a memo about the vice president's role in the electoral process. Before the election, Short explained to him that some in the White House were encouraging President Trump to prematurely declare victory on election night. Of course, that is exactly what President Trump did. Jacob and Short wanted to avoid the vice president getting drawn into any such declarations, and Jacob pointed to his role in presiding over the counting of the electoral votes on January 6th as the reason not to. Jacob sent a memo to Short on Election Day reflecting this advice. Then, on December 7, 2020, the Lincoln Project aired a provocative ad taunting President Trump, saying that Vice President Pence will put the nail in your political coffin during the joint session on January 6th. This prompted a discussion between Jacob and Vice President Pence. Jacob authored another memo, dated December 8, 2020. Jacob continued researching the vice president's role during the joint session into early January. Jacob told the Select Committee that his view of the matter was not fully formed until then. Jacob did extensive research on and historical analysis of both the Electoral Count Act of 1887 and the 12th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. The 12th Amendment contains a single relevant line: "The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted." Though Jacob concluded that this line was inartfully drafted, it said nothing about resolving disputes over electoral votes. Jacob concluded that the vice president must adhere to the Electoral Count Act. The ECA has been followed for 130 years, and every single time that there has been any objection to electors, it has been resolved in accordance with the Electoral Count Act procedures, Jacob testified. After reviewing the history and relevant cases, Jacob found that there is no justifiable basis to conclude that the vice president has that kind of authority to affect the outcome of the presidential election. Jacob stated that his review of text, history, and frankly, just common sense, all confirmed that the vice president had no such power. President Trump's allies filed lawsuits seeking a court order directing Vice President Pence not to count certain electoral votes. One of President Trump's congressional allies, Representative Louis Gohmert, Republican, Texas, pushed a version of Eastman's theory in the courts. On December 27, 2020, Representative Gohmert and several of the Trump campaign's fake electors for the state of Arizona, including Republican Party Chair Kelly Ward, filed suit against Vice President Pence in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Texas. As Ward explained to Mark Short in a phone call the day the suit was filed, President Trump was aware of the lawsuit and had signed off on it. "We wouldn't have done that without the president telling us it was okay," she told him. In the suit, the plaintiffs alleged that there were competing slates of electors from 5 states. They asked the court to rule that portions of the Electoral Count Act of 1887 were unconstitutional and that the 12th Amendment contains the exclusive dispute resolution mechanisms for determining an objection raised by a member of Congress to the electors submitted by any state. Essentially, Representative Gohmert was asking the court to tell Vice President Pence that he was prohibited from following the procedure set forth in the Electoral Count Act. Much like Eastman's theory, the Gohmert plaintiffs asserted that the vice president had the exclusive authority and sole discretion to determine which electoral votes to count. Although the Gohmert suit was premised on the same theory Eastman advocated, Eastman did not agree with the decision to file suit. Eastman argued that filing a suit against the vice president had close to zero chance of succeeding, and there was a very high risk that the court would issue an opinion stating that Pence has no authority to reject the Biden certified ballots. As highlighted by Judge Carter, Eastman's theory was that Vice President Pence should take this action without asking for permission from Congress or the courts. Another attorney, Bill Olson, stated that getting a judicial determination that Pence is constrained by the Electoral Count Act could completely tank the January 6 strategy. Those who were advocating to press on with the Eastman scheme did not want to bring it before a federal judge because of the high risk that a court's determination that the scheme was illegal would stop the plan to overturn the election dead in its tracks. Eastman himself pushed this cavalier attitude toward the courts and compliance with the law during a call with Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers on January 4th. During this call, just 2 days before the joint session, Eastman pressed Speaker Bowers to bring the Arizona House into session to certify Trump electors or decertify the Biden electors. Speaker Bowers responded as he had previously responded to similar entreaties by Giuliani and President Trump, by explaining that doing so would require him to violate his oaths to the U.S. and Arizona constitutions and that he wasn't going to take such an action. Undeterred, Eastman still pushed Speaker Bowers to just do it and let the court sort it through. Ultimately, Representative Gohmert's legal gambit failed. A U.S. district judge dismissed the case quickly. The judge's ruling was upheld by the Supreme Court, which rejected Gohmert's appeal without further consideration. Other individuals advising President Trump and his campaign also advocated for a role for the vice president at the joint session. Other individuals inside and outside the White House also advanced versions of the theory that the vice president had agency in the joint session. The issue of Vice President Pence's role came up during a December meeting in the Oval Office. Either President Trump or his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, tasked John McEntee, the director of the Presidential Personnel Office, with researching the matter further. Though McEntee was one of President Trump's close advisors, he was not a lawyer and had no relevant experience. Yet, he wrote a one-page memo claiming that the VP has substantial discretion to address issues with the electoral process. This wasn't the only one-page analysis drafted by McEntee before January 6th. He later proposed a middle path in which he envisioned the vice president accepting only half the electoral votes from 6 disputed states, specifically Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. McEntee portrayed this as a way to avoid disenfranchising states while still achieving the desired result, delivering a second term to President Trump. McEntee conveyed this memo to the president with a cover note reading, "This is probably our only realistic option because it would give Pence an out." McEntee told the Select Committee that this judgment was based on his assessment that it was pretty obvious the vice president wasn't going to just reject the electors or whatever was being asked of him at that time. Another advocate of a plan for the vice president to play a role in the joint session was Jenna Ellis, a lawyer working for the Trump campaign. She argued in 2 memos that Vice President Pence had the power to delay the counting of certified electoral votes. In the first memo, addressed to President Trump and dated December 31, 2020, Ellis advised that Vice President Pence should not open any of the votes from 6 states that currently have electoral delegates in dispute. Ellis asserted that this dispute provided sufficient rationale and legal basis to question whether the state law and constitution was followed. Ellis proposed a delay of 10 days, as the Vice President and Congress awaited a response from the state legislatures, which would then need to meet in an emergency electoral session. If any of the state legislatures fails to provide a timely response, no electoral votes can be opened and counted from that state. Ellis claimed that Vice President Pence would not be exercising discretion or establishing new precedent, but instead simply asking for clarification from the constitutionally appointed authority. Ellis sent the substance of this memorandum in an email to Fox News host Jeanine Pirro on January 1, 2021, under the subject line, Constitutional Option. And on January 4, 2021, she sent the same substance to Fox News contributor John Solomon under the subject line, Pence Option. Ellis addressed a second memo, dated January 5, 2021, to Jay Sekulow, an outside attorney who represented President Trump during his first impeachment proceedings and in other litigation. Ellis again claimed that Vice President Pence had the power to delay the certification of the vote, Ellis recommended that the vice president should, when he arrived at the first contested state, Arizona, simply stop the count on the basis that the states had not made a final determination of ascertainment of electors. The states would therefore have to act. Sekulow clearly disagreed. Some have speculated that the vice president could simply say, "I'm not going to accept these electors," that he has the authority to do that under the Constitution. Sekulow said during an episode of his radio show, "I actually don't think that's what the Constitution has in mind." Sekulow added that the vice president serves a merely ministerial, procedural function. In addition, Hirschman discussed this memo with Sekulow. They agreed that Ellis did not have the qualifications or the experience to be giving advice on this or to be litigating the challenges that President Trump's team was filing in court. Hirschman did not think that Sekulow shared the memo with the president. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Final Report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6 Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5.2 President Trump and his allies exert intense public and private pressure on the Vice President in advance of the joint session of Congress on January 6th. January 2, 2021. The Vice President meets with his advisors, cementing his intended path for the joint session. On January 2, 2021, Vice President Pence met with his counsel Greg Jacob, Chief of Staff Mark Short, and Matt Morgan to discuss the joint session. Morgan was the Trump campaign's general counsel and had previously served as counsel to Vice President Pence. At this point, the Vice President already had a clear understanding of what his role would be in the electoral count. Vice President Pence was concerned that most people did not understand how the certification of the electoral votes worked. So Jacob began drafting a statement for the Vice President to issue on January 6th. The statement was intended to provide a civic education on the joint session, explaining to the American people his actions, including why the Vice President didn't have the authorities that others had suggested that he might. The men discussed the various points of pressure being applied to the Vice President, including Eastman's theories, the Gohmert suit, Ellis's arguments, as well as how the electoral count process should work. They also discussed allegations of irregularities and maladministration of the election, concluding that none of the allegations raised was sufficient to reverse President Trump's defeat. While Vice President Pence recognized Congress's authority under the Electoral Count Act to raise objections to the certification, neither he nor his staff were aware of any evidence of fraud that would have had a material effect on the outcome of the election in any state. Because of President Trump's repetition of election fraud allegations, Jacob and the Vice President's staff conducted their own evaluation of these claims. Jacob asked Morgan to send the campaign's best evidence of election fraud, maladministration, irregularities, and abuses in the system. The Vice President's legal staff memorialized the review they conducted of these materials in a memo to Vice President Pence, which concluded, most allegations of substantive voter fraud, defined to mean the casting of illegal ballots in violation of prevailing election laws, are either relatively small in number or cannot be verified. Vice President Pence also discussed the Trump campaign's fake electors with his advisors. Both Jacob and Morgan assured Vice President Pence that there were not dual slates of electors. The electors organized by the Trump campaign were not valid. Morgan had already written a memo on the topic in December, concluding that the alternate electors, that is, fake, lacked a certificate of ascertainment issued by the state. Without such an ascertainment, the Trump campaign's fake electors had no standing during the joint session. Jacob had also prepared a flowchart memo outlining each of the legal provisions implicated in the joint session on January 6th. Jacob advised Vice President Pence that none of the slates that had been sent in would qualify as an alternate slate within the meaning of the Electoral Count Act. Vice President Pence was still worried that the fake elector issue was sowing confusion, so he wanted his statement on January 6th to be as transparent as possible. That same day, January 2nd, Mark Short released a brief statement on behalf of the Vice President. Vice President Pence shares the concerns of millions of Americans about voter fraud and irregularities in the last election, the statement read. The Vice President welcomes the efforts of members of the House and Senate to use the authority they have under the law to raise objections and bring forward evidence before the Congress and the American people on January 6th. Short testified that the statement was consistent with the Vice President's view that he did not have the power to reject electors. Short issued this statement because of the swirl regarding the question of where Vice President Pence stood. Steve Bannon's podcast, War Room Pandemic, was one of the primary sources of this swirl. January 2, 2021. Eastman and Bannon question the courage and spine of Vice President Pence. Steve Bannon's podcast, War Room Pandemic, was one of the primary sources of this swirl. Eastman was a guest on a January 2nd episode of Bannon's show. Much of their conversation focused on Vice President Pence and the belief that he had the power to overturn the election. We are entering into one of the most important constitutional crises the country's ever had, Bannon said. Bannon complained that Vice President Pence had spit the bit, meaning he had given up on efforts to keep President Trump in power. Eastman claimed that the election had been illegally conducted, and so the certified votes now devolve back to the state legislatures, and the only other place where it devolved back to is to Congress, and particularly the Vice President, who will sit in presiding over a joint session of Congress beginning on January 6 to count the ballots. Eastman claimed that the Vice President and Congress had the power to reject the certified electors from several states out of hand. They've got multiple slates of ballots from 7 states, Eastman said, and they got to decide which is the valid slate to count. I think they have that authority to make that determination on their own. Bannon claimed the Vice President of the United States is hardwired in and an actual decision maker. The Vice President's role is not ministerial, Bannon declared. Eastman agreed. Are we to assume that this is going to be a climactic battle that's going to take place this week about the very question of the constitutionality of the Electoral Count Act of 1887? Bannon asked. Eastman replied, I think a lot of that depends on the courage and the spine of the individuals involved. Bannon asked Eastman if he meant Vice President Mike Pence. Yes, Eastman answered. January 3, 2021. Eastman drafts another January 6 scenario memo wargaming the ways that Vice President Pence could change the outcome of the election. The next day, January 3, 2021, Eastman drafted a 6-page memo that imagined several scenarios for January 6th, only some of which led to President Trump's victory. In a section titled Wargaming the Alternatives, Eastman set forth the ways he thought President Trump could remain in power. Importantly, Eastman concluded that President Trump could remain president if, and only if, Vice President Pence followed Eastman's illegal advice and determined which Electoral College ballots were valid. In another scenario, Eastman imagined that President Trump may somehow win re-election in January 2021 if Vice President Pence remanded the electoral votes to state legislatures, such that they could have 10 days to investigate President Trump's baseless claims of fraud. In that case, Eastman allowed that former Vice President Biden may still win, should the state legislatures determine that the evidence was insufficient to alter the results of the election. Eastman knew that there were no valid alternate slates, but he nonetheless predicated his advice to the Vice President and President on this claim. In his 6-page memo, consistent with the earlier 2-page memo, Eastman states that the Trump electors met and transmitted votes, finding that there are thus dual slates of electors from 7 states. Even since January 6th, Eastman has continued to affirm and defend his assertion that there were dual slates of electors, writing, Trump electors from 7 states in which election challenges were still pending met, albeit of their own accord, on the date designated by Congress, cast their votes, and transmitted those votes to Congress. Eastman used these slates as a premise for his argument that the result of the election was disputed. However, Eastman acknowledged on multiple occasions, both before and after January 6th, that these dual slates had no legal significance. In an email sent on December 19, 2020, Eastman wrote that the 7 Trump-Pence slates of electors will be dead on arrival in Congress unless those electors get a certification from their state legislators. Of course, this certification never came, and there was no basis for any action on the dual slates. Nevertheless, on December 23, 2020, Eastman used the existence of these slates as a justification for the vice president to act in an email to Boris Epshteyn, a Trump campaign lawyer. The fact that we have multiple slates of electors demonstrates the uncertainty of either. That should be enough. After January 6th, Eastman acknowledged in an email that the fake electors' documents were invalid and irrelevant. Alas, he said, they had no authority because no legislature certified them. Eastman concluded his memo by asserting that his plan was bold, certainly, but he attempted to justify it, arguing that this election was stolen by a strategic Democrat plan to systematically flout existing election laws for partisan advantage. We are no longer playing by Queensberry rules, therefore. Eastman repeated what he wrote in his earlier, shorter memo, claiming that Vice President Pence should act without asking for permission, either from a vote of the joint session or from the court. Eastman claimed that the Constitution assigns this power to the Vice President as the ultimate arbiter. Eastman ended on an especially hyperbolic note. If the election's results were not upended, then the sovereign people no longer control the direction of their government, and we will have ceased to be a self-governing people. The stakes could not be higher. January 4, 2021. President Trump and Eastman meet with Pence and his staff in the Oval Office. Eastman argues in an Oval Office meeting that the Vice President can reject electoral votes or that he can delay the certification, sending the electoral votes back to the states. Late in the afternoon on January 4, 2021, President Trump summoned Vice President Pence to the Oval Office for a showdown. President Trump and Eastman sought to convince the Vice President that he had the power to refuse to count the certified electors from several states won by former Vice President Biden. Short and Jacob attended with the Vice President. Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, was only briefly present, leaving as the meeting started. The White House counsel is excluded from the meeting. One key lawyer was conspicuously absent, Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel. Cipollone and his deputy, Pat Philbin, were shooting down a series of terrible proposals at the time. Philbin told the Select Committee that he considered resigning every day from approximately November 15 until the end of the administration. Philbin had researched the Vice President's role in the January 6 joint session and concluded that Vice President Pence had no power to affect the outcome. Cipollone agreed and informed Short and Jacob that this was the opinion of White House counsel's office. Mark Meadows invited Cipollone to speak with Eastman prior to the Oval Office meeting. Cipollone told Eastman that this scheme was not something that is consistent with the appropriate reading of the law. After delivering this assessment directly to Eastman in Meadows' office, Cipollone walked to the Oval Office with the intent to attend the meeting. However, by the time the Vice President and his staff arrived, Cipollone was gone. Cipollone declined to testify as to what he told President Trump or why he did not attend the Oval Office meeting, but he was clear that he didn't end up attending the meeting because of something that happened after he walked into the Oval Office. Whatever happened, Cipollone maintained, was protected by executive privilege, suggesting that he was asked to leave by the President. What is clear, however, is that Cipollone had already shared his view directly with Meadows and Eastman, i.e., that the proposal President Trump and Eastman were about to advocate to the vice president was illegal. During this Oval Office meeting, Eastman admits that both paths are based on the same legal theory and concedes his plan violates the Electoral Count Act. During the Oval Office meeting, Eastman claimed that there were two legally viable options. First, Vice President Pence could reject outright the certified electors submitted by several states, and second, he could suspend the joint session and send the disputed electoral votes back to the states. Eastman advised that the vice president had the raw authority to determine objections himself, according to Jacob. However, by the end of the meeting, Eastman was emphasizing the second option that he argued would be more politically palatable than the more aggressive option of the vice president rejecting electoral votes outright. If Vice President Pence did not want to reject the electors, Eastman claimed, then the vice president could send the certified electoral votes back to the states for further deliberation. Eastman later conceded that both actions were based on the same underlying legal theory of the vice president's power. Eastman also admitted, during this meeting with the president and vice president, that his proposal violated the Electoral Count Act. Moreover, Eastman eventually acknowledged that the concept of the vice president unilaterally rejecting electors was not supported by precedent and that the Supreme Court would never endorse it. Jacob recorded his reflections on the January 4th meeting in a contemporaneous memo to the vice president. Jacob's memo confirms that Eastman admitted that his proposal violated the law in the presence of President Trump. First, Jacob wrote, Eastman acknowledged that his proposal violates several provisions of statutory law, namely the Electoral Count Act of 1887. Jacob's memo explains that the Electoral Count Act calls for all vote certificates to be acted upon and any objections to a state's certificates be finally disposed of. However, as Jacob wrote, Eastman was proposing instead that no action be taken on the certificates from the states Eastman asserted were contested. And, according to the Electoral Count Act, the Vice President, as President of the Senate, is to call for objections. Eastman did not want the Vice President to call for objections for these states. As Jacob noted, this would have deprived Congress of the ability under the Act to make, debate, and vote on objections. Additionally, the Electoral Count Act contains a provision that requires any competing slates of electors to be submitted to the Senate and House for debate and disposition. As Jacob noted, Eastman conceded that the alternate, fake electors' votes were not proper. But Eastman's proposal still would have refused to count the real electors' votes from those states and instead referred both the real and fake electors' votes to state legislatures for disposition. Finally, in order for state legislatures to take action to determine which of the states should be counted, Eastman's proposal called for an extended recess of the joint session. But this too would have violated the Electoral Count Act, which provides only for very short delays. There was another foundational problem with Eastman's plan. There were no legitimate, competing, or alternate slates of electors. President Trump, Eastman, and others had manufactured the conditions they needed in order to claim that the election result was disputed by convening fake electors who sent fake documents to Washington before January 6th. And their efforts to convince state legislatures to certify Trump electors had already failed. Jacob noted in his memo that in the Oval Office meeting, Eastman conceded no legislature had appointed or certified any alternate slate of electors and that the purported alternate slates, fake electors, were illegitimate without what Jacob described as the imprimatur of approval by a state legislature. Moreover, Eastman acknowledged that no Republican-controlled legislative majority in any disputed states has expressed an intention to designate an alternate slate of electors. In other words, Eastman acknowledged that the fake votes were invalid, that no state legislature had approved them, and no state legislature would approve them. But President Trump and Eastman still pressed this unlawful scheme on the vice president. Although Eastman started the January 4th Oval Office meeting maintaining that Vice President Pence had unilateral authority to reject electors, by the end of the meeting he conceded that he would not recommend that the Vice President assert that he has the authority unilaterally to decide which of the competing slates of electors should be counted. Jacob ended his memo with a scathing summary. If the Vice President implemented Professor Eastman's proposal, he would likely lose in court, Jacob wrote. In a best-case scenario in which the courts refuse to get involved, the Vice President would likely find himself in an isolated standoff against both houses of Congress, as well as most or all of the applicable state legislatures, with no neutral arbiter to break the impasse. Following the Oval Office meeting, during the evening of January 4, 2021, Jacob invited Eastman to send along any written materials on electoral vote counting issues, including a law review article by Lawrence Tribe that Eastman had cited in the Oval Office meeting that day, for Jacob to review on the Vice President's behalf. Jacob reviewed everything that Eastman submitted. Nothing changed the analysis he had already done for the Vice President. Indeed, much of it did not even support Eastman's own arguments. The Vice President was not persuaded by Eastman's theory and remained convinced that his role at the joint session would be merely ceremonial. Pence did not relent on January 4th, or at any point during the harrowing 2 days that followed. From my very first conversation with the Vice President on the subject, his immediate instinct was that there is no way that one person could be entrusted by the framers to exercise that authority, Jacob testified. And never once did I see him budge from that view, and the legal advice that I provided him merely reinforced it. So, everything that he said or did during the January 4th meeting in the Oval Office was consistent with his first instincts on this question. January 4, 2021. President Trump publicly pressures the Vice President during a rally speech in Georgia. President Trump did not relent either. His instinct was to increase public pressure on Vice President Pence, despite the Vice President's consistent message to President Trump about the limits of his authority. That evening, during a Senate campaign rally in Dalton, Georgia, President Trump made it seem as if the presidential election hadn't already been decided and projected his unhinged ambitions onto his opponents. President Trump claimed that there's nothing the radical Democrats will not do to get power that they so desperately crave, including the outright stealing of elections like they're trying to do with us. We're not going to let it happen, President Trump said, adding, I hope Mike Pence comes through for us. I have to tell you. President Trump called Vice President Pence a great vice president, a great guy, as well as a wonderful and smart man. But he alluded to the Vice President's role. He's going to have a lot to say about it, and added an ominous note. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much, President Trump said. January 5, 2021. Eastman pressures Pence's staff in a private meeting while President Trump tweets. In a reversal of where the Oval Office meeting ended the day before, Eastman argues that Pence should reject electors outright. Eastman met with Jacob and Short again the following day. During the Oval Office meeting, the Vice President had made clear that he would not unilaterally reject electors, and, by pivoting to recommend the Vice President send the electors back to the states, Eastman seemed to recognize this. But the following morning, Eastman returned to pressing for the more aggressive path. Jacob recorded Eastman's request on January 5, 2021, in a handwritten note, requesting VP reject. Jacob later summarized Eastman's remarks as follows. I'm here asking you to reject the electors. This overnight reversal surprised Jacob because Eastman was returning to the more aggressive position he had seemed to abandon in the Oval Office meeting the day before. President Trump's tweets that morning may explain Eastman's reversal. While Eastman was meeting with the Vice President's staff, his client, President Trump, was pressing the argument publicly. At 11:06 a.m. on the morning of January 5th, President Trump tweeted, The Vice President has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. As his tweet made clear, President Trump would not be persuaded by reason or the law. The President made this public statement despite the Vice President's clear and consistent rejection of this theory, including during an in-person meeting the day before. During that same meeting, Eastman conceded that this aggressive path of rejecting electors was not advisable. Hirschman briefly participated in the January 5th meeting, seeing it as an opportunity to just chew Eastman out. Hirschman had already pushed back brutally on Eastman's theory regarding the Vice President. In this conversation, he emphasized the need to fact-check dubious claims of election fraud. Hirschman told Eastman that someone better make sure that the allegations Eastman provided to members of Congress were accurate before they objected to the certification of the vote the next day. Nothing should come out of someone's mouth that isn't independently verified and reliable. At the end of the morning meeting, Eastman concedes to Pence's counsel that his theory has no historical support. Jacob then had his own Socratic debate with Eastman over the legal merits of his position. According to Jacob, Eastman conceded much ground by the end of the session. Eastman all but admitted that his plan didn't work. For example, Eastman had previously claimed to have found historical support in the actions of John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, who both presided over the counting of electoral votes when they were vice president. Not so. Jacob told the Select Committee that Eastman conceded in private that the cases of Jefferson and Adams did not serve as examples for the proposition that he was trying to support of a vice presidential assertion of authority to decide disputes, because no dispute was raised in either case during the joint session. Jacob added, and, moreover, there was no question as to the outcome in those states. Eastman conceded that there was no historical support for the role that he and President Trump were pushing Vice President Pence to play. No vice president, before or after the adoption of the Electoral Count Act, had ever exercised such authority. This included then Vice President Richard Nixon's handling of the electoral votes of Hawaii following the 1960 election. Though Eastman and other Trump lawyers used this Hawaii example to justify the theory that the vice president could unilaterally choose which electors to count, Eastman admitted to Jacob that Vice President Nixon had not in fact done what Eastman was recommending Vice President Pence do. Eastman also admitted that he would not grant the expansive powers he advocated for Vice President Pence to any other vice president. Eastman did not think that Vice President Kamala Harris should have such power in 2025, nor did he think that Vice President Al Gore should have had such authority in 2001. He also acknowledged that his theory would lose 9-0 at the Supreme Court. According to Jacob, Eastman acknowledged by the end that, first of all, no reasonable person would actually want that clause of the 12th Amendment read that way, because if indeed it did mean that the vice president had such authority, you could never have a party switch thereafter. If politicians followed Eastman's advice, you would just have the same party win continuously if indeed a vice president had the authority to just declare the winner of every state. The vice president's office was unmoved by Eastman's specious reasoning. As he left Mark Short's office, Eastman was thinking of his client's reaction. "They're going to be really disappointed that I wasn't able to persuade you," Eastman said. Former Republican officials with executive, legislative, and judicial experience all agreed with Vice President Pence's conclusion about his limited role at the joint session. As President Trump's pressure campaign intensified, the Vice President's outside counsel, Richard Cullen, turned for support to John Michael Ludig, a conservative former judge of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit. Eastman had clerked for Ludig, a man with impeccable legal and conservative credentials, more than 2 decades prior. Ludig rejected Eastman's so-called legal analysis of the vice president's role in no uncertain terms. In a series of tweets posted at 9:53 a.m. on January 5th, Ludig set forth his legal conclusions. The only responsibility and power of the Vice President under the Constitution is to faithfully count the Electoral College votes as they have been cast, Judge Ludig wrote. The Constitution does not empower the Vice President to alter in any way the votes that have been cast, either by rejecting certain of them or otherwise. Confusion in the media about where the Vice President stood on this issue prompted former Speaker of the House Paul Ryan to reach out to the Vice President to share his belief that the Vice President had no unilateral authority. Short also spoke with former Speaker Ryan, and as he testified to the Select Committee, I said to him, "Mr. Speaker, you know Mike, he recognizes that." And we sort of laughed about it, and he said, "I get it." The Vice President also consulted with former Vice President Dan Quayle, who reinforced and affirmed Vice President Pence's consistent understanding of his role. January 5, 2021. President Trump again pressures Vice President Pence in a one-on-one meeting at the White House and another phone call with Eastman. President Trump demanded to see Vice President Pence again that same day. Vice President Pence had canceled a planned lunch with President Trump, intending to work on the statement he planned to issue on January 6 to explain publicly why he wouldn't bow to the president's pressure. But Pence couldn't avoid Trump. Vice President Pence had to delay a coronavirus task force meeting later that same day when he was called to the Oval Office to meet with the president. The two men met alone, without staff present. While we have not developed direct evidence of what was discussed during this one-on-one meeting between the President and Vice President, it did not change the fundamental disagreement between them about the limits of the Vice President's authority during the joint session. Jacob said the Vice President left the meeting determined. Vice President Pence did tell Mark Short what transpired during the meeting, but Short refused to tell the Select Committee what was said. Short described Vice President Pence's demeanor as steady. Short testified that the below excerpt from the book, Peril, may have been sensationalized but was generally consistent with Short's understanding of the discussion. "If these people say you have the power, wouldn't you want to?" Trump asked. "I wouldn't want any person to have that authority," Pence said. "But wouldn't it almost be cool to have that power?" Trump asked. "No," Pence said. "Look, I've read this, and I don't see a way to do it. We've exhausted every option. I've done everything I could and then some to find a way around this. It's simply not possible. My interpretation is no." "No, no, no," Trump shouted. "You don't understand, Mike. You can do this. I don't want to be your friend anymore if you don't do this." Later that day, Jacob and Short were both present for a call between President Trump and Vice President Pence. Eastman and at least one other lawyer were with President Trump on the call as well. Eastman recognized that Vice President Pence was not going to change his mind on rejecting electors outright, but he still asked if the Vice President would consider sending the electors back to the states. "I don't see it," Vice President Pence responded, "but my counsel will hear out whatever Eastman has to say." Jacob received other calls from Eastman on January 5th. Jacob told the Select Committee that he had a detailed discussion with Eastman concerning the ways his proposal would violate the Electoral Count Act. Eastman resorted to a ridiculous argument, comparing their current situation to the crisis that faced President Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War. Eastman invoked President Lincoln's suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. He also told Jacob to stay tuned because we were trying to get some letters from state legislators indicating that they were interested in the Vice President sending the electors back to the states. January 5, 2021. An accurate New York Times article about the Vice President prompts a false statement in response by President Trump. On the evening of January 5th, the New York Times published an article titled, "Pence said to have told Trump he lacks power to change election results." The Times reported on the tension brewing within the White House, citing people briefed on the conversation between President Trump and Vice President Pence that had taken place in the Oval Office the previous day. Vice President Mike Pence told President Trump on Tuesday, January 4th, that he did not believe he had the power to block congressional certification of Joseph R. Biden Jr.'s victory in the presidential election, despite Mr. Trump's baseless insistence that he did, the Times reported. The Times report was published at approximately 7:36 that evening. Jason Miller called President Trump to make sure he had seen it. President Trump spoke to Miller at least twice, once at 8:18 p.m. and a second time at 9:22 p.m. Immediately after concluding his second call with Jason Miller, President Trump asked to speak to the Vice President. President Trump and Vice President Pence spoke from 9:33 to 9:41 p.m. President Trump also spoke with Steve Bannon and Eastman, among others. At 9:58 p.m. on January 5th, President Trump issued a statement that he had dictated to Jason Miller disputing the Times account. President Trump lied repeatedly in his short statement. The president claimed the article was fake news. It wasn't. President Trump claimed he and Vice President Pence were in total agreement that the Vice President had the power to act. They weren't. President Trump claimed the election was illegal. It wasn't. President Trump then laid out Vice President Pence's options for the next day, summarizing Eastman's theory. Our Vice President has several options under the U.S. Constitution. He can decertify the results or send them back to the states for change and certification. He can also decertify the illegal and corrupt results and send them to the House of Representatives for the one vote for the state tabulation. This was also a blatant attempt to mischaracterize the Vice President's position in the hope that public opinion would somehow sway the resolute Vice President. President Trump knew full well at the time that he and Vice President Pence were not in total agreement. The Vice President's counsel, Greg Jacob, was shocked by the statement. The Vice President was not in agreement that the Vice President had the power to take the actions that were being asked of him that day, Jacob later told the Select Committee. Mark Short was furious as well and called Jason Miller to forcefully express his displeasure that a statement could have gone out that misrepresented the Vice President's viewpoint without consultation. The Vice President was obviously irritated that a statement putting words in his mouth was issued by the President and considered issuing his own statement contradicting President Trump's. Ultimately, Pence and Short concluded that it was not worthwhile since it was already late in the evening and they expected the question to be resolved by Vice President Pence's Dear Colleague letter the next day. January 5, 2021. Bannon publicly amplifies the pressure on Vice President Pence. While President Trump misrepresented the Vice President's agreement with Eastman's theory, his on-again, off-again political advisor, Steve Bannon, pressed President Trump's campaign against Vice President Pence in public. Bannon echoed the public pressure on Pence that the president continued to propagate by talking about his purported authority. The Select Committee learned from phone records that Bannon spoke to President Trump at least twice on January 5th. During a January 5, 2021 episode of War Room Pandemic, Bannon and his guests openly berated Vice President Pence. Bannon cited an erroneous news report claiming that Senator Grassley would preside over the certification of the Electoral College vote instead of Vice President Pence. Bannon's co-host, Raheem Kassam, took credit for the public pressure placed on Vice President Pence. I want to remind people who has been sitting here saying, light Pence up for the last couple of weeks, right? That would be Raheem Kassam. They then discussed President Trump's speech in Georgia the previous evening. I think the President of the United States took your advice last night, wrote a line in there, Bannon said. To which Kasim responded, and yours, hold the line. Jack Posobiec, an alt-right personality with a large Twitter following, chimed in quoting a member of their audience as saying that Pence will betray Donald Trump. In response, Bannon stated, call the play, run the play. The play was Bannon's version of the Green Bay Sweep, a plan to subvert the transfer of power on January 6th, named for a brutally effective power running play developed in the National Football League, NFL, in the 1960s. Steve Bannon's political version of the sweep was intended to undermine the legitimate results of the 2020 presidential election. One account of Bannon's Green Bay sweep comes from Peter Navarro, director of the White House Office of Trade and Manufacturing Policy. Navarro refused to cooperate with the Select Committee and was subsequently indicted for contempt of Congress. Although he doesn't fully explain in his book, In Trump Time, a Journal of America's Plague Year, how Bannon's sweep was intended to work, Navarro writes that Vice President Pence was envisioned as the quarterback who would assert his constitutional power to delay certification. Navarro writes that his own role was to carefully document the fraud and myriad election irregularities, while Bannon's role was to figure out how to use this information, what he called the receipts. Navarro's account helps explain why Trump and his loyalists became so fixated on Vice President Pence. They saw Vice President Pence as their last hope for keeping President Trump in office. Navarro writes of Pence's supposed betrayal. In a telling sentence, Navarro likens Vice President Pence to Brutus, a Roman politician and the most famous assassin of Julius Caesar. Navarro writes, "On this cold, momentous day, I shiver as I think to myself, January 6 will be either Mike Pence's finest hour or the traitorous et tu, Brute end of both his and Donald Trump's political career." The goal of these Trump allies was clear: to overturn the election. Statements by participants in this effort indicate there were several different endgame strategies in mind. One was to get the vice president to unilaterally reject the Electoral College votes of Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and other states, then simply declare that Trump had won a majority of the electors actually submitted. The other major possibility was to reject or return the Electoral College votes of these states and then declare there was no majority in the Electoral College process, thereby triggering a so-called contingent election under the 12th Amendment. This would have meant that the House of Representatives had chosen the president not on the basis of one member, one vote, but on the basis of one state, one vote, pursuant to the 12th Amendment. Donald Trump's strategists emphasized repeatedly that the GOP had a 27-22 margin in control of the state's congressional delegations, with Pennsylvania being tied at 9-9, therefore presumably a non-factor. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 3 of Final Report of the Select Committee to Investigate the January 6th Attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6 Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5.3. President Trump and his allies continued to pressure the Vice President on January 6th, threatening his life and our democracy. January 6, 2021. President Trump continued to falsely assert in multiple tweets posted the morning of January 6 that the Vice President had a role to play in the outcome of the election. Despite the public pressure initiated by the President and amplified by Bannon, Navarro, and others, there was no ambiguity in the Vice President's decision. By January 6th, President Trump had been told multiple times that Vice President Pence was not going to reject the certified electors from any state. Nor was Vice President Pence going to move for a delay and send the electors back to the states. Either move would have been illegal, requiring Vice President Pence to break the law, violating his oath to the U.S. Constitution. Pence made his decision clear, many times, to President Trump, and he was very consistent in rejecting the president's demands. President Trump continued to publicly pressure the vice president anyway. At 1:00 a.m. on January 6th, President Trump tweeted, "If Vice President @Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Many states want to decertify the mistake they made in certifying incorrect and even fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by their state legislatures, which it must be. Mike can send it back." Later that morning, at 8:17 a.m., President Trump tweeted again, "States want to correct their votes, which they now know were based on irregularities and fraud. plus corrupt process never received legislative approval. All Mike Pence has to do is send them back to the states, and we win. Do it, Mike. This is a time for extreme courage." And at 8:22 a.m., President Trump tweeted again, making a pitch for Congress to choose him, as if people's votes on Election Day and the Electoral College didn't matter. The Republican Party and, more importantly, our country needs the presidency more than ever before. The power of the veto. Stay strong. President Trump's tweets made it clear that he thought the Republican state legislatures would simply deliver him victory. President Trump emphasized this point, writing twice that if Vice President Pence gave in, we win. However, there was no sign of a change in the vice president's position. A moment of truth was looming. January 6, 2021. President Trump has a heated conversation with Vice President Pence before his rally on the Ellipse. President Trump tried to reach Vice President Pence by phone early that morning. He finally talked to his vice president at approximately 11:20 a.m. The exchange quickly became contentious. Eric Hirschman, a lawyer in the White House counsel's office, overheard the conversation. Members of President Trump's family and other White House officials were present as well. Hirschman recalled that it started off as a calmer tone, everything, and then it became heated. Ivanka Trump also described the call as pretty heated. Ivanka Trump elaborated, "It was a different tone than I'd heard him take with the vice president before." Ivanka Trump told her chief of staff, Julie Radford, that her dad had just had an upsetting conversation with the vice president. President Trump had even called Vice President Pence the P word. Nick Luna, President Trump's personal assistant, commonly known as the body man, was also in the Oval Office during the conversation. Luna told the Select Committee that President Trump called Vice President Pence a wimp on the call, with President Trump adding that he made the wrong decision in choosing Pence as his running mate. Keith Kellogg, Vice President Pence's national security advisor, also heard the conversation. President Trump told the vice president that, he has legal authority to send these folks, the electors, back to their respective states, Kellogg told the Select Committee. President Trump insisted that Vice President Pence had the constitutional authority to reject certain Electoral College votes. When Vice President Pence would not budge, President told him, "You're not tough enough to make the call." But Vice President Pence would not be bullied. The Vice President, who was at his residence at the time, had been meeting with Greg Jacob to finalize the statement he would be releasing later that day. When the President called, Pence stepped away to answer the phone. According to Jacob, when Pence returned, he did not say anything about the call, but he looked steely determined and grim as he re-entered the room. January 6, 2021. Trump, Eastman, and Giuliani continue to pressure Vice President Pence at the Ellipse rally. Despite the Vice President's unwavering stance, the President and his outside counsel continued to turn up the heat of public pressure. At President Trump's urging, thousands had gathered on the morning of January 6 to hear the President and others speak at a rally held at the Ellipse, a park just south of the White House. Before President Trump spoke, Eastman took the stage alongside Giuliani. Both would further amplify the President's public pressure on the Vice President. But when Giuliani spoke on the Ellipse, he already knew that what Eastman had outlined would never practically happen. At 9:31 a.m. that morning, Giuliani called Eric Hirschman out of the blue to ask for his view and analysis of the practical implications of Eastman's theory. According to Hirschman, after an intellectual discussion about the VP's role, Giuliani agreed that the practical implication of what Eastman had proposed would be almost impossible. Immediately after this 5.5-minute conversation with Hirschman, Giuliani had two calls with the White House, at 9:41 a.m. and 9:53 a.m. Giuliani recognized Eastman, who joined him on stage, claiming that he was one of the preeminent constitutional scholars in the United States. Giuliani said Vice President Pence could either decide on the validity of these crooked ballots or he can send it back to the legislatures, give them 5 to 10 days to finally finish the work. He added that they had letters from 5 legislatures begging us to do that. This was not true. At most, what Giuliani, Eastman, and other allies of President Trump had managed to procure were letters from individual state legislators or groups of state legislators. None of the letters came from a majority of any state legislative chamber, let alone a majority of an entire state legislature. For instance, a letter that Eastman described to Jacob as a major new development on the evening of January 5th contained the signatures of 21 members of the Pennsylvania Senate. Eastman claims that it now looks like PA legislature will vote to recertify its electors if Vice President Pence implements the plan we discussed, but the letter asked only for a delay in certification to allow for due process. The Select Committee learned from the most senior Pennsylvania state Republican that he signed the letter because of the pressure he was feeling due to the voluminous post-election outreach from President Trump, Trump allies, and the public. And he only agreed to sign a letter directed to congressional leaders, not the vice president, after raising in a conversation with Vice President Pence's brother, Congressman Greg Pence, his desire to avoid pressuring the vice president. Moreover, as Jacob explained, what any of the state legislatures said they did or did not want to do had no impact on the legal analysis of what the vice president's authorities were. There was simply no legal path to send any votes back to the states on January 6th. On the stage at the president's rally on the Ellipse, Giuliani repeated a conspiracy theory about the crooked Dominion machines deliberately changing votes via an algorithm. He explained that the 10-day delay in the certification would be used to see the machines that are crooked and to find criminality there, demonstrating that his repeated assertions of a stolen election were not based on any real proof or even evidence of actual widespread fraud or criminality. "Let's have trial by combat," Giuliani told the crowd. Eastman came to the microphone following Giuliani, and he proceeded to repeat proven falsehoods regarding voting machines. He then issued his demand, and all we are demanding of Vice President Pence is this afternoon, at 1 o'clock, he let the legislatures of the state look into this so we get to the bottom of it, and the American people know whether we have control of the direction of our government or not. We no longer live in a self-governing republic if we can't get the answer to this question. This is bigger than President Trump. It is the very essence of our Republican form of government, and it has to be done. And anybody that is not willing to stand up to do it does not deserve to be in the office. It is that simple. Eastman told the assembled crowd that nothing less than the fate of the American Republic was in the Vice President's hands. President Trump directs the angry mob at the Capitol to pressure Vice President Pence. When President Trump later took the stage at the Ellipse, he heaped praise on Giuliani and Eastman. "He's got guts, unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party," President Trump said of Giuliani. "He's got guts. He fights. He fights." President Trump described Eastman as one of the most brilliant lawyers in the country. President Trump claimed that Eastman had looked at the election and said, "What an absolute disgrace that this can be happening to our Constitution." Trump falsely argued that the keys to the election were in Vice President Pence's hands, saying, "And he, Eastman, looked at Mike Pence, and I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. This is from the number one, or certainly one of the top, constitutional lawyers in our country. He has the absolute right to do it." President Trump repeatedly lied, claiming that several states wanted to overturn former Vice President Biden's victory. States want to re-vote. The states got defrauded. They were given false information. They voted on it. Now they want to recertify. They want it back. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify, and we become president, and you are the happiest people. Contrary to the statement President Trump dictated the night before, he all but admitted that Vice President Pence did not agree with him. "And I just spoke to Mike. I said, Mike, that doesn't take courage. What takes courage is to do nothing. That takes courage. And then we're stuck with a president who lost the election by a lot, and we have to live with that for 4 more years. We're just not going to let that happen." Later in his speech at the Ellipse, President Trump repeated, "So, I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do, and I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to." This was nothing less than a direct appeal to the large angry crowd to pressure Vice President Mike Pence to change his settled and oft-repeated conclusion about the limits of his authority. It was a shocking attempt to use public opinion to change the vice president's position. President Trump launched a mob toward the Capitol with the false hope that there was a scenario in which Vice President Pence would do what Eastman and President Trump had asked him to do, preventing the transfer of authority to President-elect Biden. Vice President Pence fulfilled his duty on January 6th. The Vice President waited to release his statement out of deference to President Trump, who was still speaking on the Ellipse, and ultimately released it just minutes before the joint session convened at 1:00 p.m. President Trump's speech began late and ran long. He didn't finish speaking until approximately 1:10 p.m., after the joint session had begun at 1:00 p.m. Minutes before he gavelled the joint session into order, Vice President Mike Pence released the "Dear Colleague" letter he had been working on for days with his staff. There was never any ambiguity in Vice President Pence's understanding of his role and authority, but he wanted to make it clear for everyone to see. "This may be the most important thing I ever say," Vice President Pence remarked. "Today it will be my duty to preside when the Congress convenes in joint session to count the votes of the Electoral College, and I will do so to the best of my ability," Vice President Pence wrote. Vice President Pence explained that his role as presiding officer is largely ceremonial and dismissed the arguments that he could take unilateral action as contrary to his oath to support and defend the Constitution. "As a student of history who loves the Constitution and reveres its framers, I do not believe that the founders of our country intended to invest the Vice President with unilateral authority to decide which electoral votes should be counted during the joint session of Congress. And no vice president in American history has ever asserted such authority. Instead, vice presidents presiding over joint sessions have uniformly followed the Electoral Count Act, conducting the proceedings in an orderly manner even where the count resulted in the defeat of their party or their own candidacy." Vice President Pence adheres to the U.S. Constitution and complies with the law governing the certification of the presidential election. When Vice President Pence gavelled the opening of the joint session, he knew that many of his Republican colleagues planned to challenge the election's results based on fictitious claims of fraud. The Vice President took steps to ensure that those objections adhered to the process set forth in the Electoral Count Act. Every 4 years, on January 6th, Vice Presidents read from a script that remains essentially unchanged. Eastman's theory of the Vice President's power and the Trump campaign's scheme to convene and submit the slates of alternate, fake electors motivated Vice President Pence and his advisors to alter the script and to make sure they were prepared to respond to any unexpected actions in the joint session. Vice President Pence met with the Senate parliamentarian on January 3rd to discuss the joint session and revise the joint session scripts in consultation with her office. Vice President Pence and the parliamentarian agreed that the Vice President's role is ministerial. The Vice President knew that the fake slates of electors organized by the Trump campaign were not certified by the states and thus were not valid. He revised the script for the joint session to be transparent with the American people about what the Vice President would and wouldn't be doing during the joint session. One of the more noticeable and important changes to the script was directed specifically at thwarting the fake elector scheme. The Vice President knew, informed by the research and analysis of his staff, that absent certification of the electoral votes by a state authority, the purported alternate slates were not consequential and would play no role in the certification of the presidential election at the joint session. The Senate parliamentarian confirmed this understanding. For decades, Vice Presidents read a similar simple passage concerning the ascertainment of the vote. Most recently, Vice President Joseph Biden read this passage aloud in 2017, as did his most recent predecessors. After ascertainment has been had that the certificates are authentic and correct in form, the tellers will count and make a list of the votes cast by the electors of the several states. On January 6, 2021, Vice President Pence read from a revised script, emphasis added. After ascertaining that the certificates are regular in form and authentic, tellers will announce the votes cast by the electors for each state, beginning with Alabama, which the parliamentarians advise me is the only certificate of vote from that state and purports to be a return from the state that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors. Vice President Pence used the same phrasing for each of the 50 states counted. The Vice President's attention to this issue was warranted. Trump's allies pushed the fake elector scheme until the very end. Although the Trump campaign had taken pains to direct the fake electors to send their documents to the appropriate authorities immediately after voting on December 14th, and though the Senate parliamentarians and Vice President's offices had been tracking the receipt by mail of both the legitimate and fake certificates, the Trump campaign apparently became concerned that 2 states' documents had not been received before the joint session. On January 4th, the Trump campaign asked Republican Party officials in Wisconsin to fly their fake electors' documents to Washington, D.C. Shortly after, staffers for Representative Mike Kelly, Republican Pennsylvania, and Senator Ron Johnson, Republican Wisconsin, reached out to Vice President Pence's Director of Legislative Affairs, apparently seeking to deliver the fake certificates. A message from Senator Johnston's staffer was sent just minutes before the beginning of the joint session. This staffer stated that Senator Johnson wished to hand-deliver to the Vice President the fake electors' certificates from Michigan and Wisconsin. The Vice President's aide unambiguously turned him away. Vice President Pence made certain to call for objections as well, in compliance with the Electoral Count Act. After the tellers read off the votes cast for each state, he asked, "Are there any objections to counting the certificates of vote of the state that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic?" For most states, there were no objections. Republicans only rose to object to the states that President Trump contested. The first such state was Arizona. At approximately 1:46 p.m., Congressman Paul Gosar, Republican Arizona, announced his objection. "I rise for myself and 60 of my colleagues to object to the counting of the electoral ballots from Arizona," Gosar said. Vice President Pence then asked, "Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?" It was. Senator Ted Cruz endorsed the unfounded challenge to Arizona's electoral votes. Because the objections complied with the law, Vice President Pence directed the House and Senate to withdraw from the joint session so that the House and Senate could separately debate and vote on the objection. When the joint session finally resumed after the attack on the Capitol, the clerks announced the results of each chamber's vote. Just 6 U.S. senators voted for the objection to the counting of Arizona's Electoral College votes. The objection was also defeated in the House, though 121 Republican members voted to reject Arizona's legitimate electors. Pennsylvania was the only other state the chambers debated, after the House's objection was signed by Senator Josh Hawley, Republican Missouri. 5.4. President Trump endangers Pence's life, causing the Vice President, his family, and staff to narrowly miss the rioters as they flee the mob attacking the Capitol. As the debate over Arizona's legitimate electors took place on the Senate floor, the Vice President's staff could see trouble brewing outside. From inside the Vice President's ceremonial office, staffers witnessed the crowd swelling on the east side of the Capitol. Then, the rioters broke through security barriers. Jacob told young staffers that they should stand back from the windows because the Vice President's office was not the most popular office on the block right now. The vice president was presiding over the Senate debate on the Arizona objection when the noise from the rioters became audible and those in the Senate chamber realized the rioters had entered the Capitol. The Secret Service evacuated Vice President Pence from the Senate floor at 2:12 p.m. 12 minutes later, at 2:24 p.m., President Trump tweeted that Vice President Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. By that time, the Secret Service had moved the Vice President to his ceremonial office across the hall. But the situation was spiraling out of control, and they wouldn't stay there long. As Sarah Matthews, the Deputy White House Press Secretary, later explained, President Trump's tweet was like pouring gasoline on the fire. 30 seconds after President Trump's tweet, rioters who were already inside the Capitol opened the East Rotunda door just down the hall. A mere 30 seconds later, rioters breached the crypt one floor below the Vice President. Though the Vice President refused the Secret Service's first two attempts to evacuate him from his ceremonial office, the situation quickly became untenable, and the Vice President was told that the Secret Service could no longer protect him in this office in the Capitol that was quickly being overrun. Mark Short recalls Tim Giebels, the head of the Vice President's Secret Service protective detail, saying, "At this point, I can't protect you behind these glass doors, and so I need to move you." This time, the third, the Secret Service was not asking the Vice President to move. They were stating the fact that the Vice President must be moved. At 2:20 p.m., NSC staff monitoring radio communications reported that the second floor of the Capitol and the door to the Senate chamber have now been breached. At 2:25 p.m., the Secret Service rushed the Vice President, his family, and his senior staff down a flight of stairs, through a series of hallways and tunnels to a secure location. The Vice President and his team stayed in that same location for the next 4.5 hours. The angry mob had come within 40 feet of the Vice President as he was evacuated. President Trump never called to check on Vice President Pence's safety, so Mark Short called Mark Meadows to tell him they were safe and secure. Short himself became persona non grata with President Trump. The President directed staff to revoke Short's access to the White House after Vice President Pence refused to betray his oath to the Constitution. Mark Short never spoke with President Trump again. After arriving at the secure location, the head of the Vice President's Secret Service detail wanted to move the Vice President away from the Capitol, and staff hurried into the waiting vehicles. But the Vice President refused to get in the car. As Greg Jacob explained in his testimony to the Select Committee, the Vice President wouldn't get in his car. He was determined that unless there was imminent danger to bodily safety, that he was not going to abandon the Capitol and let the rioters have a victory of having made the Vice President flee or made it difficult to restart the process later that day. It was an unprecedented scene in American history. The President of the United States had riled up a mob that hunted his own Vice President. The Vice President's staff came to believe that the theory pushed and sold to the public that the Vice President had a role to play in the joint session was a cause of the attack on the Capitol. The reason that the Capitol was assaulted was that people who were breaching the Capitol believed that the election outcome had not yet been determined, and instead, there was some action that was supposed to take place in Washington, D.C. to determine it, Jacob said. I do think the violence was the result of that position being continuously pushed and sold to people who ended up believing that with all their hearts. The people had been told that the Vice President had the authority to determine the outcome of the election during the joint session. Of course, that was President Trump's and John Eastman's plan all along, to convince people that the election had been stolen and that Vice President Pence could take action to change the outcome during the joint session on January 6th. Jacob was writing an email to Eastman when the Capitol was breached. At 2:14 p.m., just before being evacuated, Jacob hurriedly hit send on his email, but not before adding the following: "Thanks to your bullshit, we are now under siege." Eastman quickly replied to Jacob's email and, incredibly, blamed Vice President Pence and Jacob for the attack. The siege is because you and your boss did not do what was necessary to allow this to be aired in a public way so the American people can see for themselves what happened, Eastman wrote. Naturally, Jacob was somewhere between aghast and livid. It was ridiculous to blame Vice President Pence for the attack when he simply followed the law. The joint session reconvenes. Let's get back to work. The Senate reconvened at approximately 8:06 p.m. Congressional leadership and the Vice President insisted on finishing the work of the people. Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol, Vice President Pence said. But thanks to the swift efforts of U.S. Capitol Police, federal, state, and local law enforcement, the violence was quelled. The Capitol is secured, and the people's work continues. The Vice President addressed those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, saying, "You did not win." Vice President Pence continued, "Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house. And as we reconvene in this chamber, the world will again witness the resilience and strength of our democracy. For even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. Let's get back to work," the Vice President concluded. Despite the violence that had unfolded at the Capitol, Eastman kept agitating for further delay. At 11:44 p.m. on January 6th, Eastman sent yet another email to Greg Jacob. In a shockingly tone-deaf manner, Eastman claimed that the Electoral Count Act had been violated already by allowing debate beyond 2 hours. So, he argued, Vice President Pence should no longer be concerned that what President Trump and Eastman had pressured him to do also would violate it. Of course, as Jacob pointed out, the debate couldn't have been completed in 2 hours due to the intervening riot of several hours. Eastman argued that Vice President Pence should adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislatures to finish their investigations, as well as to allow a full forensic audit of the massive amount of illegal activity that has occurred here. Eastman described this, a delay in the certification of the vote and the peaceful transfer of power with no legal or historical precedent or support, based entirely on specious and disproven allegations of election fraud, following on a violent attack on the seat of American democracy, as a relatively minor violation. Vice President Pence later described Eastman's email as rubber room stuff, meaning it was certifiably crazy. 5.5. Aftermath of the attack. Eastman called Hirschman on January 7th to discuss litigation on behalf of the Trump campaign in Georgia. This gave Hirschman another opportunity to lay into Eastman. "Are you out of your effing mind?" Hirschman asked. "I only want to hear 2 words coming out of your mouth from now on. Orderly transition," Hirschman said. After some berating, Eastman repeated after Hirschman, "Orderly transition." "Now I'm going to give you the best free legal advice you're ever getting in your life," Hirschman said. "Get a great effing criminal defense lawyer. You're going to need it." Days afterward, Eastman sent an email to Giuliani, making a request that tacitly acknowledged just how much trouble he was in. "I've decided that I should be on the pardon list, if that is still in the works." Vice President Pence and his team never bowed to President Trump's relentless pressure. They began January 6, 2021, with a prayer. The attack on the U.S. Capitol delayed the peaceful transfer of power. The joint session did not end until early in the morning on January 7th. At 3:50 a.m. that morning, Short texted Vice President Pence a passage from 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 7. "I fought the good fight, I finished the race, I have kept the faith." End of chapter 5, part 3. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Final Report of the Select Committee to Investigate the January 6th Attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Be there will be wild. On December 14, 2020, electors around the country met to cast their Electoral College votes. Their vote ensured former Vice President Joe Biden's victory and cemented President Donald J. Trump's defeat. The people and the states had spoken. Members of President Trump's own cabinet knew the election was over. Attorney General William Barr viewed it as the end of the matter. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and Secretary of Labor Eugene Scalia concurred. That same day, Scalia told President Trump directly that he should concede defeat. President Trump had no intention of conceding. As he plotted ways to stay in power, the president summoned a mob for help. At 1:42 a.m. on December 19th, President Trump tweeted, "Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, we'll be wild." The president's tweet galvanized tens of thousands of his supporters around the country. President Trump had been lying to them since Election Day, claiming he won and that the Democrats had stolen victory from him. Now, with a single tweet, the president focused his supporters' anger on the joint session of Congress in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. Annika Navaroli, the longest-tenured member of Twitter's Trust and Safety Policy team, monitored the reaction to President Trump's "Be Wild" tweet. She told the Select Committee that the president was essentially staking a flag in D.C. for his supporters to come and rally. The tweet created a fire hose of calls to overthrow the U.S. government. President Trump's supporters had a new sense of urgency because they felt as if their commander-in-chief had summoned them. For many extremists and conspiracy theorists, the president's announcement was a call to arms. For the Proud Boys, described in more detail below, and their leader, Henry Enrique Tarrio, President Trump's tweet set in motion a chain of events that led directly to the attack on the U.S. Capitol. In the days that followed, the Proud Boys reorganized their hierarchy, imposed a stricter chain of command, and instructed followers to go incognito on January 6th. The Proud Boys had made their presence known at previous pro-Trump events, including Stop the Steal rallies, where they brandished their black and yellow apparel and engaged in street brawls. Suddenly, they did not want to stand out from the crowd. They wanted to blend in. They were planning something big. Tarrio allegedly used encrypted messages to plot the January 6, 2021 attack. On January 4, 2021, Tarrio told his men that they should storm the Capitol. While the attack was underway, Tarrio claimed credit in a private chat, writing, "We did this." And on the evening of January 6th, Tarrio released a video of a man, presumably Tarrio himself, dressed in an odd costume standing in front of the U.S. Capitol. The eerie production had been recorded prior to the events of that day. Tarrio, who was not in Washington, D.C. on January 6th, titled it Premonition. The Oath Keepers, a far-right anti-government militia movement, also described in more detail below, began planning for January 6th after the president's tweet as well. Stuart Rhodes, the group's leader, had agitated against the U.S. government for years. Immediately following the 2020 presidential election, Rhodes and others schemed to stop the peaceful transfer of power. They stored weapons outside of Washington, D.C., hoping that President Trump would deputize them as his own militia. An Oath Keeper leader, Kelly Meggs, read President Trump's December 19th tweet and commented in a Facebook message, "He called us all to the Capitol and he wants us to make it wild. Sir, yes, sir." The Oath Keepers formed two military stacks and marched up the steps of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Meggs led one of them. Members of both the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers have been charged with seditious conspiracy and other serious crimes, including conspiracy to interfere with a federal proceeding. Some, including Stuart Rhodes, have been convicted. U.S. law defines seditious conspiracy as plotting to overthrow or to oppose by force or to use force to prevent, hinder, or delay the execution of any law of the United States. Some of the two groups' members have already admitted that this is what they intended to do. Other extremists and conspiracy theorists mobilized after President Trump's tweet as well. These movements are described in more detail in subsequent sections. 3%er militias, another far-right anti-government movement, shared hashtag Occupy Congress memes and planned for violence at the U.S. Capitol. Nick Fuentes, leader of the white nationalists Groypers, rallied his followers on January 6th. Fuentes bragged afterwards that the Capitol siege was fucking awesome. Users on the Donald.win, a website populated by some of President Trump's most ardent fans, openly discussed surrounding and occupying the U.S. Capitol. Adherents of QAnon, a bizarre and dangerous conspiracy cult, believed January 6 would bring the prophesized storm, a violent purge of Democrats and government officials promised by the mysterious online personality known only as Coup. QAnon's devotees flocked to Washington, D.C. because of the president's tweet and subsequent rhetoric. They shared a digital banner, Operation Occupy the Capitol, which depicted the U.S. Capitol being torn in two. One especially notorious conspiracy theorist, Alex Jones, repeatedly told his InfoWars viewers that January 6th would be a day of reckoning. Jones is known for his outlandish conspiracy mongering, including his baseless claim that the massacre of schoolchildren at Sandy Hook Elementary School was really a false flag operation staged by the U.S. government. Of course, his vicious lie was disproven in court, but Jones is obsessed with deep state conspiracy theories and often propagates them. After the 2020 presidential election, Jones argued that President Trump should use the power of the government to impose martial law on American citizens. Along with his InfoWars co-hosts, Jones amplified President Trump's big lie and relentlessly promoted President Trump's wild protest. One of Jones's co-hosts floated the idea of storming right into the Capitol. Jones himself marched to the Capitol January 6th. Jones's influence helped shape the planning for January 6th behind the scenes as well. The Select Committee investigated how event organizers at the White House staff planned President Trump's rally at the Ellipse, a park south of the White House. This event was intended to rile up the president's supporters just prior to the joint session of Congress. A wealthy heiress paid for the event after listening to Jones's InfoWars rant about the importance of President Trump's tweet. She spent $3 million with the goal to get as many people there as possible. It worked. Americans who believed the election was stolen flocked to the nation's capital. By January 5th, President Trump's supporters, a large, angry crowd ready for instructions, had assembled in Washington. That evening, he could hear his raucous supporters at a rally not far from the White House. The president knew his supporters were angry, and he planned to call on them to march on the U.S. Capitol. He even wanted to join them on the march. It was all part of President Trump's plan to intimidate officials and obstruct the joint session of Congress. "We fight like hell," President Trump told the crowd assembled at the Ellipse on January 6, 2021. "And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore." Some of those in attendance, as well as elsewhere in Washington that day, were already prepared to fight. They had begun preparing 2.5 weeks earlier, when President Trump told them it would be wild. 6.1. How far-right extremists and conspiracy theorists plan for January 6th. The Stop the Steal Coalition. President Trump's Be Wild tweet immediately mobilized extremists and conspiracy theorists in the Stop the Steal Coalition. The phrase "Stop the Steal" was originally coined in early 2016 by President Trump's longtime political advisor, Roger Stone. At the time, Stone alleged first that candidate Trump's Republican rivals were attempting to steal candidate Trump's nomination. After Trump became the nominee, Stone repurposed the saying to claim that former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton would steal the presidency. When President Trump won the 2016 election, Stop the Steal was rendered moot and did not become a significant political movement until President Trump's defeat on election night in 2020. As early as November 5, 2020, Stone advised associates that he intended to reconstitute Stop the Steal by building an army of lawyers and suing like there's no tomorrow. Ali Alexander, a right-wing provocateur who has worked closely with Stone, quickly organized the new Stop the Steal campaign. On November 10, 2020, Alexander established Stop the Steal as an entity incorporated in Alabama. Alexander added a bank account and various websites. One of Alexander's key allies in the Stop the Steal movement was Alex Jones. Prior to January 6th, Jones riled up crowds both in person and online with incendiary rhetoric about the election. Jones's InfoWars was also a platform for others in the election denial coalition. For instance, both Enrique Tarrio and Stuart Rhodes made multiple appearances on InfoWars, including between Election Day 2020 and January 6, 2021. Another frequent guest on InfoWars was Roger Stone, a Nexus character in the Stop the Steal coalition. Stone recommended that presidential candidate Donald Trump appear on Jones's show in December 2015. Trump accepted the invitation and praised Jones at length during his appearance. The significance of Trump's interview with Jones should not be underestimated. Donald Trump was a leading presidential contender at the time and would go on to win the election. His appearance with Jones normalized InfoWars, welcoming its conspiracy-minded audience into Trump's base. Trump did not appear on InfoWars again. However, Stone continued to make regular guest appearances. After Election Day 2020, Alexander Jones and other Stop the Steal organizers held rallies around the country to protest fictional claims of voter fraud. These events provided an opportunity for radicals and extremists to coalesce. The Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and 3%ers were all attendees. QAnon adherents were well represented. So too were the white nationalist Groypers and their leader, Nick Fuentes. Stop the Steal events and other protests throughout 2020 helped build the momentum for January 6th. The Select Committee collected data on 85 right-wing events between January 1, 2020 and January 20, 2021, which were inspired by opposition to COVID-19 lockdown measures, racial justice protests, and, later, the perceived theft of President Trump's victory. Far-right extremists protested at or inside state capitals or at other government buildings in at least 68 instances. Of those, 49 occurred during the period after the election through January 6th. In the year leading up to January 6th, there were at least 9 events at which far-right actors entered state capitals. At least 4 of these capital incursions, in Michigan, Idaho, Arizona, and Oregon, involved identifiable individuals who later participated in the attack on the U.S. Capitol. Consider, for example, the protests held in Atlanta between November 18 and 21, 2020. Leaders and rank-and-file members of the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and Groypers gathered outside the state capitol and the governor's mansion for non-stop events, including armed protests. Enrique Tarrio and Stuart Rhodes personally led contingents of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, respectively. Jones first announced the Atlanta events on InfoWars on November 16th. In his announcement, Jones teased that he would be joined by Roger Stone and also called on listeners to surround the governor's mansion in order to prevent the election results from being certified. Fuentes advertised that he would be speaking at the Capitol every day at noon. In fiery speeches across Atlanta, Fuentes spread election lies as well as wink and nod hints at intimidation and violence. Alexander, standing alongside Jones and Fuentes outside the state capitol on November 18th, exhorted the crowd to storm the Capitol with them. The three men led a crowd into the state capitol building. On November 20th, Roger Stone gave a speech outside the Georgia Capitol. Speaking through a telephone held up by Alexander, Stone advanced election lies and finished with a provocative rallying cry, "Victory or death." That same day, Fuentes told the crowd, "Look, we've been in front of the state capitol. Maybe we've been trying the wrong approach." Days earlier, at a nighttime event outside the governor's mansion, Alexander, again flanked by Jones and Fuentes, goaded the crowd, "We'll light the whole shit on fire." While the crowd did not turn violent, the Stop the Steal protests in Atlanta, Georgia prefigured January 6th in important respects. Stop the Steal organizers tried to use the mob they had assembled, including extremists from the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, 3%ers, and Groypers, to intimidate lawmakers and overturn the election results in Georgia, which was required to certify former Vice President Biden's victory in the state by the end of the week. They implored their followers to storm the Capitol. As discussed in Chapter 8, this same coalition of radicals did just that on January 6, 2021. Other Stop the Steal events helped pave the way for the events of January 6th. Two rallies in Washington, D.C., on November 14 and December 12, 2020, were critically important. Alexander's Stop the Steal was not the only protest organization present at these events. Both were called Million MAGA Marches and drew in other rally organizers. One of these other protests was called the Jericho March Prayer Rally. Regardless, the same constellation of actors that appeared in Atlanta also incited Trump supporters in Washington. For instance, during the Jericho March rally on December 12th, Stuart Rhodes called on President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act as part of a desperate gambit to remain in power. In Rhodes's vision, he would lead militiamen on behalf of President Trump when others tried to remove him from office. If President Trump did not invoke the Insurrection Act, Rhodes warned the crowd, then they would be forced to wage a much more desperate and much more bloody war. Alex Jones also gave an incendiary speech at the Jericho March event declaring, "I don't know who is going to the White House in 38 days, but I sure know this. Joe Biden is a globalist, and Joe Biden will be removed, one way or another." As the crowds gathered in Washington on December 12th, President Trump was publicly lobbying the Supreme Court to hear his fictitious claims of election fraud. The president assailed the Supreme Court on Twitter throughout the day. The Stop the Steal coalition was eager to help. After the Jericho March event ended, Jones, his InfoWars co-host Owen Schroyer, and Ali Alexander led a march on the Supreme Court. Once there, the crowd chanted slogans such as "Stop the Steal," 1776, "Our Revolution," and "The Fight Has Just Begun." President Trump made sure to let the protesters in Washington know that he personally approved of their mission. During the November rally, President Trump waved to the crowd from his presidential motorcade. Then, on the morning of December 12th, President Trump tweeted, "Wow, thousands of people forming in Washington, D.C. for Stop the Steal. Didn't know about this, but I'll be seeing them. #MAGA." Later that day, President Trump flew over the protesters in Marine One. When President Trump tweeted 1 week later that there would be a wild protest in Washington on January 6th, the Stop the Steal coalition immediately began to mobilize. Jones posted an article on the InfoWars website asking readers if they would answer President Trump's call to defend the Republic. The next day, December 20th, Jones devoted much of his InfoWars show to the president's announcement. Jones told his audience several times that if 10 million Americans came to Washington, D.C. on January 6th, Congress would have to listen to them. He repeated this idea over the course of the episode, saying things such as, "He's calling you, he needs your help, we need your help, We need 10 million people there. We need martial law and have to prevent the police state of foreigners from taking over." Jones added, "It's literally in our hands. It's literally up to us." Other InfoWars hosts promoted the wild protest as well. In late December, Matt Bracken told InfoWars viewers that it may be necessary to storm the U.S. Capitol. "We're going to only be saved by millions of Americans moving to Washington, occupying the entire area, if necessary, storming right into the Capitol," Bracken said. We know the rules of engagement. If you have enough people, you can push down any kind of fence or a wall. Far-right extremists plan to do just that." End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Final Report of the Select Committee to Investigate the January 6th Attack on the United States Capitol by House January 6th Select Committee. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6.2 The Proud Boys. You want to storm the Capitol. From the Proud Boys' founding in 2016, violence was intrinsic to their mission. "We will kill you. That's the Proud Boys in a nutshell," their founders said. New recruits pledge an oath, established in the group's bylaws, identifying themselves as unapologetic Western chauvinists, promoting an exclusionary, hyper-masculine interpretation of Western culture. They find common ground in an embrace of misogyny and hate for their perceived enemies. The group is somewhat ethnically diverse, but their public and private messages fester with toxic white supremacist, xenophobic, and anti-Semitic slurs. The Proud Boys have participated in or instigated protests since their founding. They've long been known as street brawlers looking for a fight. But 2020 was a watershed year for the group. As protests spread around the country, the Proud Boys deputized themselves as agents of law and order, vigilantes against perceived threats. More often, they played the role of instigators. They portrayed themselves as counter-protesters and identified their targets as Black Lives Matter and Antifa, though they were hard-pressed to define their organizational enemies. During the presidential debate on September 29, 2020, President Trump was asked to disavow far-right extremists, including the Proud Boys. The president did not explicitly condemn the group. Instead, he seemingly endorsed their mission. "Stand back and stand by," President Trump told the Proud Boys, before adding, "But I'll tell you what, somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left." The president's word electrified the group, injecting new life into their recruitment and activities. According to Nick Quested, a filmmaker who spent significant time with the group and testified before the Select Committee, the Proud Boys had found their savior in President Trump. Joseph Biggs, a senior Proud Boy, immediately trumpeted President Trump's debate statement on Parler, a fringe social media platform. Biggs made it clear that the Proud Boys were ready to fight Antifa. The group's size tripled in response to President Trump's apparent endorsement, according to Jeremy Bertino, a Proud Boy leader who has pleaded guilty to seditious conspiracy in relation to January 6th. Similarly, Enrique Terrio and another Proud Boys member, George Meza, testified to the Select Committee that the president's comment was a pivotal, energizing moment. The group started selling merchandise with their new "Stand Back and Stand By" slogan the very same night. As the presidential votes were tallied, the Proud Boys became agitated at the prospect that President Trump would lose. On November 5, 2020, Biggs posted on social media, "It's time for a fucking war if they steal this shit." As former Vice President Joe Biden's victory became apparent, Proud Boys leaders directed their ire toward others in the government. Biggs, speaking on a Proud Boys live stream show with Terrio and others, warned that government officials are evil scum and they all deserve to die a traitor's death. Ethan Nordine, another Proud Boys leader who allegedly helped lead the attack at the Capitol, responded, "Yup, day of the rope," referring to a day of mass lynching of race traitors in the white supremacist novel The Turner Diaries. The Proud Boys in Washington prior to January 6th. Within days of the election, dozens of Stop the Steal protests were organized around the country. The Proud Boys participated alongside other right-wing extremist groups in some of them, including a November 7, 2020 protest outside of the Pennsylvania State Capitol in Harrisburg. The two events in Washington, D.C., on November 14, 2020, and the other on December 12, 2020, proved to be especially important for the group's evolution. The daytime events on both dates passed by without violence or major unrest, but as the sun set, bouts of violence erupted, driven by clashes between far-right extremist groups, chiefly the Proud Boys, and counter-protesters. Among far-right extremists, the Proud Boys had the largest showing in both November and December, with roughly 200 to 300 Proud Boys at the November 14th rally, and the same number or more in December. As discussed in Chapter 8, they mustered about the same contingent for the attack on the U.S. Capitol. The gatherings on November 14th provided a chance for Theriault to socialize with rally leaders and far-right celebrities. In fact, his travel to D.C. by private jet appears to have been paid for by Patrick Byrne, a businessman who had President Trump's ear in the last weeks of his presidency and encouraged the president to authorize the seizure of voting machines in a December 18th meeting. Theriault's testimony and photographs from the day show that he met with Stop the Steal organizer Ali Alexander that evening, and the pair toasted each other. Theriault described the event as a historic meeting of Trump supporters and celebrated the opportunity to share that platform with Alexander, Jones, and Jones's InfoWars co-host Owen Schroyer. Schroyer would later be charged with crimes committed during the January 6th attack. A month later, the Proud Boys returned to the nation's capital. On the evening of December 11th, hundreds of Proud Boys and friends gathered in downtown Washington, D.C. to listen to an impromptu bullhorn speech by Theriault and Nordine, along with Roger Stone and Schroyer. Stone implored the crowd to fight to the bitter end. The next day, as the Proud Boys marched in force on the streets, Theriault teased in a social media post that he had a meeting in the White House. The visit, which was only a public White House tour, appears to have been facilitated by a friend, Bianca Gracia, the head of Latinos for Trump. As the rallies concluded the next day, the Proud Boys took to the streets again. Two key events occurred that evening. First, members of the Proud Boys tore down a Black Lives Matter banner from a historically black church in downtown Washington, D.C. They filmed themselves burning it. Theriault was eventually charged with destruction of property. He was arrested on January 4, 2021, and banned from Washington, D.C., barring him from joining the group at the Capitol. As explained in Chapter 8, however, Theriault's arrest did not stop him from conspiring with his men on January 6th. Minutes after the flag burning, a man wearing black clothes walked into a crowd of Proud Boys. Assuming he was associated with Antifa, they began pushing and harassing him, and he drew a knife in response. In the ensuing melee, 4 Proud Boys suffered stab wounds, including Bertino, a confidant to Theriault. Bertino's wounds were severe and life-threatening, preventing him from joining the group on January 6th. Storming the Winter Palace. The Proud Boys began to reorient and formalize their operations to focus on January 6th after President Trump's December 19th tweet. Inspired, in part, by Bertino's stabbing, the Proud Boys centered their new hierarchy in group chats that used terms such as Ministry of Self-Defense, MOSD. However, the words self-defense were misleading. Enrique Theriault and others would soon go on the offense. and the MOSD served as their organizational scaffolding for the January 6, 2021 attack. On December 20, 2020, Theriault established a National Rally Planning Committee and created an encrypted MOSD chat to organize their activities. Theriault added Proud Boys leaders from across the country, including several who played lead roles in the violence on January 6th. In the ensuing weeks, the Proud Boys traded equipment recommendations, shared maps marked with law enforcement positions, and established command and control structures. A separate encrypted chat, named Boots on the Ground, was established for foot soldiers who would be in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. The Proud Boys' planning for January 6th was a significant step in the group's evolution. Previously, they were loosely organized. The MOSD was created to enforce a top-down structure with a defined leadership. Theriault stressed the command structure by telling members that they needed to fit in or fuck off. From the start, it was clear that MOSD chat members were intensely interested in disrupting the electoral count on January 6th. On December 20, 2020, one MOSD leader stated, "I assume most of the protests will be at the Capitol building given what's going on inside." On December 29, 2020, in a group message to the MOSD, a member wrote, "I know most of the events will be centered around Freedom Plaza." Theriault responded, "Negative. They're centered around the Capitol." On December 30, 2020, Theriault received an intriguing document titled 1776 Returns. The document was apparently sent to him by cryptocurrency investors in South Florida. The file's authors divided their plan into 5 parts: infiltrate, execution, distract, occupy, and sit in, with the goal of overrunning several federal buildings around the U.S. Capitol. The plan specifically mentioned House and Senate office buildings, setting forth steps for occupying them. The authors called for the masses to rush the buildings, distract law enforcement in the area by pulling fire alarms around the city, target specific senators' offices, and disguise participants' identities with COVID masks. One proposal mentioned in the document is titled "Storm the Winter Palace." This is a reference to a dramatic reenactment of the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution, during which Vladimir Lenin ordered his forces to take over the Romanovs' residence in Petrograd. The Winter Palace was the seat of the provisional government, which had held out against the Bolshevik revolutionaries. The Proud Boys would frame their actions on January 6th as part of the American Revolution. But the 1776 Returns document shows their inspiration came at least in part from the Communist Revolution, which led to 70-plus years of totalitarian rule. No historical event has been less American. The Proud Boys did not adopt the 1776 Returns plan in full. Several Proud Boys testified that they were unaware of the document before it became public. But the document does appear to have been significantly edited while in the Proud Boys' hands. The person who sent it to Theriault, his ex-girlfriend, Erica Gemma Flores, commented, "The revolution is more important than anything." To which Theriault responded, "That's what every waking moment consists of. I'm not playing games." On January 3rd, Theriault posted a conspicuous question on Telegram. "What if we invade it?" The first response to his post read, "January 6th is D-Day in America." In private, on the Proud Boys leadership group message, planning continued. One MOSD leader, John Stewart, floated a plan that centered around the front entrance to the Capitol building. At 7:10 p.m. on January 3rd, Stewart wrote to the MOSD leaders, "I mean, the main operating theater should be out in front of the House of Representatives. It should be out in front of the Capitol building. That's where the vote is taking place and all of the objections. So, we can ignore the rest of these stages and all that shit and plan the operations based around the front entrance to the Capitol building. I strongly recommend you use the National Mall and not Pennsylvania Avenue, though. It's wide open space. You can see everything coming from all angles. Early the next morning, on January 4th, Theriault sent a voice memo to the same group of MOSD leaders stating, "I didn't hear this voice until now. You want to storm the Capitol." One of Theriault's comrades in the Proud Boys leadership, Charles Donahoe, who pleaded guilty to conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding and assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers, later told authorities that by January 4th he was aware that members of MOSD leadership were discussing the possibility of storming the Capitol. Donahoe believed that storming the Capitol would achieve the group's goal of stopping the government from carrying out the transfer of presidential power and understood that storming the Capitol would be illegal. By the following evening, January 5th, Theriault was discussing with other Proud Boy leaders a tactical plan for the following day. Their objective was to obstruct, impede, or interfere with the certification of the Electoral College vote. Moreover, Donahoe understood that the Proud Boys would pursue this through the use of force and violence in order to show Congress that we the people were in charge. On January 6th, Charles Donahoe understood that two of his fellow Proud Boys leaders, Ethan Nordine and Joe Biggs, were searching for an opportunity to storm the Capitol. Jeremy Bertino, the Proud Boys leader who was stabbed on the night of December 12th, later told authorities that his fellow extremists plotted to stop the peaceful transfer of power. In October 2022, Bertino pleaded guilty to seditious conspiracy and other crimes. Bertino admitted that the Proud Boys traveled to Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021, to stop the certification of the Electoral College vote. They were willing to do whatever it would take, including using force against police and others, to achieve that objective. In testimony before the Select Committee, Bertino recalled a telling text exchange with Theriault on the evening of January 6th. "I was like, 'Holy shit,' or something like that, I said to him," Bertino recalled. "And I was like, 'I can't believe this is happening,' or something like that, and 1776. Theriault replied to Bertino, "Winter Palace." 6.3. The Oath Keepers. He called us all to the Capitol and wants us to make it wild. The Oath Keepers, founded in 2009 by Elmer Stewart Rhodes, is a far-right anti-government organization. The group targets former and current military and law enforcement for recruitment. Their name refers to the oath taken by public servants to support and defend the Constitution. The Oath Keepers' claim fealty to the U.S. Constitution is belied by their obsession with conspiracy theories about alleged evil-intentioned elites in the government. Rhodes has often spouted these conspiracy theories on InfoWars. Over the summer of 2020, the Oath Keepers organized armed groups, ostensibly to serve as volunteer, self-appointed security at protests around the country. The Oath Keepers used the protests to draw in new recruits. They also built muscle memory by coordinating for these events. For example, the Oath Keepers hired Michael Green, who later coordinated Oath Keepers' activities on January 5th and 6th, to lead security operations in multiple cities around the country. In the early part of 2020, protests against COVID-related lockdowns served as additional growth and networking opportunities. Kelly Sorrell, a lawyer for the Oath Keepers, met the Oath Keepers at a lockdown protest in Austin, Texas in early 2020. Sorrell saw these COVID events as a coalescing moment for different far-right groups. The Stop the Steal movement created another opportunity for the Oath Keepers to grow their influence. Rhodes repeatedly amplified the stolen election conspiracy theory. On November 10, 2020, he posted a call to action on the Oath Keepers' website, alleging the election was stolen and exhorting his followers to refuse to ever recognize this as a legitimate election and refuse to recognize Biden as a legitimate winner. Under a section entitled "What We the People Must Do," Rhodes quoted a patriot from Serbia who also loves America. The Serbian author described how his fellow countrymen fomented a political revolution. Parts of the statement presaged the attack on the U.S. Capitol. Millions gathered in our capital. There were no barricades strong enough to stop them, nor the police determined enough to stop them. Police and military aligned with the people. After a few hours of fistfight, we stormed the parliament and burned down fake state television. We won. The Oath Keepers were obsessed with the Insurrection Act, seeing it as a way for President Trump to cling to power. Rhodes believed that the president could empower militias like the Oath Keepers to enforce law and order after other Americans refused to accept President Trump's rule. Indeed, President Trump had been intensely interested in the Insurrection Act as a potential tool to quell the protests in summer 2020. Rhodes wished the act had been invoked then, but he did not give up on the fantasy. As mentioned above, Rhodes called for President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act during his speech in Washington on December 12, 2020. That day, Rhodes also coordinated with Jericho March organizers to provide security. He coordinated with a paramilitary group known as First Amendment Praetorian, 1AP, to guard VIPs, including retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn and Patrick Byrne. Rhodes indicated that the Oath Keepers would be working closely with them for the event. The Oath Keepers continued to call for President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act throughout December 2020, arguing that the president needed to do so to stop the steal. This fantasy reflected a warped sense of reality. Rhodes testified that President Trump could have mobilized unorganized militia, including the Oath Keepers, to suppress an insurrection if he attempted to stay in power after losing the election. But the Oath Keepers themselves were the ones contemplating insurrection. On December 10, 2020, Rhodes messaged others, "Either Trump gets off his ass and uses the Insurrection Act to defeat the Chicom puppet coup, or we will have to rise up in insurrection, rebellion, against the Chicom puppet Biden. Take your pick." Rhodes was blunt in other messages to the Oath Keepers, writing, "We need to push Trump to do his duty. If he doesn't, we will do ours. Declare independence, defy, resist, defend, conquer, or die. This needs to be our attitude." 6.4. Trump said it's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. As the Proud Boys began their plans for January 6th, Kelly Meggs, the leader of the Florida chapter of the Oath Keepers, reached out. In the past, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers had their differences, deriding each other's tactics and ethos during the summer 2020 protests. But President Trump's tweet on December 19th conveyed a sense of urgency which provided the two extremist rivals the opportunity to work together for a common goal. After President Trump's tweet, Meggs called Enrique Tarrio. They spoke for 3 minutes and 26 seconds. Meggs also sent a message on Facebook, bragging about an alliance he had formed among the Oath Keepers, the Florida 3%ers, and the Proud Boys. "We have decided to work together and shut this shit down." The Oath Keepers were making plans of their own, too. Oath Keepers President, Rhodes, is pretty disheartened. Roberto Minuta, one of Rhodes's men, messaged someone on December 19th. He feels like it's go time. The time for peaceful protest is over in his eyes. I was talking with him last night. Minuta has been charged with seditious conspiracy and other crimes. In the days that followed, the Oath Keepers planned for violence. They used encrypted chats on Signal to discuss travel plans, trade tips on tactical equipment to bring, and develop their plans for once they were on the ground in the D.C. area. On December 21st, 2020, Joshua James messaged the group, stating, "Southeast region is creating a national call to action for D.C. January 6th. 4 states are mobilizing." Meggs, Rhodes, and others created several different chat groups to coordinate for January 6th. On December 22nd, Meggs echoed President Trump's tweet in a Facebook message to someone else. Trump said it's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. He wants us to make it wild, that's what he's saying. He called us all to the Capitol and wants us to make it wild. Sir, yes sir. Gentlemen, we are headed to D.C. Pack your shit. Meggs also wrote that the Oath Keepers would have 50 to 100 members in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. The Oath Keepers hosted periodic group video meetings to discuss plans for January 6th. Richard Dockery, a former Oath Keepers member, testified to the Select Committee about a video call that took place around December 31st and related specifically to planning for January 6th. During the call, the Oath Keepers leadership announced plans to provide security for far-right celebrities like Roger Stone. If there were any problems while they were providing security, there was a quick reaction force in Virginia that would come help them out, and they would have firearms. Rhodes denounced during an episode of InfoWars in November 2020 that the Oath Keepers had established a Quick Reaction Force, QRF, outside of Washington, D.C. After President Trump announced the wild protest, the group's advanced coordination largely focused on planning related to their QRF, as well as the various security details for VIPs and stage areas on January 5th and 6th. Oath Keepers from North Carolina, Florida, South Carolina, and Arizona converged on the Comfort Inn in Ballston, Virginia, and used the location to store their cache of weapons for January 6th. Oath Keepers leaders communicated actively about the QRF for January 6th. Rhodes and another contingent of Oath Keepers stayed at the Hilton Garden Inn in Vienna, Virginia, and stored weapons there as well. Rhodes amassed an arsenal of military-grade assault weapons and equipment in the days leading up to January 6th. On December 30th, Rhodes spent approximately $7,000 on 2 night vision devices and a weapons sight and shipped them to Marcia Lassard, a rally organizer who lived near Washington, D.C. and who had previously been in contact with the organizers of the Ellipse rally. On January 1st and 2nd, Rhodes purchased additional weapons and accessories at a cost of approximately $5,000. The following day, January 3rd, Rhodes and Kelly Sorrell departed Texas for Washington, D.C. While traveling, Rhodes spent an additional $6,000 on an AR-style rifle and firearms attachments. Making one final shopping trip in Mississippi, Rhodes purchased $4,500 of firearms equipment, including more sights, magazines, and weapons parts on January 4th. On the morning of January 6th, with weapons stockpiled, Rhodes messaged the signal group of Oath Keepers leaders. We have several well-equipped QRFs outside D.C., and there are many, many others from other groups who will be watching and waiting on the outside in case of worst-case scenarios. 6.5. Ready to step in and do what is needed. Stuart Rhodes's and Oath Keepers lawyer Kelly Sorrell arrived in Washington on the afternoon of January 5th. They immediately went to Freedom Plaza, where President Trump had instructed rally organizers to give some of his most extreme supporters time to speak. As a small group of Oath Keepers patrolled Freedom Plaza, they were able to see the results of President Trump's call to mobilize. Sorrell testified that there were Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, and Alex Jones people mingling together in the crowd, with just a small distinction between them. The Oath Keepers later found themselves at the Phoenix Park Hotel, where they ate and drank with a motley coalition of far-right political activists who were united in their shared belief in President Trump's big lie. Among them were Proud Boys-linked Bianca Gracia of Latinos for Trump, Joshua Macias, leader of Vets for Trump, and Amanda Chase, a Virginia state senator. In a live-stream discussion moderated by Chase, they promoted false election fraud claims. Macias and Rhodes encouraged President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act and call up combat veterans who are ready to step in and do what is needed. Sorrell later told the Select Committee that there was discussion of going to storm the Capitol, although she claimed that this was normal discussion and supposedly did not indicate violence or any of that type of stuff. That same evening, Gracia asked Sorrell and Rhodes to follow her to a garage where she was supposed to meet Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio, who had just been released from custody in order to leave the D.C. area. Instead of immediately leaving Washington, D.C., Tarrio instead made his way to a garage near the hotel where the others gathered. Portions of the ensuing meeting were captured on video by documentary filmmaker Nick Quested and his camera crew. Sorrell claims that she was asked to attend to discuss Tarrio's legal woes, but there is evidence indicating that the conversation turned tactical. Tarrio discussed the court's order, informing the group he was going north to Maryland so he could stay close just to make sure my guys are okay. Tarrio discussed his confiscated phone with Gracia. He told her that they couldn't get in there, apparently referencing the two-factor authentication enabled on his phone. Tarrio also appeared familiar with another attendee, Vets for Trump leader Macias, who rested his hand on Tarrio's shoulder at various points. Rhodes and Tarrio shook hands. Much of the substantive conversation between Rhodes, Tarrio, and the others cannot be heard because Tarrio asked Quested's camera crew to stop recording. However, some of the conversation is audible from afar, and Rhodes can be heard telling Tarrio that he has 3 groups in Tyson's corner, a reference to the QRFs that he had mustered in the event that President Trump called the Oath Keepers into service. Tarrio later expressed appreciation for Rhodes's presence at the garage meeting and underscored that their 2 organizations needed to stand together on January 6th. Tarrio explained that the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers are just 2 different groups and that he and Rhodes don't get along, but said that for situations like this where there is a need to unite regardless of our differences, what he did today was commendable. Tarrio added that Rhodes's presence at the garage meeting was thoughtful because Rhodes had quickly provided security for the meeting and seemed concerned about Tarrio's legal situation. In a likely nod to prior coordination between Proud Boys and Oath Keepers at other post-election events, Tarrio further explained that my guys have helped him, Rhodes, out in the past, and that he and Rhodes have mutual respect for one another. Tarrio then traveled north to a hotel near Baltimore, Maryland, where he stayed through the events of the next day. End of Chapter 6, Part 2.